Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to another exciting edition of the Voice of the College Nation radio show. I'm the College Genesis, the chief host with the most, and I love doing what I'm doing. We do this show every night of the week and everything. Why? Because we have a mission. Mission to death on charges accusing them of their. Oops. So we have a mission tonight, which is to tell the truth, tell the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. And so this is what we're going to do tonight. We have a good show for you tonight. I would lead everybody to like, share, subscribe, and tell a friend, tell somebody that the College Nation show is where it's at tonight. And we're going to basically rock tonight. And so when you got titles like Is Being Black and Successful a Mortal Sin, you know things are going to get hot. You know things are going to be jumping. You know things are going to get steamy in College Land. So stop what you're doing, go get a snack, go get something to drink, get some water, get some juice, get some popcorn, some peanuts, and whatever you want to do tonight. But get comfortable and everything as we rock the house tonight in College Land, because we got a lot to talk about. The reason why I'm doing this show tonight is it seems to me that people have this idea that when you're black or you're conscious, that it's always about a struggle, and you always got to. When is like the black people who've made it in America going to take the lead? Why has everybody got to be the poor righteous teacher and stuff like that? Man, I'm suffering and blah blah blah. You got two dimes to rub together. Or not, I failed everything I got. Or not, but I'm good. I'll make the perfect black leader. Oh, really? I come from the ghetto, the hood, whatnot, man. You don't have no idea how I struggle, whatnot. Me and my brother wore the same pair of shoes. We couldn't go to school every day because he would wear the shoes on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. I had to wear the shoes on Monday and Friday, whatnot. So we had to split the week up and wearing shoes because we were that poor. Oh wow, yeah. So Dr. Boom Shakalaka. So I guess that makes you a freaking leader, because you had hard luck and everything. No, I'm not mocking anybody's pain and suffering. I'm not mocking anybody's pain and suffering. But at some point in time, we have this thing in our community, right? Where if somebody gives us a sob story, whatnot, they're like relatable. Why is it that the people who basically made it and successful or whatever like that, or their parents made the good decisions and everything, how come they're not relatable? How come they're not something to be aspired to? Why is it that people who say they make it are not basically exalted in our culture and community? Why is that? But in every other community, the successful people are exalted. Being black in America is like, and successful is like a sin. You're not truly black, you're only black when you're poor, down and out, distressed, hungry, and everything. So bottom line is, this is what we're talking about tonight, folks. Is it a sin to be successful and black and everything? It's like, damn, it's like, okay, you want to be a leader of a black community when people listen to you? You can't say you got success. Oh, no, you can't do that, because success means that you ain't black anymore. You don't know the struggle. Even like you got successful people, right? They always act like they always hide their success like it's something to be ashamed of. Yeah, I know I got a business, but they start apologizing for their success. It's like, damn, it's like, yeah, you're successful, but I just say so. Yeah, I worked hard. I did this. You could do the same thing, so you could be inspirational to people. But when you're not inspirational to people or not, you just sit there and say, well, yeah, we all this. No, you're not in the same struggle. You don't have to deal with the day-to-day reality of paying bills, struggling, have to take public transportation and, worrying about how far your food's going to stretch for the month. If that's not your reality, don't be ashamed of it. Don't be ashamed of it. If you got 2 or 3 cars in the driveway, you worked hard for it, whatnot, you got that promotion job, or you move up to management, don't freaking look back and say, yeah, I'm a manager now. But that's what people in the machination of black people, right? When you go to a job or not, people always go to a job thinking, oh yeah, I got to fight the power and all this kind of stuff like this. But they don't really think, right? While you're talking about fight the power, there's that one brother that's going to be in your group that they're going to pull off and say, you know something? You got leadership potential. We want to promote you to supervisor. And next thing you know, that same brother you thought that was down with you, y'all fighting the man, fighting the system. Now he's your boss. And his whole attitude changes. He sees things from the standpoint of somebody in power. Why? Because he's been given success. He's given a chance to better himself. So suddenly that struggle that you was talking about, he doesn't want it. And I see that happen all the time. People get on jobs and whatnot. Then next thing you know, they that's how the powers that be do. They say, oh, we got these troublemakers here. They isolate the troublemakers and they're like this. And then what they do is they promote somebody and reward somebody in that group. When hey, you guys want a raise? Okay. You wanted that supervisor position, you know? So this. Now, true quote, it ain't about being that. It's just a friggin' stupidity among some black people. That's not, no one thinks that's authentic black culture, but what it is nobody thinks that, but thinks that being successful is also authentic black culture, which is more successful, more widespread than the negativity, because we live in a world where, Chukwo, where you cannot have black and white success at the same time. So in other words, if the white man is the white man, the devil, the white man, then you must believe that the black man is oppressed at all times. So when a black man says he's not oppressed, you automatically assume that he's an Uncle Tom, he's a sellout, he's a traitor and stuff like this, you know? No, I'm asking a conundrum. Is being black a sin, a sin? In our culture, it is. It is. Because the bottom line is this. People think that when you're successful, that you are part of the struggle no more, that you sold out. So like this eternal fight that they have with the so-called white man, you know, is gone when you have some success, you know? So they say, so yeah, I mean, you may not think so, Tolliver, but that's the way the society is. Look at our culture, right? Why is it that there's no black people in large numbers, that basically more black people have more in common with friggin' MAGA people, Republicans, than working people paying taxes, paying bills, sending kids to college and everything like that. But our whole culture is centered around the very poor and the desolate. You would think black people don't have jobs, don't have businesses, don't have education, stuff like this, and don't have any power, What about all the black people over the last 30 years who've moved into upper management and business throughout America, who moved into public office and upper echelons of banking industry and everything like that? That are CEOs of companies now, that it's like that is not happening, because that doesn't jive. It's like a matrix, that doesn't jive with the culture. The culture and narrative is black people are oppressed and everything. That's what Al Sharpton believes. That's what Benjamin Crump believes. That's what Minister Farrakhan believes. These people are living in 1950 and 40 and 50. Black people, they like that. Then when you talk about, and Umar Johnson, that's what Umar Johnson believes, And then when, according to them, even though a couple of years ago, Tavis Smiley and Cornel West went on this poverty tour thing, right? Talking about poverty in the black community, poverty in poverty. But that doesn't jive with the freaking statistic. Black people basically are making strides in this world. There's nothing wrong with that. Some black people feel like if you're not talking about poverty and everything like that, you're not being black anymore. You've given up on the struggle and whatnot, And so therefore, even when you make it, you still talking about oppression and white supremacy. We need reparations. No more. It says it's a reparations movement. You got black people who are in the middle class talk about reparations. That that we need reparations because we're suffering the effects of slavery. And then we say, no, I'm actually doing good. I got that promotion on my job. I started a business. I just got a business loan. My business is doing well. No, it can't be, Kala. We're suffering. No, that's not the case. Black people are actually doing well in this country, But the bottom line is, it's a sin to even say you're doing well because people think when you say you're doing well, you're letting the white man off the hook. That's the sad part about all this. People always tether themselves to the white man in America. That's the problem. Hold up, folks. I gotta send this blast email out. Tonight. Let's talk. Tonight we're going to talk about the executions in the Congo. Like three white Americans were among executed in the Congo for a failed coup attempt. And also, not only that, the DR Congo is executing 170 people. So like I said, this is really serious. So that's why when we talk about an African, when I know the fact that we can't just go in these countries gun blazing and take over land, because that could be our fate, if we're doing anything wrong. So I never basically supported the idea of just we're going to go over there and take land over and blah, 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 blah. We'll end up in a military court. And next thing you know, we're going to be getting shot and executed, we got to do everything strategically. I think I got the right way how to build this African nationhood. Do diplomacy, and stuff like that, negotiations, not through military conquest. I don't believe in that shit, It's not going to work, But so let's talk about the mass execution in the DR Congo. I'll be with you 1 second, folks. All right. Give me 1 second, folks. Uh, 1 second, folks. All right, I'm back. Just had to send that out there to my social network. Folks, if you want to join the Kala Nation, the Black African Infrastructure Organization, there's only one way to do it, Join our social network, Sign up, You could basically, I want to get our social network to the point where replacing Twitter, X, and everything like that, and our own social networks and everything. We need to build our own social networks, Forget about bringing Elon Musk and all these other people like that, Well, I don't care what Jared Taylor said. Jared Taylor is a weirdo white guy. I don't care what that. I never said all black people should go to the African or black people don't have a right to be in America. I never said that, Chukwo. So I'm not an FBA, What I'm saying is, in African is necessary for Black people to maintain themselves in America. I never said that we're going to give up what we have in America. We fought too long to be in America, you know? So we don't care about what Jared said. We have no respect for what the white racist like Jared Taylor says. He can go to hell for all I care, you know? But we are saying that we have a right, our manifest destiny is that we have a right to have territory on our ancestral homeland that we control. You know, not me saying that we have to give our people have to give America up for that. What we're saying is those of us who want that option ought to have it. That's all. If you don't want that option, that's fine too. You know, you can stay here in America, do what you want to do. And a lot of times, let me tell you something. A lot of people will have a lot of success in America. I'm not gonna be the one that basically tell people, "Oh, stay in America and suffer," because not every Black person in America is suffering. You know, it's people in America. That's where a lot of Black nationalists miss their mark. When people don't agree with them and say, "No, I don't want to go no place," they get all mad. Well, stay in America and keep getting shot by police. Well, people like, no, I live in a neighborhood and I get along with my police. How about that? You know, we have good relationship with our community. No, you can't possibly have it. They're all race soldiers. Blah 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 blah. You got to hate the police. You got to hate the white man. You got to hate all this stuff like this. And people are like, no, I'm good. You know, I got a good job, good career. My kids in college, my kids at school. I got a house I'm paying for, you know, and I got things good, you know. Me and my wife takes vacations every weekend and stuff, you know. The white man's not our protection, FB, you freaking coon. FB is a bootlicker, you know. Most FBA people are bootlickers. White people is our protection. No, what is your protection? Because you're weak. You're effeminate, you know. What kind of life if I was born in Liberia? I don't know. Just being me, to tell you the truth. If I was born in Liberia, I probably have a good life. I'm just blessed as a person, you know. No, I don't know wherever I was born. If I was born in Japan, I probably have a good life there. If I was born in China, in Chinese, I probably have a good life there. You know, if people who have a good life, you know, in every sort of situation, you probably would have had a good life no matter where you was born into. That's the way it is, you know. So it is what it is, folks. Well, another thing that I was talking about tonight was the DR Congo. Hold up, folks. I got a call. Hang on a second. Yeah, which we call it. Yeah, so yeah, folks, talking to a little lady, you know, I'm back. Age says Kala and doing a good job and have business and conference in Liberia and buying is all and so in Ghana. Yeah, we're doing all that stuff like that. We're doing the best we can to make sure this movement grows and happy and stuff like this. I don't know what else to do and everything like that. So people basically don't agree with what we're saying. I don't know what else to talk about and do. I'm just doing what I could do. If somebody else got another plan or idea, hey, more power to you. I welcome you to try it. If you could replace what I'm doing and you have a better idea, I'll succeed to anybody. You know, you know, and so it is what it is. But it is what it is. Let me see. I'm going to talk about this situation in the Congo. It's very disturbing. I have mixed feelings about this. One, I do agree with the death penalty, right? I do agree with the death penalty, right? But on the other hand, is you cannot have a country that impoverished, right, and expect to have some sort of you could only have the death penalty, right? I believe when you did everything in your power to provide the people with the best things, were the best things that society has. You could only do that. You could only do that when you basically providing. Uh, you know, this is for fair use. And then warning. Some of this stuff may be graphic. This is what happened in the Congo. See these young men. This is Africa. This is what Burundi want us to go
Imagine
through
execution of
right
over
now.
200 prisoners, a chilling display that will shock not only Congo,
200
but the entire
young
world.
men executed in
How
Congo.
could such a horrifying
What
event unfold
the
in
reason
modern
why is because
Africa?
the country's
What
corrupt
does this say
and the
about
country
Congo
does
justice
absolutely
system,
nothing for the
its
people or not.
leadership,
So when
and
the
the
country
depth of
descends into
corruption that
chaos,
allowed this
they're
tragedy
gonna
to happen?
basically use these
In this
poor
video,
guys as
we'll dive
scapegoats.
into the events that led to
When you
one of the
put them in
most
a
cruel
violent
acts
situation
in
where it's
recent
still
African history.
and you
Stay
break
with
people
us as
down
we
to
unpack
the
the
fact
full
that they're
story,
animals,
review the
and then
hidden
you act
truths,
all
and
self-righteous
discuss the
by executing
implication for
people like
justice
this.
and humanity.
Yes,
To
this
ride on,
happened
please don't forget
just
to
the
like
last couple of
and
days.
subscribe. On a day like this, the world watched a horror as 200 prisoners were executed publicly in the Democratic Republic of Congo. This was not a hidden atrocity, but a spectacle designed to send a message. But why? Who were these individuals? And what crime led to such extreme punishment? These questions have rattled not just Congo, but also human rights advocates worldwide. The heart of this tragedy lies in Congo justice system, a system riddled with corruption and inefficiency. For decades, Congo justice process has been criticized for turning a blind eye to fairness and transparency. Reports suggest that many of these prisoners were victims of arbitrary arrest, forced confessions, or trials that barely met the minimum standard of due process. This mass execution exposed a deeply flawed justice system that continues to crumble under the weight of system corruption. Among the 200 prisoners were a mix of alleged criminals, political dissidents, and individuals accused of minor offenses. Many were awaiting trials, while others have been convicted under questionable circumstances. International human rights organizations have raised concerns that some of these individuals were scapegoats, caught in the crossfire of a corrupt system desperate to showcase power rather than justice. Critics argue that Congo leadership played a pivotal role in enabling this horrific event. A government failure to reform the justice system and curb corruption has fueled an environment where such atrocities can occur. Was this mass execution a desperate attempt to assert authority, or does it reflect a deeper cultural and systematic issue within Congo leadership? The global community has condemned the public execution, with a human rights organization calling it one of the darkest moments in recent African history. Amnesty International and the United Nations have demanded accountability, urging Congo to reevaluate its justice practice. But will this global outrage lead to meaningful change, or will it fade into yet another ignored tragedy? I must say, this public execution in Congo is not just a story about justice gone wrong. It's a wake-up call for the entire African continent and the world. It forces us to ask, how do we address systematic corruption? How do we protect human rights in fragile states? And most importantly, how does this leader sleep knowing fully well over 200 people were killed because they never got the justice they deserved? Drop your comments on the comment section and don't forget to like and subscribe. Till next time, bye for now.
Let's see, I'll find another one. Congo executions. Let's see. Okay. 3 of the guys that was sent there were white guys from Utah. White guys from white Americans from Utah.
ChargeBee powers the recurring revenue models of over 6,500 subscription businesses across multiple industries. Choose ChargeBee for your subscription needs today.
3 U.S. citizens were among 37 defendants sentenced to death by a military court on Friday for their role in a failed coup in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Armed men briefly occupied an office of the presidency on May 19th before their leader, U.S.-based Congolese politician Christian Malanga, was killed by security forces. His son Marcel Malanga was among the Americans on trial, along with Marcel's friend Tyler Thompson, who played high school football with him in Utah. Both are in their 20s. The third American, Benjamin Zalman Paloon, was a business associate of Christian Malanga. All 3 were found guilty of criminal conspiracy, terrorism, and other charges, and sentenced to death in a ruling read on live TV. Malanga had previously told the court that his father had threatened to kill him unless he participated. He also told the court it was his first time visiting Congo at the invitation of his father, whom he had not seen in years. The Americans are among some 50 people, including U.S., British, Canadian, Belgian, and Congolese citizens standing trial following the failed coup.
Okay. I think you get the gist of this, right? Let's see, play this. I don't know if this is the one we already played.
Imagine the execution of over 200 prisoners, a chilling display that will shock not only Congo, but the entire world. How could such a horrifying event unfold in modern Africa, What does this say about Congo justice system, its leadership, and the depth of corruption that allowed this tragedy to happen? In this video, we'll dive into the events that led to one of the most cruel acts in recent African history. Stay with us as we unpack the full story, review the hidden truths, and discuss the implication for justice and humanity. To ride on, please don't forget to like and subscribe. On a day like this, the world watched a horror as 200 prisoners were executed publicly in the Democratic Republic of Congo. This was not a hidden atrocity, but a spectacle designed to send a message. But why? Who were these individuals? And what crime led to such extreme punishment? These questions have rattled not just Congo, but also human rights advocates worldwide. The heart of this tragedy lies in Congo justice system, a system riddled with corruption and inefficiency. For decades, Congo justice process has been criticized for turning a blind eye to fairness and transparency. Reports suggest that many of these prisoners were victims of arbitrary arrest, forced confessions, or trials that barely met the minimum standard of due process. This mass execution exposed a deeply flawed justice system that continues to crumble under the weight of system corruption. Among the 200 prisoners were a mix of alleged criminals, political dissidents, and individuals accused of minor offenses. Many were awaiting trials, while others have been convicted under questionable circumstances. International human rights organizations have raised concerns that some of these individuals were scapegoats, caught in the crossfire of a corrupt system desperate to showcase power rather than justice. Critics argue that Congo leadership played a pivotal role in enabling this horrific event. The government failure.
Let me say something. This is not just the Congo. Ghana recently, last year, had a no, the State Department can't get involved with Americans. They're done. America does not have that sort of power anymore. Once you do something in these countries right here where they really know diplomatic relations, those Americans, they went over there and participated in a coup. The United States basically will throw them under the bus because it definitely wants the minerals out of the Congo. It's not going to do anything. The State Department is powerless. There's Americans languishing in jails all over the world because the United States government does not get involved in the thing, And just because this is what I'm talking, this is all of Africa. This can happen in any country in Africa right now. This right here can happen in Kenya, it can happen in Ghana, it can happen in Nigeria. Any country in Africa is basically this could happen in, so this could happen in any country in Africa, So I don't know. So we have to really start to think about this whole Pan-African stuff like this, because as long as these people, these ooga boogas and everything, got guns and power and the power of state, and they could do it, stuff like that, we're putting ourselves in danger by getting ourselves involved in Africa at any level, any sort of level. This could happen, So this is why I say we have to do things the right way when we talk about dealing with the continent, The United States is not going to overthrow governments in Africa unless they basically have a reason to, Saving a couple of American lives is not worth the United States government getting involved in these areas like this. The United States basically supports the DR Congo. It's a puppet. One of the things that comes along with that is America recognizes this so-called sovereignty. Executing somebody who breaks your laws is part of your sovereignty. If the DR Congo would dismiss the case against these Americans, that would be a violation of their sovereignty. And that's the one thing that they're not going to let that happen. America, when it comes to a country's sovereignty, let me tell you something. When you go to a foreign country, they'll tell you that, you got to obey their laws. You can't go in there with guns blazing and committing crimes and whatnot. They're going to deal with you, and there's nothing that's part of the diplomat. If you look at the treaties between the United States and these countries, they both agree. They have extradition treaties, You cannot commit crimes in these countries and they expect you, because you're American, you're going to get away with it. It doesn't work like that, So I try to tell people like Chukwu, but be careful what you do in Nigeria. You think a U.S. passport is going to save you? You're sadly mistaken. The United States is not going to overthrow a government to save you. So this is what it is, folks. I'm just telling you the real stuff like this. But the problem I'm trying to say tonight is like when you have a black successful country, right? A successful country, is that a mortal sin? Like when the way they attacked Rwanda. Now this is the country, the Congo. Everybody keeps talking about like, oh, the Congo was being suffering for Paul Kagame. Now looking at the Congo right now, what just happened? 200 people executed, and it really get down to it. The root of it is poverty, and instability, and corruption. That's what causes the crime and the decay in civilization. Unlike people like Chukwu who thinks only Black America has a problem with crime, poverty, and stuff like that. It's rampant on the African continent. A whole continent is poor, and this can happen in any country, as you say right now, because the level of poverty, the type of poverty in Africa is nowhere experienced anywhere else in the world. Right? So when you have young men, the most dangerous thing in any country is ambitious young men. And these people that are being executed are just nothing but young men who need direction. All those young men who could be building roads, putting up buildings, building infrastructure so that put to work, there's nothing for them. So of course they're going to turn to gangs and crime and stuff like that to get out of poverty. Same way why the Somalis were hijacking ships at sea, poverty. It drives people to do that, So I'm not going to hold them to the same standards I hold myself because there's no excuse for me. I come from a rich country, there's no excuse for me to get into crime. But these people right here are living in a different circumstance, they're living in totally different circumstances. So I don't know what the future holds and everything like that. All I know is something has to give. We can't keep going on saying and I can't listen to people telling me about fucking Kala, become an African, join the tribe, just go to Africa. But no, we can't do that. We cannot do that because our culture would be if we build something in Africa, we're gonna make sure everybody has a standard of living and a basic way of life. We don't give a shit. This idea of you got people getting super rich while the masses of people suffering in poverty and young men that are idling and doing nothing and everything is a recipe for disaster. And this is what you have. The Congo is basically like, what are we going to do with all these young men? We going to execute them all? You going to kill them all? Still fearing them, that they go right? No, you got to stop it. It's just going to make the situation even worse. For the 200 they executed, right? There's going to be thousands of more. They're going to take their place. What are you going to do? Have a genocide? You can't execute your way out of this to salvation. The best thing the Congo needs to do is really seriously think about building itself up and when that way it could give people civilization, a chance at life. If you can't do that, then it is what it is. The Congo needs to become a trusteeship and let the West or whoever, China, whoever let's administer it. That's what I feel right now. If you cannot get your country to a certain level, I think, the U.S., whoever, the Britain, whoever, the powers that be, or Russia, whoever, or take your country and take your sovereignty and suspend your membership in the UN and you don't get recognized as a state anymore. That's what I believe, But people are like, oh, no, like I don't believe people entitled having the power of sovereignty is a right. I don't think it's a right. It's something that's earned. It's something that needs to be maintained by maintaining the rule of law, and common decency and common everything among the average person. If you cannot do that, then you forfeit your right to a sovereign state. That's why when people tell me, well, yeah, these countries, blah, blah, you got these countries. That's what I say. Well, I can't basically, validate in these countries. None of these countries are legitimate. When I tell you none of these countries are legitimate, now you see what I mean. The Congo is nothing but a province of the Belgian, and the Western powers. So therefore, when we talk about taking territory for ourselves and everything, yeah, we're justified. Because these countries don't exist. They exist by force. There's nothing about these countries that are legitimate. Their borders are fake. Everything about these countries are fake. How can you freaking execute like 200 young men for just being poor? That's it. For being poor. You're poor and you don't have anything, and you turn to crime and everything. A lot of people are executed for petty crimes. You know, executed. You can't get a life back. That's not like flogging somebody or putting them in jail. That's really. And then they publicly executed somebody to denigrate them and humiliate them in public. You know. I don't know about that, Chukwo, you know? So, yeah, Chris, yeah, they're a bunch of fucking savages, you know? So when people say, Colin, why you keep calling African savages? Because I'm just going by what I see. You know, I'm just going by what I see. I'm just telling you what I see, how I see it. You know? That right there just proved a lot to me. You know, in broad daylight, in front of the whole world. The whole world watching, and you're freaking stringing people up and executing, just like what happened to our ancestors on the beaches of Liberia and Monrovia in 1980. For the whole world to see, you made a spectacle of executing somebody. What is wrong with the African mind? You know, why is only Africans do that? You know, what is about Africans that they always sink to a level of savagery that I don't see in other people around the world? And these are the people that people are always telling me I gotta respect. I gotta worship, and I'm sorry, I can't do that. I'm sorry, you cannot get my respect anymore. You know, so it is what it is. So we got to figure this thing out. You know, this got to be a revolution. This got to be a revolution. There's the only way. We need a revolution. You know, that's all it is. There's no way the black race is still suffering from colonialism, slavery, and all these things that started all this. And Africa and the black man, the race needs a revolution. Yeah, Chris. Yeah, they destroyed Liberia. You know, they destroyed Liberia, out of envy and jealousy and hatred. That's all it was. It wasn't about them being oppressed. It was about envy. And I see right now, I see some of these people, some of these Liberians, what they be saying online and whatnot. They're completely unrepentant about the really level of degradation and poverty they left behind. You know, they left the degradation and poverty behind in Liberia. So the bottom line, and they're unrepentant. They always make it seem like it's somebody else's fault, whatever like that, why they're poor. And then when they have a chance to get out of poverty, they destroyed that, So Liberia will never be great again, Ross Boyster. It'll never be great. Our people are gone, so Liberia is gone. It'll never be great again, You hand those people a whole country. The DR Congo has the richest in minerals on the face of the earth, right? But yes, one of the poorest countries on earth. How's that possible? The country with the most minerals, got every mineral known to man, but it's the poorest country in the freaking world. How is that possible? There's something wrong with the African mind, right? So excuse me if I don't believe in your Ubuntu, let's all work together bullshit, I'm sorry. I cannot subject my people to the African mind. It's not going to happen, My people are not going to ever be on a freaking pole getting shot again. That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen, No, it's not Western interference. It's African interference keeps Africa poor. What gets me is Why is it that Chuko, whenever there's problems in Black America, he blames Black America? When we talk about Africa, it's the West. No, I don't believe it's the West. It's Africa itself. I'm sick and tired of that. The African was, they always make us like fools. We go there, yeah, man, racism, white supremacy, calling that's bullshit. I study Africa enough, you know. We're bringing Africa's problems come from Africa, you know. Yeah. Yeah. I'm glad you read my book, Chris. Yeah, my novel was something off the chain. Journey to the Promised Land. Yeah, my novel was off the chain. If you ever ordered on Amazon, you can order on Amazon Kindle. Read the book, you know. You can't wait for it to come in the mail. Order it, download it on Kindle, you know. Ross Moisture says BS. You know, shut up, Ross Moisture. You don't know what you're talking about. Now, like I said, the reason why people hate what I say, because they know I'm telling the truth. You know, I bother people when I'm telling the truth, you know. So Ross Moisture says, I'm pro-tribe. Go ahead. Okay, Ross Moisture. Why don't you go to the DR Congo, you know, and express yourself and tell you, and watch you, Ross Moisture, I'll be laughing when they have you strung up on that goddamn pole. Because some other tribal group don't like the tribal group you represent. And next thing you know, you're getting shot on a damn pole because tribalism and all kind of savage stuff that you're into. You're tribalist and you love white people, man. That's the most dangerous conversation. Most African tribalists love white women. They love bootlicking white people and stuff like this. They hate other black people, but they love white people. You know, that's the one thing you know about most tribalists, you know? So it is what it is, man. So yeah, Liberia was a miracle, you know. Bottom line is, how do you explain how Africans have a big state like the Congo, you know? It's like 2 times the size, 3 times the size of Nigeria. And basically, it's fucking least developed, poor, and everything like that. You know, how the hell that happened, you know? They got more minerals than any other country in the world combined, yet they're friggin' dirt poor. That's just a shame. Well, are there African Americans there oppressing them? No. They'll figure, you know something? If you ask these Africans know enough, what's the problem with Africans and why they do like that? Well, it's because some people allude to that. Black America is the cause of Africa's dysfunction. Well, I said, how the fuck? We're way the fuck over here. Well, they watch a lot of y'all movies and stuff like that, and that's why they start acting gangster. Like, don't take no responsibility for themselves and whatnot. Everything in Africa either blame the white man or they blame us. You know, because they like the gang culture, blah blah, Black America, and so they act like gangsters. And that's what's coming next. You know, the gangs and problem in the DR Congo. Yeah, that's what you get for acting like a Black American. You know, a Akana. Or not. You know, the bottom line, same thing that happened in Ghana. Recently, there was a whole bunch of people sentenced to death in Ghana for a so-called failed coup attempt against Nana Addo a few years ago, right? And they convicted the people based on a WhatsApp group. They got a hold to a WhatsApp group where people are stupid enough to be communicating by WhatsApp what they're going to do. And that's the evidence. They had all the people that was in that WhatsApp group was arrested and got the death penalty. You know, that was in Ghana like 2 years ago. You know, so you're gonna have Kenya too. Kenya's gonna have executions. All these people, if they carry out these executions in Uganda, Kenya, Africa is like a bloodbath. The only country in Africa that doesn't have the death penalty for the most part is South Africa. You know, so it is what it is. You know, because the Congo people, the reason why they have babies in minds, because they fundamentally a system that does not give a shit on the people. If you don't give a system that does not care about the people, don't provide for the people, it has no right, right executing people when it fails. You know, you could execute people when the society agrees that the society did everything it can to provide for the people and the people had a way of life and everything. then you could justify having a death penalty. But you cannot justify having a death penalty when the society is in chaos like that. You cannot do it. So, but it is what it is. It is what it is. That's why I tell people all the time, please don't go preaching to me about these fucking African countries that we need to integrate with them. We're going to do something in Africa. We need our own nation, our own land, our own state, or we can govern ourselves and everything, because it's not going to ever work with these people. Never. In a million years. So with that, let me put a link in the chat room. And remember, if you call in, let's stick on the topic. The topic is being black and successful, not just in America, but in Africa. Like Paul Kagame, he's committing a mortal sin by having a successful state. Rwanda, when all the people, the Congo, blah, blah, blah. Now you see what the Congo's all about, right? The Congo's all right. Is that all the problems in the Congo? Is that Paul Kagame? The Paul Kagame friggin' line all 200 boys up on a pole and shot him publicly. Was that Paul Kagame who did that? So it is what it is, Ross Moisture, man. And we got these Ross Moisture characters, whatnot, It's a pity. It's just a freaking pity, a real pity that we're going through this in 2024, 5. I don't know what you're talking about, Brody. What you need to be talking about is your Ubuntu land, the Congo, or not. Why is it so fucked up right now? You know. Ross Moisture, and then you got Kung Fu Fanta, a white guy. It is what it is. No, Chuko don't need to call in. He has nothing smart. He has nothing good to say. It's just the same most stupid babble he always just says. Not integrating with no one, bro. We do not integrate with primitive people, Ross Moise. Not you Haitians, not continental Africans. We do not integrate with primitive people. Sorry, don't work like that. No, you're a white man, Kung Fu Fanta. You're a Caucasian white man. Chuko's an idiot. Yeah, sure, I'm a peasant. So what? Haitians are come people from a shithole country. Haiti. Ross Boysha, I would have more respect for what you're saying if you went to Haiti and did something. That country is a fucking shithole, man. Really, it's embarrassing. I'm not a homicidal maniac. I'm not a homicidal maniac. Who knows where Elvis is at? Hopefully he stays away. He's just annoying. You know. It is what it is. It is what it is, folks. Well, but this is what we're talking about tonight. It's like being black and successful is a mortal sin. It's like, it's like, yeah, man, you're driving down the road. Yeah, I got a nice car. No, no, no. See, like I said, you say it's like to the point where if you basically you got to go with other people. Let's see what Ahmed has to say. Ahmed, what's on your
Chief
mind?
Caller, man. How you doing?
Doing
Chief
good.
Caller, man. How you doing today, sir?
I'm doing good, man. You asked me that. What's on? What's on your mind?
Man, so what's this show about today, man? Is Black Insane?
Well, no, I'm just saying. What I wanted to talk about is black successful as sin. Yeah, I think it is. It's a mortal sin. Like, let me give you an example. Right, I hate to say this. Right,
Nah, you
it's
say no, man. What you say there's truth in it. Like even if it's like disrespectful or like belittle people, you know what I'm trying to say? There's truth behind everything.
yeah.
There's some kind of
Also, it's everything. It's like, let me say this. Right, black people have a problem, right, with other black people who may be better looking, more money. Black people have this thing. If you're not all holding your head down in shame and have the same self-hate issues, the money issues, racism issues. Some black people really don't go through racism like other black people do. That's another thing. Some black people are successful in America despite racism and everything like that. So I'm saying is this: when those black people like act like they live in their life and they're not bothered by white people or racism, there's something wrong. He must be a coon. He must be an Uncle Tom. He must be a bootlicker. No, it could be just he's focused on his money and success and everything. He's not trying to this. But when you look at social media, black people, all they do is sit around and talk like Phil Scott. Sit around and talk about dim people. And these people up there. You look at Phil Scott's people, all his women he got there. They're not real journalists. These are freaking welfare mothers. Talk about we need to get our reparations. No, you need to get a fucking real job.
Oh, Phil Scott over there by the that channel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's a fucking annoying. So we gotta get some. He always said we gotta get something. Get what?
I mean, he's changed a little bit. He's kind of Tariq a little bit now.
Yeah, the body and that stupid FBA shit.
Yeah,
What about
he's drinking that Kool-Aid.
FBA? Yeah, dumb.
Just a little bit.
FBA shit.
Yeah,
The retarded shit.
yeah. I mean, about what you say that there's truth behind it, man. Because sometimes when you are successful, you get hate by your people a lot.
Yeah, you said no. The problem is, you're gonna get hate, but when people try to say like you're no longer black,
that's dumb as fuck.
That's stupid as shit. You're no longer black.
That's dumb as hell.
Basically, in other words, only white people could be educated. Only white people could read properly. Only white people could be articulate. Only white people are smart.
All right,
that's what they're basically saying.
Yeah. I ran into this girl one day.
Treat us equally. We're equal. The same black people will sit there and tell you that they built civilization, they built pyramids and whatnot. But they think math is racism. If you're good at math, you trying to be white. Math is a white man's thing. Freaking stupid niggas.
That's dumb as fuck, man. Like, I ran into this girl one day, right? I think about 2 years ago. Man, her folks live on Upper Marlboro. So Upper Marlboro, within that area, right? They call it Black Excellence, right? These massive houses, couple millions, right? So then, I went up there, and the girl, she just met her folks and the entire neighborhood. She's like, man, these people are bougie and this and that. I want to be somewhere within the hood, blah blah blah. Like stuff like that, like dealing with like problems that's not. What I'm trying to say. I'm like, I looked at her. I said, look, you live right here. Your neighbor is always down the street. You got endless parking space. It's quiet as hell out here. Why the hell you want to be in a neighborhood where it's gonna be difficult for you to find parking space? You're gonna hear all type of noise, all type of this and that. You know what I'm trying to say? It's like she wanted to get
some black people. I know so many black people that grew up middle class.
I could not believe it, man.
And they go and they are more attracted to the hood life. I know so many girls that grew up middle class, nice house, 2 pair of homes, and now they're in the projects being baby mamas. I have seen that so many times. They think They're just keeping it real. They gotta be. That's what really
Private-
black has been about.
Yeah, private gate and everything. Black excellence over there in Upper Marlboro. Couple millions.
But
millions.
black people secretly
I looked
resent that, and they basically rebel against their own success. You know, that's why you can never get no place with, like, when people talk about what are we gonna do, I say, I know what I'm gonna do. Stay away from you Negroes. You know.
Yeah, but she tried to like attach it with skin color. You know what I'm trying to say? I'm like, yeah. I'm like, do you know what it's like living in certain like projects down in DC? What you gotta go through every day, every weekly?
I've been there, done that, man.
Man,
I was done that. Been there, done that, living in poverty.
I looked at her. I said, man. It's like it's like a crackhead looking for a crack, man. What you said is true about people like that. I looked there. I said, eventually, when your folks pass away, you gonna lose everything.
Yeah, well, that's what some people want. They want to keep it real. You know, they want to be really authentically black. You can only be black if you're in the hood. You know, and you always you gotta be having a problem with law enforcement. You gotta have a problem with all this stupid stuff you go to, and they think that's being black. You know?
Yeah, people stealing your packages. Man, people.
That's part of being black. You know?
All that type of shit.
You know, you can't go.
People piss on the floor in the hallway.
Let me tell you something. Where I live at, right? I worked hard for where I live at. You know. Oh no, Elvis! What the fuck is that? I thought I had a night off from this clown. You know. Anyway, check us out. Where I live at, right? It can be 1 o'clock in the morning, right? This is how nice it is. I could go to a place called Royal Farm. It's a gas station, convenience store. I can go get me a 2-piece chicken with some fries. So those cut up fries, potato fries, and they got this sauce, Chesapeake sauce, delicious, right? With a 2-piece fried chicken. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. It could be 1 o'clock in the morning with a drink, whatever like that, and I'm chilling. If I lived in the hood and whatnot, you know, you're just out of luck. Because all the freaking stores and whatnot are closed past 9 o'clock, you know? And it's like this. So why the fuck do I want to go back to that shit, you know? Let me get this goofball Elvis on. And Ahmed, what do you think about when I played the video about the people executing the Congo?
Oh, I just came online. Man.
So check this out. The people, it harkens back to when those people were executed in Liberia in 1980, right? It's like this. What I want to know is, why are Africans so savage, you know? And they broadcast this publicly to the whole world.
You talking about that coup that happened a couple months ago?
Yeah, there was a coup. That was one of it. But other than they round up 200 people, they call them criminals, whatever like that, and publicly executed them.
Because you dealing with, you know, Congo is different. Congo is different.
Yeah, like these are the people always complaining about Rwanda is the source of their problems.
No,
I don't want to hear nothing about Rwanda ever again.
Congo needs Africa to come and uplift them.
No, it needs Africa to come. Somebody needs to come to Congo, overthrow the government, and put the country under trusteeship and mandate. You know,
yes, but
have a government for at least 30, 40 years.
Yeah, but Congo, Congo is attached to the West.
Well, the bottom of whoever it is, I don't care whoever it is. All I know is Congo needs to lose its sovereignty. It needs to lose its stateship. It should lose its member of the UN. It's just a freaking savage place. And I'll say that as a person.
But Congo is being pillaged by the West. I
don't buy that, bro. Everything you see in Africa is because Africans let it happen, just like slavery. I am sick and tired of Africans always coming to see. What you got to do is, if you're going to talk like that, you got to go to somebody else's channel. On this channel, Black people, we take responsibility for ourselves. Congo is what it is because of wicked, evil Black African men, right? And they partner with the West. Everything you see out of Congo is because somebody in Africa invited them in to exploit. So I'm sick of Africans portraying themselves like they're stupid. You know, then they want to wonder, why you think Africans are inferior? On one hand, you're telling me you're too stupid to know right from wrong. On the other hand, you're telling me, yeah, you know what you're doing. You know, I don't understand that. You got to be one or the other. If you don't know what you're doing and the West is exploiting you because you're too stupid, and just admit it, yeah, you're inferior, like I always thought, or just say, yeah, you know something, we're corrupted. We got to take responsibility for ourselves when it ain't the West, it's us.
Okay, man. Okay, caller. you could use that same argument in America too.
Same thing. I say the same thing. You know, I don't believe in this idea that the white man is holding black people back. I don't believe that shit. You know, I don't believe it.
No. I don't. It's the system that a lot of black
I
folks don't understand.
don't believe that. I don't believe it, because if it was that the case, then I wouldn't be where I'm at in life. You know.
Yeah, but you just
where I'm at in life.
You just individual. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, no, but every black person I know, every black person I know
that just love ghetto life.
Hold on. Every black person, yeah. Some people just like that, like they don't have no ambition. They don't want to do nothing better for themselves. That's not my fault. That's not the system's fault.
Yeah, you know, but every race has people like that.
Better. That's all they want to do.
Yeah, but every race has people like that.
Well,
but
so
the problem is,
hey, look, and the bottom line is, I don't have no empathy for people like that. You know, if you don't want to do better with your life, whatever like that, you know, fine. But don't sit here and tell me that it's the white man when I'm going through the same thing you're going through, but I somehow know how to beat the white man. And,
yeah, but Carla, people like you, if you was back home, they take your life.
Well, I don't know. That's why I'm not living there. That's why I'm not living in Africa.
Yeah,
I don't live in Africa.
Certain things you just can't talk openly in Africa.
Because the bottom line is this: if you got people that don't want to be civilized, I can't be around you. You know, that's the way I see it. You know.
Yeah, but if you like certain things like up here, you could talk about the government in certain ways and everything.
No, Talbot is like, I got mine, you gotta get yours. I said, no, I'm not one of those type of dudes. I'm just saying you gotta want yours, right? Like I wanted mine. No, if you don't want anything, you're not gonna get yours. Tolliver, you know, okay, boo boo. You know,
look at the last president of Ghana, right? The last president of Ghana that just left out, right?
Right.
This guy tried to build a cathedral, right?
Yeah, but there's a lot of people like my guy Louis. He'll be on tonight, and he says it's a good idea. I don't know. I'm not.
How the hell is that a good idea?
I don't know. I'm not Ghanaian, so I don't know.
A cathedral, 400 million. Do you know what 400 million could do to like investment, like open up something?
Yeah, but those.
What the hell a cathedral? I mean, I don't want to bring religion into it too much.
Jobs, isn't it?
Yeah, but let's be real. Let's be real, Carl. You know, let's be real, because I try to stay away from like Africans when it comes to religion. I try my best because I know how they behave. I know how they behave like when it comes to religion. So I try my best to stay away from it because I'm the opposite of it. You know what I'm trying to say? But let's be real. If a country is the second highest in debt, and then you telling me you're gonna spend $400 million to open up a cathedral, what's the real benefits from them people? Million. No, it was 400. I saw the news.
No, it was only 100 million.
Okay, but still, what's the real beneficial for those people?
I have no idea. I'm not Ghanaian. I'm not Ghanaian.
Tyler, can I come in here?
Go ahead.
All right. Please let me say my statement quickly, and then you can come in. What's up, man? What's up to Tyler? Look, I think on the topic tonight, I think the issue that most people have with those people who have success is the ones who tend to, turn their nose up at those who are in a weaker economic state than they are. Those who, pirate or regurgitate Republican talking point about pulling yourself up by the bootstraps. I did it. Sometimes in acquiring wealth, you might have to have a little luck. Maybe if you have some connections, you have some position of privilege that can help you become successful. But usually success will come through education. That's the most surefire way to get success. So I don't think people hate successful Black people. I think they dislike those who are successful and then try to denigrate them for being less economically successful because they have reached some economic success in their life. But Black people and Black people as a whole on the continent in the United States, they appreciate those who go back and try to help other Black people who are in weaker economic situation than they are. And I think those people are always appreciated. That's why the likes of Bill Cosby and other people who have come back and helped their people and try to uplift them. And like Jonathan would say, the NBA players in Oakland who are doing things to help Black people start businesses, those people I love and admire for their helping hand to help other Black people find success. So it's not a hatred. It's just those who are snobby and turn their noses up at people who are less fortunate than they are.
Here's the problem. A lot of people think that just because you have a little bit, they automatically assume you're snobby and stuff like that, and they feel like they're entitled. That's the whole problem. When you feel like you're entitled to what somebody else did, that's one thing. Somebody want to give from the heart and whatnot. You know, if you quite like Muhammad Ali, he gave a lot of his wealth away quietly. He didn't get headlines. And a lot of these NBA players do it to get headlines and pat on the back and everything. Look what I did, blah blah blah. But Muhammad Ali, I remember him. He used to always give away a lot of money. He didn't buy cars. He denied himself a lot of stuff to help poor people and help his people and stuff like that. Just help people in general and stuff like that. So I can respect. Same with Bill Cosby. You know, he basically gave a lot of money away just because, you know, he thought it was the right thing to do, you know. And still, what did the black people do? We turned their back on Bill Cosby. We make fun of him. Come on, Bill Cosby and stuff like that. They made fun of him. We didn't stick by him. And we didn't give him the benefit of that. We didn't hear his side of the story. So, you know, that's what I said. And what it is black people simply thought there was something wrong with somebody having wealth and success. And they feel like if you're going to have wealth and success, all your money belongs to them. You know, they think they're entitled to all your wealth. You're like, Jay-Z's worth $2 billion. They think Jay-Z ought to give $1 billion away to black people, you know. Like that.
That's not true, Carla. Before the prosecution of Bill Cosby came up, people held him in high esteem. Before everything came out about him putting Quaaludes and winning drinks, people held him in high esteem.
Look, not necessarily. Michael Eric Dyson. I'll play a video. Michael Eric Dyson was leading a campaign against Cosby ever since he did that Pookie and the Pound Cake speech. That was back in 2004. So Bill Cosby was under attack from very progressive elements of the black community, right? And despite everything he did.
You had some people who felt like he was talking down to Black America. He was trying to make him look foolish. People didn't like that. Some people.
That's what comes with it. If you give $100 million thing to your community and you did all that for the black community, you're in a position of moral authority. You can talk about that, you know. And that's what
and then the hypocrisy was he himself was immoral.
Well, hold on. No. When I'm saying the moral authority about the black issues, he was not immoral about the black issues. He did some things in his personal life.
He was personally immoral.
Oh, no, but the stuff he gave to Black America, you know, he always gave us good, clean comedy and say something we yearn for. He gave us a better image with the Cosby Show and stuff like that. He made us proud, you know, with the Cosby Show and stuff like that. The images he put out there, publicly hosted Felicia Rashad's marriage and whatnot, you know, on live television, and you know, did a spin-off to the Cosby Show, Different World. So
Kyla, if a pimp was making a television show and telling kids to stay in school, stay off drugs, will you take that person seriously or call him a hypocrite?
Bill Cosby was not a pimp.
No, I'm just giving an example. If a person who is morally bankrupt is trying to give some more, you know,
Bill Cosby, okay. The fact that look at Quincy Jones, that guy.
He didn't have the moral rectitude to try to, you know, chastise people when he himself was morally flawed.
You know, it's all about what you expect, because the bottom line is this: people sit there and worship Hugh Hefner to this day. He was nothing but a pimp. You know?
Yeah, nobody holds Hugh Hefner as a moral person in moral high esteem. Nobody holds him in that regard.
So it doesn't matter. It's like people use that to discredit Bill Cosby, but the bottom line, they don't have it. So if you really knew about what some of these actors and stuff like that, like Thomas Jefferson slept with a 15-year-old girl, but he has bridges and he's on currency. He slept with a 15-year-old girl.
Yeah, by virtue of being a founding father of this country and a president.
About morals and whatnot, because these people that a country you come and swear allegiance to, George Washington, these people actually own human beings. You know? So when people start talking about Bill Cosby,
and you have black people protesting against these people for being slave masters, and white people say it doesn't matter. They are the founding fathers. We should respect them regardless.
George Washington, he's a father of the country, right? And that ain't changing. Same thing with Thomas Jefferson. These are founding fathers, you know, and everybody respects them, regardless of what they did. I see Bill Cosby as one of our founding fathers in Black America. That's the way I see him. So yes, he has his faults. Same way Jefferson had his faults. Washington has flaws. Ben Franklin was a whoremonger. You know, he had all kinds of wild orgies and parties and everything like that. But he's on a $50 bill, right? So that's what I'm talking about. But when it comes to black people, everybody wants this holiday and now stuff and everything like that. Stuff that they don't freaking hold white people up to.
Yeah, but Carla, if you're gonna compare that, that's the reason why white folks have the control. So if white folks have
they have power. I don't mean I have to. I'm not a bootlicker. A bootlicker will sit there and tell you that it's different white people because they rule.
No, I understand
world.
what you're saying. I agree. Yes. I agree with your point, 100%. I agree with your point. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm not disagreeing with you. Just like you always said, black folks in this country have never gotten their due, especially in a position of authority, from state-wise to federal-wise, completely. You know what I'm trying to say? So if they have never had a chance like that, so how can you compare those two men?
No, I'm saying Bill Cosby, in the minds of black people,
Bill Cosby was a great man because of
had
what
the
he
same
did.
esteem among Black America that George Washington and them had among white people. That's
George Washington was way worse than Bill Cosby. Way worse.
I know, but I'm saying that my point I'm trying to make is you never hear anybody when they talk about George Washington, they never say he was an immoral man or Thomas Jefferson was an immoral man, which they were, you know.
Because you go back, who controls the
well, it doesn't matter who controls. Look, we're on this platform here. We're on this platform right here, right? Yeah, I call it the mainstream media is going to be like that, but we're on a black platform right here. This is where
but people like us don't have like authorities forced to fit to like what you trying to say. So you
look, but like I said, that's why we have these platforms, and we could create our own narrative on this platform. What I say is, Thomas, if you're going to condemn Bill Cosby, you need to condemn Thomas Jefferson, George Washington.
It's not even close. Thomas Jefferson was
the first.
Yeah, Carl, I condemn them too. They're horrible, racist.
How can you
I do. Elvis? Have you ever heard my view on those people?
Elvis, but you chose to come to this country, though.
Yeah, I came here for economic. You think when I came into this country as a 10-year-old, I knew the history of this country, Carla?
So how you gonna be in a country you don't know the history of it?
I came here as a 10-year-old. You think I went on the internet at that time to come into this country?
Well, now you know the history of it. Why you swear?
Well, should I go back to Africa because I know the history? Come with me, Carla. Let's go to Africa since we know the history of this country.
No, I'm saying you volunteered to come to stay in this country, right? Knowing full well what it's all about.
Yeah, the same reason you stay here, Carla. You can move back to Liberia right now if you want to.
Born here, though, you know.
Yeah, but you're not forced to stay here. You can move.
My people are here. That's the difference.
Yeah, my family is here too, Carla. Majority of my family, my entire immediate family and extended family is here, Carla.
Your people, and I'm not saying you should go back. Don't get me wrong, but your people are in Liberia. You know, you live in America. My people, Black America, are mostly 99% are here in America.
My family, my immediate family is here, Carla.
It doesn't matter, but your people are in Liberia.
I mean, you just don't want me to be here. You don't want me to enjoy the milk and honey of this nation, Carla. You're so mad that I'm here and enjoying the same lifestyle you're enjoying, Carla.
Look, I have no problem with you.
This is not the first time you've mentioned, go back to Liberia. Why don't you go back to... I'm not going back nowhere, Carla. I'm here to stay.
No, I'm just saying, I see all that virgin land sitting there in Grand Gita, and it's going to waste.
Go take it and develop it, Carla. It's free land. Go take it and develop it. Make it your Afghanistan.
That's what you should be doing. You know, I sure the hell would not be sitting here saluting America if I had a fucking country to actually go back to. You think
Carla, I'm here, bro. Tell that to the Indians. Tell that to the Russians. Tell that to the people from Bolivia. Tell that to all the other people who come to this country for a better life. Tell that to them.
Whatever, you know, whatever. But like I said, Ahmed, about the executions in the Congo.
Yeah,
know, it's like I said. It just basically harks back to the execution, the arbitrarily kangaroo court type shit of the execution of 1980.
Carla, I agree with you what you're saying. I agree with you what you're saying, but you gotta look at let's say if somebody let's say if you have a dog, right? You don't feed the dog in the house, right? The dog start acting up, start barking at you, right? You know, animal only treat you nice because you feed them and then you give them a home and stuff like that. So in like these countries in Africa, right? What we going against? We going against people that basically their developments in Europe is the downfall of Africa. So they're not just gonna allow just some
No, you
typical
see, I see.
Africa
Hold on.
open
Well,
their mouth
here's why I
and take over the
disagree. You're
country.
going by the white man, the Thanos theory.
No, I'm
know?
not going by the white man. I'm going by facts, man.
No, I'm saying,
When
but hold on.
okay.
You're going by the white man's Thanos theory. You know,
No,
there's
this
a
is not.
white
This,
man
okay,
in
okay,
Europe
okay.
pushing the
Look here.
button. That's the Wizard of Oz, bro. That's
Okay, okay,
black
okay.
people always
Look at.
had that thing
I'm
where
see.
they think there's a white man somewhere.
Hey, shout out to Mystic Dom. She's back on the chat. Welcome back,
Oh
big
Lord,
sis.
she's coming to give it to me. Mystic Dom, I miss you, bae. You know, bae. you
Look
know.
at Okay, look what happened. Look at like country like France. Look at country like Belgium. Look at country as England. All these countries has been taken out of Africa wealth, not just for the past 5 to 10 or 20 years. Their whole success is the downfall of Africa. When you relate it to resources.
I know that, but yeah,
so
I
you
know
know
that.
what I'm saying?
But
So
the
it's a
thing is,
system that
hold
you
up.
just can't go and
What
just
you
talk.
need to do is this, right? All the countries, Senegal, Sierra Leone, Liberia, the Congo, all these places like that need to just either, like when you're playing poker, you got to either cash your chips in and throw your cards in. That means you admit you lost and just take what you have left at home, whatever like that. That's what I think Africans ought to do. Just say, look, we tried to. We absolutely failed and whatnot. So let's basically put our countries in receivership and trusteeship, and let's do it. See what the world could do to help us out. You know, because right now Africa having sovereignty is not working. You know,
Africa
just
don't
got to
have
put it like
sovereignty.
that.
Stop with that, man. Africa don't have
No, I'm
sovereignty. The only three
dead
countries
serious. Do you
in
think Sierra
Africa.
Leone or you talking about
No,
trusteeship?
stop. That guy, Colin, that president right now, that Matabio in my country. I don't want to say certain things, but let's put it this way: he stole the election.
Yeah, so if you can't hold
He stole the
elections
election.
right,
You know who helped him
so
stole the election?
what's the point of having a country if you can't have right
who helped him stole
elections
the
and you
election?
can't have things
You know
right
who
and
helped him
everything?
you know who helped him stole the election?
Who?
The British government. His son is in England right now, living a good life. So these
But
are
let me
things,
ask you a
you know what I'm
question.
trying to say.
Why does this keep happening? You guys got independence back in the late 1960s, you know? Why are you still fuck with the British?
Yeah, but there's no I don't want to go back and forth and something like that. You gotta understand, these countries, they have, for them to survive, they don't have certain resources in their own land. You cannot maintain power in this world without controlling resource. Europe does not have it.
What do they not have?
You tell me what's resource that's in France.
I know that, but I'm saying is this
Okay,
a resource is only
Germany.
as good
Let's
as
go to
people have
Germany.
value for
None.
it.
Let's
Africa's
go to
never found value use
See
for
what
its
I'm saying?
resources. That's why
Let's go to Belgium.
let's sell it, you know.
These countries are in the G7. These countries they've been controlling the world for the past almost 100 years. If you add England in it, probably 300 years.
So according to you, there's nothing we could do. The white man's
No, I'm not saying there's nothing we could do. I'm saying
this. You're saying white
No,
man's
I'm not saying that. Come on now. It belongs to us. At the end of the day, that land is going to be taken by us eventually.
But if that's the case, then why is things going so bad right now? So it's going to be in the next 500 years?
No, hell, no, heck no, it's not going to be the next 500 years.
The way you're talking right now, there's no sense of even doing anything.
No, it's not going to be the next 500 years. I'm telling you the truth. Look at those three countries, right? When the government coup took over, right? And those three countries, right? Who was the first country they kicked out? It was the French. Why? Because the French was the one that had everything under their control, resource-wise. You go to France, there's nothing in France, resource-wise. Nothing, absolutely nothing. So how the hell are you going to tell me a country like that has no natural resource but look like that? Then why the hell, when those three military coup happened, right? The very first people that they kicked out was France. Those military coups did not took place under the G7. No, it took place by Africans that live in Africa that don't have national ties in Europe. The country in Burkina Faso, that guy, He does not have no house in France, nor in America. The Mali guy does not have no house investment in France or nor in America. The other guy in Niger does not have nothing like that. All these African ministers you see, presidents and everything, their money is in overseas.
Yeah, you're singing to the choir, bro.
So you see what I'm trying to say? No, it's a system. I know the system. It's just that a lot of Africans does not understand the system yet. We coming to it.
Well, hold on, but why? Hold on. If they don't understand the system, they can't get it right. Why do they always insist Black America join them in that bullshit? You know, I don't want to be ruled over by
Because
Europe.
it's a trap. Half of it is a trap.
You know what I'm saying? I don't want to look. I don't want to look. I tell people all the time, man. I say people talk about, oh yeah, just go to Africa, assimilate in Africa. I don't want to be under that shit. You know, that's what I'm talking about. I don't want to be under no fucking European rule. I want to be around incompetent African countries that don't know how to get their shit together. I don't want to be.
It's not about getting the shit together. It's about knowing who's your enemy first. Africans does not know who the true enemy is.
You know, that's what I think. You know,
Africa does not know who the true enemy is. Africa has two enemies. Let me tell you, man. I'm sorry to cut you off. Africa has two enemies. One is the white folks. Two is the Arab.
Nope, I think you got it wrong. The enemy is within.
I understand, but you're gonna always have
be honest
snakes.
with you, right?
You're gonna have snakes.
The biggest problem with Black people, the Black race, the biggest thing threatening Black race is the Black race itself. You know, that's what I believe.
You're always gonna have
hear about the Arab and the white man or stuff like this. The bottom line is they can't do shit unless they got collaborators and
you're always gonna have
like
snakes
that do their bidding.
In any society. I understand what you're saying. I agree with you. You're gonna have snakes.
That's the whole thing. You know,
I get that point.
There will be no white man in Africa if they didn't have niggas over there inviting them in and fucking doing business with them and sleeping with them, do all kinds of stuff like this. I see it all the time, even on social media. They can't get rid of the white man.
Look at countries like France.
Oh, the white man went out. They're supposed to think
you think France is just gonna allow just you come and take their livelihood that they had in Africa for so long? No, it takes a system that you got to understand. Look at France. Look at Paris. Who the hell you think built all these things?
Well, they did.
Who you think turned on the
lights?
However
they did it, they built it. You know?
I understand that, but at the end of the day, it comes back to Africa.
Well,
so France is not just going.
Hold on. How come the Africans can't build anything? You know, make their cities great.
Okay, let's go back to Congo, right? You said about Congo, right?
Right.
Who killed the president that wanted to make sure Congolese benefit off their resources?
But here's the thing, though. Here's a problem.
The bomb. Hold on. The bomb that was dropped in Japan, right? The nuclear stuff came from.
Yeah, but Japan rebuilt itself back into a superpower.
I understand. But who took over in Congo? It was the Belgian. The Belgian made sure that they had help from America. Who control America? White folks.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing, brother. All due respect, check this out. Patrice Lumumba, right? He basically Congo was a free state, right? Was a whole bunch of international interests bankrolled by Wall. This is the reality. Congo was bankrolled by Wall Street banks and whatnot. They provided capital for the infrastructure, the mining, everything. So they had billions of dollars on the line. And Belgium is a derelict country. If you guys look at Belgium, they don't even have a language, right? It's half French and half Dutch. It's a little piece of shit country, right? With a derelict kingdom, what they call Belgium. It's a little piece of shit country. But they was able to convince the rest of the world to help it finance the occupation of the Congo, which they didn't have no technology or nothing like that to do. They didn't have the expertise. They were a backward country in Europe. So anyway, King Leopold was financing. So when that time the Congo wanted independence, right? They said, okay, we'll give you independence, but we understand something. The interest that was tied to the U.S. dollar and everything like that. If Prince Lumumba nationalized all those industries, billions of dollars would have been lost. You know, do you think the United States was going to let that happen? No, of course they were not going to lose this investment. You know, so that's exactly what happened. Anybody that was halfway blind could have saw that coming. You know,
I mean, hold on. Just like you just said, right? But those resources, where they at? They're not in America. They're not in Europe. They're in Africa.
Yeah, I know that, but the whole thing is
okay.
Africans
And
don't
then some of
develop the
y'all Black
resources
Americans,
and build
y'all said
industries
y'all
around them.
always
Right?
want
They
the
don't have the
dollar to be
capability
dominant.
of using it. What's good at it? They're no good if you can't use them.
Yep. Okay. We go too far. Some of y'all Black folks up here, right, always say that, because I've studied some of y'all nowadays, right? So it looks like some of y'all folks want the same structure that's going on right now, but it's just within that system, y'all want a better position. You know what I'm trying to say?
What do you
For
mean a better
Africans,
position?
what I'm saying, like within like American system, right? Like the financial system, like the successful system, right? Like the whole benefits
is there
of
anything wrong with that?
Yes, but in Africa, it's the opposite. Because the entire system, which you see the IMF, the World Bank, is all connected to making sure these countries are never developed. So you understand? So for Africa to get up and develop itself, they must get away from this chain. So if you're in America and you are American, and then you want America forever be dominated within those systems, then you truly don't want Africa to be developed. You just want
Africa. Hold on. Let me ask you a question then. Why is Rwanda developing so fast then? Isn't that the same system?
Carla, America is not going to allow you to develop if you're not under control of them.
Okay, no, Rwanda's not under control.
I'm trying to tell you, you don't compare Rwanda to Congo. Congo is filthy rich compared to that.
Okay, but Rwanda has no natural resources.
Imagine if Congo.
Hold on. Rwanda has no natural resources, and let me say a video of Rwanda cities. You know,
I understand what you're saying, but at the end of the day, it comes back to where the wealth is.
Well,
so
Rwanda has no wealth.
Take over. There's a lot of countries in Europe that's going to be poor within the next couple years. I'm trying to tell you,
the countries in Africa that want to do better, like Paul Kagame. He seemed like he got it figured out.
Any president that's been in power for so long, right? And then America does not say nothing bad about that individual.
No, America is always attacking.
That means he's under control.
No, that's a lot. See, that's another thing. If somebody's doing successful, you just proving my point. When somebody's successful, there's something must be sinfully wrong with it.
I'm not saying.
So every time a black man is successful, black country successful, there must be it's a sin, right?
Okay.
When my point.
What's the question again?
No, I said you just said anytime you see a black country and white, and like, could it be that Paul Kagame outmaneuvered the white man and so like beat him at his own game and stuff like that? Could it be that?
Okay, Rwanda used to speak French, right? If I'm not mistaken.
And they got rid of French.
Who replaced the French? It was
because they replaced with English. Now they go with Swahili.
They replaced with English. Right?
They go with Swahili.
Step into Wix Studio, the platform for agencies and enterprises, and turn website layouts into an art form.
One is going to become a make.
You cannot. Let me be quiet.
Kigali, the capital of one of the fastest growing economies in Africa, Rwanda. In this video, we explore Kigali, Rwanda, also known as Land of 1,000 Hills. But if you're new to the channel, be sure to like, subscribe, and share this video with someone for them to get to know more about the African continent.
All those buildings you see, it's all the white folks.
Yeah, okay, it's all white folks. But they're in there.
Kigali is located right in the heart of Rwanda, or you can say it's found in the middle of the country. The city was administratively founded in 1907. This was during the colonial rule of the Belgians to Rwanda.
I'm not saying nothing else.
By then, Kigali was just a small trading area where many people came to conduct trade and basically do other types of business. It was between this period of 1907 to 1962 when Rwanda fully got her independence that Kigali later became recognized as the capital city of the country, Rwanda. The city is located along the Ruganwa River, and I must say the other major features that make up the city are the many hills and valleys that Kigali comprises of. The central business district is found on Nyarugenge Hill, whereas the government and other administrative quarters are found on the Kacyiru Hill. If you're new to Kigali and Rwanda as a country, you must know that driving in Rwanda, you must keep right. So this is one of those things that you should look out for as a motorist. Population. Kigali comprises of 1.1 million people, and these include different groups of people, which are the Hutus, the Tutsis, and then the Batwa people. So these are the indigenous groups of people in Rwanda, but there are other groups of people that live in Kigali, like Ugandans, there are Burundians, there are Congolese, and many other groups of people that have settled in Kigali.
They look like a typical African country.
The main language spoken in Rwanda is the Rwandese language, and this can be understood by all these groups that I've just mentioned. This is also the national language of the country, but there are other languages spoken in Rwanda, like the English language, which is considered as the official language. Then there's French, which is also official. Swahili, this is also the official language in Rwanda. So all these languages will help you communicate better while in Kigali.
That looks like a typical African country, man.
The food. Kigali has so many delicacies, and among the staples in Kigali, we have foods like sombe. These are cassava leaves that are pounded to form a type of sauce, and it is one of those delicacies that they love having in Kigali. There are other foods like sweet potatoes, there's Irish potatoes. This is also widely eaten in the entire country. Then there are other foods like cassava, there's corn, there are yams, beans, and millet. So these will all serve you with a very tasty meal in the capital, Kigali. Transport. If you're to move from one point to another point of Kigali, there are so many options for you to move. You could either use the non-motorized roads that were specifically created for people to either walk or cycle on them. So this is one of those great things about this great city of Rwanda. But you could also opt for other ways, like hiring a motorcycle to take you around the city, or else you could hire a private driver to take you around the city to basically get that good experience of the city, Kigali. Then there are other options like, let's say, jumping on a minibus. These usually carry 14 passengers. This could also take you from one point to another point of the city, Kigali. And then if you're to tour the city, there are quite a number of places that you could visit as someone new to Kigali city. Among these, there's the Genocide Memorial Center, or you could check out the Kigali Conventional Center, or the Kimironko Market. This is the biggest flea market in the country and Kigali as a city. So definitely these are some of the places that you could possibly visit when you're in Kigali. Well, that's Kigali city for you. Hope you enjoyed this video. In case you did, please do leave a comment. Let us know where you're watching this video from. Also like the video, subscribe, and share this video with someone so that they get to discover Kigali, Rwanda. Thank you so much for watching this video. Watch more African content here on the card.
I can actually, I can actually see myself living in Kigali, you know? And I could actually see myself living in Rwanda, you know, because it's like so modern, man. It reminds me, look, let me tell you something what I was thinking about last night. Last night I watched a Kung Fu movie called Dynamo, right? With Bruce Lee. It was based on the aftermath of Bruce Lee's death, and he was like a new superhero, super Chinese guy. The movie came out in 1976, right? What struck me about that movie was they always showed the skyline of Hong Kong back then, right? And one scene he was in Tokyo, one scene he was in New York City. But I saw the infrastructure, the neon lights and everything like that, Toshiba, Canon, Coca-Cola, neon light. They showed at the beginning of the movie, they showed the lights and everything like of nightlife of Hong Kong, right? And I said to myself, that was 50 years ago, right? And 1975, right? And I said 50 years later, you rarely ever see the nightlife like that, you know, in an African country with bright lights and stuff like that. I'm like, wow, this is the 1970s, 50 years ago. And you got African countries and nighttime is completely dark and whatnot. You know, there's no bright lights.
Okay, Carla. What do you need to make all those things happen? Like create lights, right? Don't Africa has it in their own land?
Bottom line is what I know you need. Hold up, I know for a fact. So first of all, you need an African.
Okay, so let's come back to
you got the most civilized, the most advanced group of black people. Hold on. Let's come back to the G7. That's one thing, you know.
Under the G7. I remember one day.
That's what I said. So Hong Kong's under the G7 too. Why are they successful and you're not? Hong Kong up until 1997.
Hong Kong is on the China. Hong Kong is not. It's not in the G7.
No, Hong Kong was actually a British colony.
You mean South Korea? South Korea is in the G7.
25 years ago.
South Korea.
25 years ago, Hong Kong was
South
still
Korea is in the
part
G7.
of the British Empire.
Okay,
you know.
Okay, South Korea is in the G7, but let's just push the East countries away.
No, what I'm saying is this.
Let's focus on
under
America.
The power of the G7 because it was a British colony. You know.
Let's just focus on America. Let's put America in the corner because that's a special place. Let's put it on the corner. Let's focus on England, France, Germany, and Italy. Everything you just named for you to power all those things, those countries do not have it. It's in West Africa. You go from Nigeria to Senegal to this and that to this and that.
Bro.
No, but at the end of the day, you don't understand who
we got all the resources. We got all this, but yet we can't do something. We're too stupid to freaking develop it, but we got all the resources, you know.
It's not about you too stupid to take it. I'm telling you, the system that was already in it. Our people has not wake up to where they're supposed to. They stuck on religion.
Okay. Elvis, what do you think about this, man? Why is Africa so backwards? Is having a successful African country a sin?
What you gotta say is when Africa takes over.
One second, Ahmed. 1 second, brother. It's the government. The government.
Okay.
No, but in all seriousness, right? Kelly asked me a question. I've been quiet for like 30 minutes.
Elvis, watch y'all do that. Watch you do that. You know, you said it's the government, right? Yeah.
I'm being half facetious, right? Hold on, man. Let me speak for a second, brother. You know, like you said, it's a combination of things. It's a myriad of issues. You know, one of it is a lack of complete autonomy over our natural resources, a lack of education on how to fully utilize our resources and add value to it, enrich ourselves through trade. So there's a lot of complex issues that's going on in the continent. And we have nobody to blame but ourselves. Sure, white supremacy is working against us on a global scale. But at the same time, we as black people, we have to be able to overcome, white supremacy.
I'm sorry to cut you off. So, look at what happened to Germany.
What you call it?
Look at what happened to Germany, right? When they stopped buying cheap gas from Russia, what happened to Germany economy? What happened to Germany economy?
Government. The government, it's 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 the government, the government, the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government,
compare those two
government,
countries.
it's the government, it's the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, Booyaka, booyaka, run to you niggas. Booyaka, booyaka, run, Booyaka, booyaka, run to you niggas. Booyaka, booyaka.
Open up your
run to you niggas.
Party.
Booyaka, run.
You have trillions of dollars sitting there. Open up your own party. Open up your own party. Open up your own party.
Government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government. The government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government. The government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the booyaka, booyaka, run to you niggas, booyaka, booyaka, run, booyaka, booyaka, run to you niggas, booyaka, 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 run to you niggas, booyaka, booyaka, run, booyaka, booyaka, run to you niggas, booyaka, booyaka, government. The government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the.
No, that was Tariq Nasheed who made that
Open
song.
up your own black party. Open up your own black party in America. There's 40 million of y'all.
If you want a B2B marketing agency, tell me if this sounds familiar. One, it's
I agree. We need our own black political party, man.
$1 trillion every year. How come black folks don't have their own party? You guys always say it's the Democrats, it's the Democrats, it's the Republicans, it's the Republicans, it's the Republicans.
I'll manage on your ass tonight, Colin.
The same fuckery. The same fuckery.
Y'all on my ass, man.
We can use exactly that. Y'all live in a country that prints endless money. Y'all $1 trillion. The black folks in this country, y'all proud to be $1 trillion. Open up your own black party then. The Israel just did that. What they did about what? 100 million last election? Every single person they supported won in Congress and the Senate. So where's the black folks?
You think in a million years they're gonna let black people have
no.
Just like you said, hold on. Just like you said, hold on. Just like you said, you think the white man.
It's the government.
Look,
y'all don't have no party.
I mean,
y'all don't have no party.
I'm gonna use the white man's Thanos theory,
45 million.
like you do.
But you want to play?
I know, but hold up. I'm gonna use the white man as Thanos theory. You know, I'm gonna say the white man's Thanos theory too. Right? The white man will never let us
endless money.
Our political resources. You know,
endless money. And then black folks.
Yeah, but you guys got endless resources though.
$1 trillion. $1 trillion every year.
You guys got endless resources.
Y'all can't come together and form a party. Oh, it's
but you guys got endless resources.
Oh, it's Donald Trump. He's racist. I
don't care about Donald Trump.
Biden. It's the Democrats.
I voted for Donald Trump.
See, there's so many ways we could. You see, that's the problem. It's too easy because in this day, some of y'all in this country are all about propaganda and distractions.
So, Carla, the big question is, why hasn't African Americans have their own party? Give us the reason why. Give us the excuse. Just how Africans give you the excuse of the government.
I'm gonna look. Did I tell you what sub-Saharan Africans, right? So basically, since we're sub-Saharan Africans, right? It's the government.
So ultimately, we are all in the same boat then.
Yeah, we're all the same boat. I admit it, you know. But at least I admit it.
The Africans civilization ever. They created everything. Africans did not create nothing. You guys always
create nothing
Africans
either.
Did not created nothing in this world. Y'all created everything. Y'all created every type of music, every this and that.
What does that mean? You know, we don't own it.
Oh, y'all stole it from us. When Africans wear chains, y'all stole it from us. When Africans dance, y'all stole it from us.
The government.
Oh, it's the Republicans. Oh, it's the Democrat. It's the Democrat.
It's the government.
It's the Democrat. Bro. So you see?
We
$1 trillion. $1 trillion. Oh, $1 trillion. Oh, we're our party.
But that $1 trillion is not our money, man.
We're
find
it.
System.
Africa don't have.
That's not our money. That's not our money.
My God, there you go. So you playing a pimp or somebody that want to be a pimp.
No shit. That's why I say we need an African. That's why
he stands for the FBA. He's the new leader of young
I don't
black
give a
folks
shit
in this
about
country.
the FBA. I don't give a shit about
He's
Tariq.
the new leader of the black folks in this country.
Talking to he's not the leader of nobody, you know. He's somebody you see online.
Colin. He has more people behind him.
Well, you got what, a few thousand people. There's 45 million of us. Nobody knows who Tariq is.
Oh my God. You see, I'm talking about the generations where the young folks going through.
And even young people, nobody knows who Tariq is.
I mean, go to his videos. He has like videos like
I know, but you Africans about Tariq.
Like, it's just silly how somebody would sit in this country and then make a video. Oh, it's the government. It's the government. When his own people does not own a bank, does not own a party, does not own.
Do you like that song? It's the government. Is it a bop?
It's just childish, man. It's just childish. How you gonna sit there as a grown ass man talk about Africans every freaking day? Every freaking day.
Well, y'all watching.
Say that to Colin. Colin does that every single day too.
But then, talk about Elvis. I don't talk about Africans
every day. Latinos.
No,
he's scared to talk about the Mexicans. They have way more power than his people.
That's Tariq. You take that case.
Colin think we immigrant African is his number one rival in this country. That's what he thinks.
Oh, it's the government. It's the government. Run to you people. What happened when Africa took over their land?
Damn, Colin. Ahmed is on you, man. You ain't got no rebuttal for him, Colin.
Look, Elvis.
What happened when Africa
that's
took
a
over their land?
smart filibuster, but it doesn't work. I didn't make the song. I just thought
what happened when Africa took over their land?
You said the government, right? So I played the video.
What happened then? Because at the end of the day, we don't have control of our resource. You have to take over by the government.
Yo, don't say that, man. Because Tariq will make a video because it's the resources. The resources.
Who the hell kicked
resources.
Because the resources was given by God.
Resources.
You cannot duplicate that. It's not like the dollar. We just print endless money. That's not the same. Our wealth was given by God.
Okay, I mean, let's have an honest conversation, bro. What do you think is stopping us from fully utilizing our resources and using it to uplift our people economically? Let's have an intellectual conversation.
No, it's not about let's have, what you're saying, which I agree with you. But sometimes you can't have conversations like that with people that don't really understand geopolitics, but then at the same time, they want to protect the white structure, but then they want to come and oversee and then saying why people this and that. It connect back to geopolitics. Geopolitics connect back to economic. Economic connect back to resource because you cannot develop a country without a resource. Africa has gas. We don't have to cook.
Domestic power influence your global geopolitical standards, and we lack domestic power in our African nations. So how do we gain domestic power so that we can improve our geopolitical standings?
Because we don't understand who controls our people, our elders. I went back home and I saw the election. I said, "There's no way this man is going to steal the election." I saw with my own eyes. People did not believe me. They said, "There's no way this man." I said, I came back a couple weeks later. The man won the election. People start calling me and said, "My God, man, you were right." I apologize. I said, "I told y'all because y'all don't understand who control these people. You gotta understand, white folks are very sneaky. Y'all don't see the element of sneaky."
So your answer is that Africans are just fools and they're easily controlled and we can't get from underneath the nuts of the white man. Is that your answer?
Half of it is true, but at the end of the day, we stuck on too much religion. We so stuck because we have this thing of black folks are just spiritual people in any form you look at it. I don't care what religion you pray to. We are just spiritual people by nature. You understand? But then there's a big difference when it comes to like physical power of you taking power for your people. You just can't believe on some spiritual is gonna come and do it for you. And then we so individual. You know what I'm trying to say? So when you combine those two things are very dangerous. Individual people that's very religious is very dangerous. We fight. Look at France. What the fuck France has? What the hell is Belgium to Africa? What the hell is England to Africa? Man, do you know how much God bless us?
Yeah, but hold up. But why do you guys?
France has nuclear weapons, brother. They have nuclear weapons.
$1 trillion, and then y'all can't even form a black party. But then y'all got some idiots on social media talking about It's the government. It's the government. Come on, man. And then what? Man, if I want to buy food, I gotta go to Giant. It's owned by the white folks. Like, I gotta go to Safeway. It's owned by the white folks. I gotta go to Kroger. It's owned by the white folks. So many other things that I can say, but at the end of the day, it's just distractions. I don't like going back and forth with, black folks in this country and then black folks in Africa. I don't like that because at the end of the day, it doesn't solve nothing. But you cannot speak about Africa if you don't connect it back to the people that run this country. Y'all don't run this country. White folks run this country. So that's two different things. Some of y'all want the certain position within the white folks, but then forget that it's all about race first. I have people within the government.
Carla, go ahead and read Barudi's comment, please. I think that's a good insight.
He says Elvis Morris, so-called AAs haven't created a black political party. It's probably meant for Ahmed, because the group is in the Mazungo maze and is confused about steps to power at the multiple idea minuscules. In a maze, right or left, it seems correct. In other words, we're just in a political maze, according to our friend Barudi. We're just too stupid to. Basically, we're saying we're too stupid to create a political party.
No, it's not.
Yeah. So how do black people get outside of that maze?
No.
And fulfill their own political destinies.
Look, you create an African and start all over again. That's how you get out of the maze. Simple as that.
Yeah, but how do you get away from
people? Don't want to do it. As long as you stay in America, that's exactly what it is.
How do you get away from these people that live in this country that think they're winning?
Well, look, bottom line, everybody wants to win more. If you tell somebody you might be worth $200,000 in America, but you can easily go here and become worth $20 million, I think they're gonna take that. You create that sort of opportunity, yeah, people will choose something else. So you say you're poor in America, can't get a job, but you can definitely get a job over here, they'll come. They'll come. Just like black people came, millions of us. The largest migration in human history was millions of black people left the rural South to go to the industrial North. Millions. That was one of the largest human migrations in history. That great migration.
For, better job because of it
was opportunity, not better opportunity, a way of life. So black people will leave if there's opportunity. But the problem is Africa has never created no opportunity for people.
That's just how human nature is. But
human nature. So black people, anything else. So we talk about black people choose something else. Like, yeah, black people abandon America in a minute. There's another option. Trust me, I know my people. There was a better option. Black people in America, yeah, we'll let you Africans have America.
No. Y'all can take it. I'm going back home. I'm not Elvis.
No, you're gonna be right here.
No.
You're always gonna be right here.
Caller. I swear to everything, I'm not gonna be here in my 40s. To my mother and my father, I'm not gonna be in my 40s.
Okay, we'll see.
I guarantee you that. I'm not gonna be in my 40s. Just like I said, there are certain people that just embrace everything about America and thinks
Elvis is gonna be here.
Cool. I have no problem with that. That's just what they believe. That's just what they, whatever in their head. But to me, I'm not gonna be here in my 40s. I'm not gonna be here in my 40s. That's just how I see things because I like to own things. I like to have peace of mind. I like to own a lot of stuff so I know that, this is I can help my people. That's much better for me in my own personal view. That's just how I see it. And then my father always tells me, remember, you're not American. You are African. My father always tells me that. Always.
I hear you. I hope it works for you, brother.
My father always tells me that. I mean, end of the day, shit. If I die there, I die. But end of the day, I die with my people. That's a lot of stuff, man, that happened back home. If you say certain things about the government, they take your life. Easy. Quick, man.
Amen, right?
Yeah.
Amen. Let's have the conversation, brother. Let's not just rant about what's going on in the countries. We want to get to the root of the issues, right? So what's stopping us Africans from becoming engineers, civil engineers to build up our infrastructures? What's stopping us? What's stopping us from selling our resources at a reasonable rate? So we can use that money to build up. What's stopping us from doing that?
Okay, that's a good question. We up here could do a lot, especially we that come to this country and then probably have kids, or some of us have parents, bring us up here and we've been here for a couple of years, so we could do a lot. We could take a lot more advantage back home. There's a lot more we could do, but especially like when it comes to like all these, like, let's say engineering, chemical, doctors and all that, all certain skills. Sometimes some people don't even need college degree. They just need the love of their people first. You gotta have love for your people, like, naturally. You know what I'm trying to say? If you want to fix your country or Africa generally, you gotta have naturally love for your people and your culture. It's very important. If you don't have that, it's almost impossible because
You hear Colin taking a piss in the background. He didn't mute his mic. Come on, man, Colin.
Because you started from the bottom to develop these people. Like you know what I'm trying to say. You start from the bottom, so there's a lot you gotta give up. So that if you're gonna give up the comfortable of this country and then go back home, you gotta have natural love for your people, and then you can't do it by yourself. You need people and then ideas together. Instead, we worry about, this is my tribe, this is my religion, this and that. I'm a this and that, I'm this and that. You know what I'm trying to say? Everything that's wrong, that's wrong, that's fucked up about Africa, it's in Nigeria 10 times.
Look, Ahmed, 1 second, right? So you have this person, Honey Flower. And I think what she said is right. And we could get mad about it, but she's right. She said, what's stopping Africans is stupidity. They are not smart. And to a large extent, I agree with her because
Hold on. So okay, so hold on, right?
Hold on, let me make my statement, brother. You've been talking a lot. And I agree with her to a large extent because being smart is not just being educated, but being smart is realizing what you need and then taking steps to get what you need. And in Africa, obviously, those people who are smart should realize that they need development. And how do you get development? That's how you start to take the step to get development in your country, whether it's economic, it's infrastructural. So I'm saying we're not smart enough because we don't realize that we haven't come to the conclusion of what we need. And in understanding what we need, we have to find strategic ways to get what we need. So I think being smart, the Europeans have understood what they need. That's infrastructure, that's sports, and having a strong economy, and they found ways to do it. And one of the ways they found was to go to Africa, take our resources to build up their country because that's what they needed. As Africans, have we found what we need in order, and then form ways to reach that need? I don't think we have. So I don't think we are as smart as a white man who's done exactly what he needed to do to get what he needed.
Okay. So then what she defines as smart, because you could be smart individual. You know what I'm trying to say? You could be smart individual. So you could be smart as a people.
Collectively, she's talking about us in a collective.
Then, okay, if you have something, right, that's under your control, right, that you have never touched everything, right? So then you're not gonna see truly need it until you desperately need it. You understand?
Well, say that again. Let's make sense.
If you have something under your control, right, that belongs to your people, you know what I'm trying to say? You have never needed it at any time. You know what I'm trying to say? It just sits there. It just sits there, right? So at the end of the day, you're not gonna ever try to use it to benefit you and your people until you are desperately in need of it, right? You understand what I'm saying?
Don't talk in riddles. Are you saying that we have resources that we don't need? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying before it was sitting there, we didn't ever needed it. It's just sat there.
No, it's not that we didn't need it. We don't know how to utilize it.
No.
That's the difference.
No. I'm not gonna. No. I'm not gonna say that our people don't know how to utilize it. I'm not gonna say that because in the day, look at oil. Before, like you go back to 100 years, oil wasn't.
Ahmed. In my country, Liberia, I'll give you an example. And it's similar for Sierra Leone. We have iron ore. You know how many things you can utilize iron ore for? Steel, rebar, a bunch of other things that you can utilize it for. We don't have one factory in my country that produce steel rebar, anything that you can get from iron ore by the way of a finished product. So it sits there and is useless to us because we don't have the means to utilize it to our benefit. So the white man comes in, knows that he has the means to utilize it to its full potential. He takes the natural resource that we're sitting on, he utilizes it and refines it and then sell it back to us. And then we realize that we have a need for rebar and steel and other things, but we don't know how to refine it so that we can meet our needs. It's a loop.
Okay.
It's just we're not smart enough. That's what it is.
No.
It's insulting to hear, but it's the truth.
Stop it.
Okay, go ahead. You got the floor, bro.
Smart enough. Okay.
We're not. I just give you another example, man.
No. That example, there's a little bit of truth, but like a whole false on it, right? Let me give you an example, right? If you let's say you have your child in this country, right? Born there and everything, right? If your child wants to be a chemical engineer, right? Your child is capable, right? To become that, right? Your child is capable to do that, right? That's your child from your wife that come from Liberia, right? From your same tribe. So that means now it's the same genetic from the same people in Liberia. Right or wrong? So what makes your child capable to do that? It's because your child has access to what she or he needs. You understand? Our problem is we don't have the access that create opportunity, not the ability. We don't have the opportunity, but we do have the ability, because if you have your child that is born in this country, right, and becomes a chemical engineer and can do all type of things, or becomes a field, all these expensive degrees, right, that needs to develop, a first world country, right? Your child could do that and work for a company. So what's the difference? It is the same child. So then if you
brother. Well, I want to have a deeper conversation with you. You're having a surface level conversation.
If you say we're not smart enough, you bring it back to genetic. You bring it back to DNA. You understand? So if that same child that comes from you and your wife, you come from Liberia, she comes from Liberia just like you, and then your child becomes a chemical engineer and learn how to process that. So if you have your child in Liberia, she can't do that, because you know why? The opportunity was never presented.
Ahmed, who taught hold on for a second. Hold on for a second, brother. Who taught the white man how to industrialize? They taught themselves how to do it, right?
Copper colored Aboriginals.
No. I wouldn't say they taught themselves. Okay. Let me give you an example, right?
Eyes and shit, and they took over the world with the black copper colored man from.
Let's say about the
kind of stop playing around. I've actually just do a serious question, because that's what I'm trying to tell you. Through science, through research, you develop and you advance your society. We're not doing that on the continent. Nigga, we've been alive for millions of years, and we're still in the same condition our people are in the village.
Elvis, you just read.
In order for us to have some level of skills, we have to come into the white man country to learn skills, to learn engineering, to learn medicine, to go back to our people. We as a people hasn't developed those traits and those skills over centuries. We haven't done it.
Elvis.
So looking at that empirical data, we can tell that the white man figured it out on his own through research and development. We haven't figured it out. That's a problem, bro.
Okay.
And even the ones that do, they come to the West to get the education from the white man.
Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why that's a problem. We haven't come yet to the first world. You understand? Africa hasn't had opportunity to come to the first world yet. We still.
What do you mean opportunity? Who's supposed to give us the opportunity? We're supposed to create the opportunity for ourselves as a race of people, like the other races did.
You connected to genetics, saying that.
Hold on. Let me say something real quick to Life Water.
If
let me comment on Life Water thing. Black Africans, sub-Saharan Africans didn't build stone buildings, pyramids, etc. Those are North Africans.
Stop
like that. There's no stone buildings
Man, stop with that crap, man.
Okay.
Man, stop with that crap. Because at the end of the day,
Ahmed, you gotta let Carlos speak for a second, brother. Take a pause.
Check this out. Ahmed, show me any stone structures in sub-Saharan Africa.
Man, Carla.
The pyramids were not built by Black Africans.
Stop it, Carla.
Really,
your folks believe that.
Serious.
Your folks believe that
Ahmed,
they're Indians.
Ahmed, we're both sub-Saharan Africans.
Your people believe that they're Indians. Your people believe that they're Indians.
Timbuktu was not built by
Your
stone.
people believe that they're Indians. We don't need to go all the way that far because we know who Africa belongs to. We know that. So let's just stop that. Let's just talk about in the first.
I want to be real. I want to be real.
21st century.
Pyramids were built by Black Africans.
What Elvis is saying? Elvis. Let me ask you a question. How come your child could become a chemical engineer? It is the same child. It comes from your DNA.
That's urban myth. Hold up,
your wife.
Hold up, I got to answer. That thing about the Sphinx being blown off, that was urban myth. Right? We were telling us. I used to believe that shit too. The white man saw the black man's face on the Sphinx and blew it off. Napoleon, they said it was doing. That's all bullshit. It never happened, So it's like, please stop. What you need to do, life water.
Carla, let's play devil advocate, right? Even if the people that built the pyramids were black people, we don't descend from them. I'm saying let's play devil advocate. We don't descend from them.
Hold on.
Most likely those people have been bred out by the Arabs. It's mixed.
What we call the Great Zimbabwe was not even built by Black Africa. It was built by friggin' invaders. As a slave fort in the interior. Please stop. Let's take credit for what other people do.
And I'm saying this as an African, right? Let's just look at the trends, right? Let's look at the trends. Hold on, man. Hold on for a second, brother. Be quiet for a second. In West Africa, right? We had kingdoms. We had Timbuktu. We had the Oyo Empire. We had Benin. But most of the structures in those places, most of the structures in those places were built by mud. So, and since then, we didn't learn how to build concrete until white people came in and started building with concrete. Building with concrete is not something. Yeah, it's not something we invented. We learned.
Our ancestors that were masons that settled in Liberia and Sierra Freetown were stone masons. That was the only time black people built shit like that.
That's a skill that they learned from the West.
Yeah.
This is not something we develop. So we're African. We get it. We want to be proud of ourselves, and sometimes it hurts to hear these things because it sounds like a white supremacist talking point. But it's an absolute fact that we haven't developed these ways to build.
I'm sorry.
To innovate. We haven't done it.
I'm sorry. When somebody says,
Carla, hold on. Carla, I want you to invite this life water person up. She sounds like she has strong opinions. Come up on the panel and refute us, brother.
Come on up. Step right up. This is what we
post the link, Carla. This person has strong opinions. Maybe they're well informed than I am. Come up. Let's have a conversation, brother or sister.
When somebody says the white man is smarter than us, so of course, whatever you say is coming from their view because of you as an individual. You have already believed that they are smarter than us.
Ahmed, we're both now living in the white man's country, right? On his good or his dime, whatnot. They're not living on
no
dime, So who's the smart one?
Your people from India. Your people are American Indians.
I'm not American Indian.
No. Since you want to play their leader, so your people is American Indians. So let's just stick to that. Since you want to play their leader songs and stuff like that.
Man, you're dragging down the conversation, brother. We're trying to have a intellectual conversation. Let's go deep.
Your child comes from you and your wife. She could get a degree that's a chemical engineer and works for a company and then produce things.
Yeah, because we have the infrastructure. Yeah, we have to. Hold on. Let me answer. Let me answer. Right. I'm not saying that naturally we're stupid, but we come into this country and they have a system of learning that we can excel in, that we apply ourselves, correctly, and we can become our best selves, whether it's educational. Listen to what I'm saying. They developed a system. They understood that this system is needed in order for men to learn and to reach his or her fullest potential. We in Africa haven't developed a system like that for the Africans on the continent to reach his and her potential. We have to go to the West, go to India, go to China to get a better education because they built a system that's better and more, impactful. Okay. So we go there, we learn these trades, and we go back home to try to impact our society or impact our nations with the skills that we learn in foreign countries.
Elvis, I got to drop everybody down because I got to deal with this life water. This is what I'm sick and tired. The white man learned his civilization from Africa. That's bullshit, And the bottom line, we can't tell you that. Come on, man. First, Africans are right. That's a lie, Man, the draw, math, science. That's a freaking lie.
Nah. You see.
Yeah, look, look, I'm not gonna sit here and tell this pseudo history anymore. I used to believe that shit growing up. That's why I never got no place. I wonder why the hell.
I'm not saying
none of this movement.
I'm not saying what you look,
I got into the Pan-African movement because I was told that black people built civilization. I'm not going that far. And so I thought that we could do it again. Then I realized now the reason why we're in the situation we're in right now is we didn't build civilization,
That's a lie. That's a lie. That's
why the slave trade.
We did build civilization, Carla.
That's a lie.
Yeah, we did. Africans had civilization. They had societies. They had kingdoms.
Advanced civilizations,
Yeah, you can say advanced, but we had our civilization in our own ways.
What's wrong with Africa is we don't mass produce. That's it. We don't mass produce. I'll give you an example, right? You go to your village, right? Let me give you like a short example, right? You go to your village, right? You have people that plant little things out there. They have this, they have that, right? So they survive off the land. Like anything they want to eat, right? They survive off of that, right? So,
Ahmed, let me read this comment. Let me read this comment real quick. I'll give it back to you. I just want to read this comment from Rudy. And it's deep. He says, Elvis Morris, Mozungus are ultra curious by nature, though. By nature. Though they can go to extremes in relentlessness, but this curiosity leads to research and application. Mozungu insists upon organizational skills to complete tasks.
All right, Elvis, I got that honey flower person just called in. I got to drop everybody.
Okay. Yeah, bring that person alive.
Yeah, you are. So I want nobody distract me, so we're going to have a civilized discussion. Miss Honeyflower, welcome to the show.
Hello, can you hear me?
Okay, that's not. I'm looking for the live water talking to. Well, Miss Honeyflower, you're the one that says you're African, right?
Yes, I'm Ethiopian and Sudanese.
Okay, beautiful combination. Okay, so what's on your mind tonight?
Oh, I was just saying in the comments, like it's so annoying when you're an African that came to this country at a young age, and you're very accustomed to being around Africans and African culture, and then like I'm not like a pro-black, nor am I like one of those anti-black like people. I'm just in the middle. Like I use my common sense, right?
Right. That's what you gotta be.
Yeah. I'm sorry. What were you gonna say?
That's the way you gotta be. I got it.
Yeah. So it annoys me when people are like, "Oh, we did this, African civilization, we did this and we did that," and it's like, yeah, okay, so there were some advancements, but look at Africa today. Like you have to live in the reality. There's not much progress. There's still tribal wars, and they're still killing each other. They're still fighting, like Ethiopia, they're fighting each other. Somalia, they're fighting each other. There's all kinds of horrible things that are going on, and we're in 20.
Mrs. Honeyflower, sister, do you watch Marvel comics?
I've seen a few of them, yeah.
Okay, do you know who Thanos is?
Yes, he has the ability to end the
Yeah, do you believe the white man is Thanos? The white man is Thanos. The white supremacy is the Infinity Gauntlet where he could snap his fingers and make anything happen and whatnot. That we have no power because he has all 6 Infinity Stones, of life and everything like in existence and whatnot. That's what these people sound like. That when they talk about the white man and whatnot, like I said, it's like you're not even describe the white man, you describe Thanos,
Yeah, like some type of supernatural being.
Yeah, supernatural being.
All excuses. They like Africans don't want to evaluate their culture. Like, I watch your show and I watched a few of Kaizo's shows, and it's like a lot of the African guys get on there and they're like, talking down about African Americans and stuff like that. And it's like, but look at your countries, like.
Yeah, and that's that's what I'm talking about, because I know a lot of African women say it like that. They're like, look, because like I said, my wife's African, and the bottom line is this, and they'll tell you all the time, they're not buying the nonsense or the excuse making of the African continent. It's like when it comes to the African continent, they always say Western civilization, the white man, everything. Yeah, they come to America, and when the Black America said, well, we got some legitimate stuff. We were the only group of people, they bombed from inside the country. Black Wall Street, they bombed us from the air.
Yeah.
They wiped out our communities that was successful in America, wiped them out,
Yeah.
And so all this stuff happened to us, trauma happened in a country that called itself the land of the free,
Yeah.
And so therefore we're still suffering from this trauma that we went through in a country everybody comes to and loves, And so therefore we're saying we're still going through stuff. We're trying to get ourselves together and everything like that. But the African comes and basically passes judgment on us. Y'all should be doing this. Y'all should be doing that. Forgetting our history like that. But when it comes to them, like I said, when I throw it back at them, what's going on in Africa? Oh, you got to understand, Carla, white supremacy, colonialism, and all stuff like that. The G7.
Exactly. They're so narcissistic. They only see things. Like, I don't know what's wrong. I think there's something wrong, just not only intellectually, but like, I don't know if it's some type of character flaws that African people have, where they can't reflect on their own behavior. They can't take accountability. Like, you want to come to America and you want to insult American people when you have a beautiful continent of resources, one of the most beautiful continents on, I think,
it is.
And you're
really beautiful.
Yeah, the most beautiful continents on the planet, and you're all the way here in what they call the white man's land or whatever, and you want to come up here and then look down on African Americans, when in Africa people are still building houses made out of cow poop. There's still high rates of, like, diseases, HIV. There's still just ignorant stuff that's still going on, like backwards belief systems, cultural practices, lack of infrastructure, just no, like, the education is so poor. Like, the only good thing I can say about Africa is that we still have a lot of the untouched virgin lands, and
exactly.
That's it. That's the only good thing. The culture, and then they say, like, oh, you guys have no culture. I know you're not talking because your cultures are full of backwards nonsense. Like,
exactly what it is. We don't have practices. Everybody has culture.
Yeah.
Everybody has ways of doing things. You don't know it until you step out of the so-called culture and say, oh, yeah, this is what we do over here. And you don't know why you do it. Like, let me give you an example. We have traditions in Black America. Like, one of the traditions we have is watch night, right? That is on New Year's Eve. I forgot about it, right? We used to do it when I was a kid. When I used to go to church one night. Well, my wife, she's Liberian. When she said, oh, yeah, we had watch night the other night of New Year's, right? It was at watch night at the church. And I said, oh, I forgot all about that. I forgot. See, we had transferred that culture to Liberia, and it's still being practiced over there, watch night. That's something we did at New Year's, where we basically, I don't have no idea. We go to church or a public meeting, sit in the dark with candles, right? Lit, and eat black-eyed peas when that, and wait for you. I have no idea why, and we just something we did, but it's been in Black America for generations, since slavery,
Yeah.
So to think we don't have a culture, yeah, we do have a culture. We have a ways of seeing the world. Our perception of the world is based on our experience living as a minority group in a racist country, and whatnot, and being color and race conscious, and whatnot. That's part of Black American culture. We do see things in terms of race because of our experience. And so a lot of people say, y'all talk about race too much over here. Well, excuse me. Look what we went through, Of course, we're going to be conscious of race. You live in a majority Black country. It may not be as important to you, but it's important to us.
Slaughter each other. They talk about, like, yeah, I agree that rap music and gang music and stuff is horrible, but we know the small hats are behind that. But
exactly.
But they slaughter and like, they go in and do, like, all these guerrilla warfare, take machetes and rape and kill women for the West. Like,
let me ask you a question. Did
they're
you see that?
savages.
Did you see? Would you watch the video I played about the execution in the Congo?
No.
Okay, I'll play it again.
It's like
Now,
sad
the
stuff.
Congo executed 200 young men yesterday in
Their
public.
men, their own
Huh?
people.
Their own people, right? Because of crime and everything. They said they want to get a control of crime. And they just rounded up 200 people, right? Put them on trial and executed them. And I see these guys are crying when little boys. These are young men that basically should have been building roads, should have been building farms, running factories and everything like that. But you got a country that should not even be a country that can't provide them for all the politicians in Congo getting raping and letting the West rape the country, right? It's just like, come there, put some money in my pocket, and I'll help you get all whatever you want out of there. Just give me my paycheck, whatever. That's what Congo is.
Shit.
They have the
only
nerve to
their
want to
mouth.
execute somebody.
Just their mouth. That's the only thing that they can run.
And then we got this person right here, LifeWater says, so what, Kyle? Talk about the gang issues in America. Yeah, we talk about the Venezuelan gangs, the Colombian gangs, all these
But
people.
what about right now? Somalia, they're killing each other based upon different tribes, slaughtering.
That's what I'm saying. So they want to come here and exaggerate. They see when they look at us through the white person's eyes, right? Oh, Black America is so irredeemable. It's nothing compared to what you see in El Salvador and these other countries and whatnot.
I have to go to bed, but like I'm half Ethiopian, half Sudanese. Like Sudan is a barren wasteland. All the people, like all my family members and stuff, had to leave because you can't live there. It's just under siege.
Yeah, I was watching a thing like a few years ago, right? There was Somalia was pulling itself back, or they had a graduation, right? And somebody decided to blow and kill people at a grad. Do you remember that? Or you were too young? It happened like 10 years ago. Somebody, a suicide bomber blew up a graduation and killed people in Somalia. You know, it's ridiculous.
These people are uncivilized. Africans are extremely evil. They still believe in voodoo, witchcraft, and doing horrible things to one another. Magic spells, poisoning each other. They still believe in, like this colorism, featureism, all of this just horrible stuff.
Yeah.
African Americans, but they're the most.
Hold on, we're gonna, sister, we're gonna adopt you. You're officially now an African American. Welcome to the family. How about that? You know,
they're the most skin bleaching people. Like I have a darker complexion. I'm in the middle. I have like a brown tone, but it's like reddish brown tone.
Yeah, you're like me.
Of the Sudanese mixture.
Right.
So, like almost all the women that are around me, they either
come. And I think that the South. To be honest with you, I think the real dark South Sudanese women are thin, tall. They knock me to my knees. They're so beautiful, but they don't think they're beautiful. You know.
Yeah. So, but I'm like a lot lighter than Sudan.
I like them all. I like you all. I like all African women. But
but then at the same time, like a lot of the African women around me, they believe in bleaching themselves, even the lighter skinned ones, and they're putting these horrible mercury, steroid, cancerous creams on.
Wow, that's sad. I know. I see that a lot. You know, they don't look natural.
Oh my God, they look disgusting. You could see their veins. It's blue and green. And then like they put fake, like they put like fake hair on their head. But then these same people, they talk about, oh, African Americans do this.
That's what they do. You bleach your skin, glue your wig on, and start talking about Black Americans. Yeah, I see it on TikTok all the time. They try to cosplay what they think Black Americans look like, and then they go up there and start talking about it. I see it all the time. You know, it's just ridiculous. You know, I feel for my African sisters. If I could just tell them I love them and they're beautiful and whatnot, stay in your natural state, be beautiful, it'll be all right. You don't need to bleach and do all the stuff and hate Black America because
and then quickly, I just want to say, like, these African men, for example, that come to America and then they get a white woman and stuff like that, and they think like, oh, they're like, oh, we're moving on up, or oh, they're gonna accept us. Oh, like you look ridiculous. Actually, I'm not anti interracial marriage or anything like that, but it's like everyone knows that you're not in these relationships for love. Like most people, they don't talk about it, but they know that the self-hate within the Black race is so strong. Like the self-hate is one of the biggest problems. Like African people want to, I guess they want to breed themselves out because they feel inferior. They don't want to take accountability for the fact that their continent is a complete mess. There's no order, there's no justice, there's no peace. Like there's always conflicts. Every other nation of man can come and take their resources and do whatever they want. I actually think that Africa in the future is going to be filled with the offspring of like Chinese and Africans, and like other races are going to strategically like keep mixing in with Africans, and they're going to completely wipe out like the African race, because at this point, like I even think God is like, okay, these people are not doing anything. Like they're not developing themselves. They want to, they want to run away to other nations. They're not, in their glory. They don't want to take accountability. They're not going to change themselves. So he's going to erase us.
Yep. We're getting erased. You slowly but surely.
Yeah,
It's a self-hate. It's self-hate. That's why I'm trying to meet that in the thing. And this person, Life Water, she's talking to Kung Fu Fanta, which is Kung Fu Fanta's a white guy, and she's up here trying to pretend like she's an African person, right? And what the bottom line, I know for a fact that the matter is, that's what it's all about. These people want to bring in they want to call disarray between Black Americans and Africans. I don't let that happen.
And
I know these are trolls trying to divide us.
thing is, an individual who's gonna build something, who's gonna do something, they don't talk about it all the time. Like they don't, like these African people that, oh, we're gonna make Africa better. We're gonna make Africa better. I'm not saying you, African Americans. I view you guys as a lot higher than Africans, because African people, yeah, they come here, they get degrees, they educate themselves, but their country is trash. Like your country's gonna speak for the quality of person that you are, like
Exactly.
you can't just get a degree and hide behind the fact that there's freaking slums with shit water and like junk and trash. Like look, like how can you allow your people to live like this? Don't you have shame? Like these people don't even have shame. Like
They walk right over. They drive right over kids playing in mud and slums and shit in their Mercedes Benz and whatnot. So it's just sad.
These people are so hurt in the comments because you know what? The truth hurts.
It does.
The truth hurts.
The ugly truth hurts. The truth is ugly. Anytime somebody tells you pretty lies, when I'd rather have the ugly truth than pretty lies. People tell you pretty lies. Oh, we built civilization. Oh, Africa. The biggest lie they told us over the last 15 years that Africa was rising. That was the biggest lie they ever told.
Completely colonized. It's right now the colonization effort of what China's doing. Like
exactly.
They're doing a good job. They're gonna completely take over Africa. Africa's gonna, like, all this industrialization and development that's going on now. Don't be fooled. That's not for Africans. That's for the offspring
of the outside. Africa loses $100 billion a year net outflow. So no matter what you see coming into the continent, 100 billion evaporates. That means Africa has a net loss every year as far as like development and stuff like that. A net loss.
Yeah, they're gonna get replaced. These other nations of men who they're thinking about traveling to Mars, or going, all these different.
Yeah, Africa is one more place they're gonna triumph over, and the rest of Africa is gonna look all like South Africa, where you got a white minority and Black people service them. That's what you're gonna look like.
The Indians are gonna come and take over. They're already doing it. The Chinese are gonna come and take over. Africa's gonna turn into like Asia Part 2. I'm telling you, we're not gonna be alive to see it, but
it's a sad situation.
It's gonna happen.
You just want to say I gotta get some of these other people on the panel. So you want to close with?
Sleep anyways. I have to work tomorrow, but
no problem. Go up there and get that money, sister.
Yeah, I just wanted to get.
But don't be a stranger. You're always welcome on the show. Okay.
Yeah, and do not listen. Do not take anything an African person says seriously.
Well, I don't. I've been dealing with Africa for years. I understand how you.
Until they build that continent up, until they develop their countries, until they stop killing each other for white men and and Chinese men wars, everything they say is bullshit. Just throw it in the trash. And I'm an African, and I don't even like, even when I talk to African people, I just look at them like, don't say nothing to me. Like, shut up. I don't want to hear anything you have to say. Like, you're below me type stuff, because they just can't take accountability, and they don't want to change. They want to run to every other country and develop the, like, come up over here. Oh, I have a PhD. Oh, I'm a nurse. I'm a this. I'm a that. But
every time you see Africa, it's calling from Siberia, India, China. I was like, damn, any y'all live on the continent, man? Every time you go
exactly,
show,
like,
they're always in another country, never in Africa.
German accents and shit, talking about Africa. Like, shut up.
And they're talking about Black American. They're way over in Germany, for like Tunisia, living in the UK for decades now.
They're not gonna do anything. They just chat, talking all day. That's all they do. They just blab their mouth. They're not gonna do anything.
Yep.
All right.
All right. Well, sister, we take care. Good talking to you. All right. Come back anytime. All right.
All right. Bye.
Bye. Well, that was pleasant. So let's get some of these people up here. You got 4 error. Now he's going by man is fair. I don't know what that's mean. And then we got Joshua Kells. What's on your mind?
Yo, it's Dark Migo, man. What's going on, brother?
What's going on, man?
I just want to say, isn't it a breath of fresh air to finally have a black woman on our team? Right? This is crazy.
Yeah, well, so like I said, she's basically what it is. A lot of African women talk to me all the time off the air, whatever like that, and they'd be like, please don't give up what you're doing, Kala. Don't give up doing what she's Ethiopian and see what it needs. Beautiful combination. That's her picture. She is stunningly beautiful. God, jeez. But anyway, the whole thing is a lot of African women say they see this energy, so they see the strong alpha men that be on this show, and they know that if you get the right Black African American men to the continent, but the thing is, we're completely cut off from the continent, right? And you got these friggin' ooga boogas running the continent, running into the friggin' ground, And so there's funny things when they always get on here talking about us, like, whoa, Black American this, Black American. Like I always said that. She was the first one to say what I always said for years. You cannot talk anything as long as your countries that you're coming from look like that way it is. There's nothing you can say, You are judged by the country you came from, not your degree, not the neighborhood you live in America. We're judged by your country you come from. Your country you come from ain't doing well, then we don't hear nothing you got to say. That's the way I am,
Yeah, and I think it's kind of.
What country do I come? I said, what country do I come from?
Who?
I don't know.
Me.
Who
say it? Me? State where you're from.
I was born in America. It was
the country. I guess you're American, right?
That was north.
Hold on.
The wilderness.
Yo, look, this is what I'm talking about. Arab Black, listen to this. Listen to this carefully, right? The rules change when it's Black America, right? We cannot take credit for America because this is not a country we built, So basically, on one hand, the Africans got a legitimate point by saying, well, even though we got you could take credit for nice Black neighborhoods that we maintain, which slowly are disappearing, and everything like that. But you can't take but coast to coast, sea to shining sea. This is not our manifest destiny. It's the white man's, So this is why Africans have a right to look at us like, well, geez, this is a white man's country. And the only thing we could have is some neighborhoods like Prince George's County, DeSoto, Texas, Jamaica Estates in New York, Uniondale, New York, places like that, enclaves where Black people are doing well, Mount Vernon. That's what we can claim. But don't say coast to coast, sea to shining sea, it's yours. No, because it's not, So we should be much further in America too, in all due respect. We should be much further in America too. It's not just Africans.
So you telling me you're gonna tell me what's mine?
Yes, I'm gonna tell you what's yours.
Man,
I'm gonna tell you it's not. You look.
He one of those, Kala. You already know what he about to do.
Are you telling me that?
What am I about to do?
You just about to derail the whole convo. That's what I know.
I don't want to do that. I want to get back to the conversation.
Don't. Thank you.
What is the conversation? I want to stay on topic.
So why'd you come up here?
The conversation is about.
Why did you come up here? Like,
because I knew the conversation. That's why.
Okay, the conversation tonight. Hold on, brothers. Let's calm. The conversation tonight is being black and successful a mortal sin, right? In other words, basically, what I was saying to myself today was, every time I see black people, and we always got to be poverty and struggle centered. You know, it's to the point now where, okay, I think there's enough of us that freaking got out of the so-called poverty and struggle that we need to start building the next level of business, investment, stuff like that. But we can't do that because our whole politics is centered around not having anything, not being anything. We're like, damn, are we still in 1964? Shit,
I think it's because we don't know who to invest in. The fact that, being a degenerate is popularized amongst our people, it's kind of hard to pick who's, actually good to invest in. You know what I mean?
Yeah, true. Let me get some
I
of these
think. Okay.
If I can get 5 people, you got to tell me you won't talk over each other and stuff.
Nah, yeah, good.
All right. Let me get these rest of these people on the platform. Let them say what they are. Okay. Remember, one at a time, folks. It makes for good optics. One at a time. All right. Go ahead. What you going to say, Arab Black?
I don't know. I'm just speaking for one original black man from the United States, the wilderness of North America. I'm not mixed with anything, and I could just speak from that perspective. An original dark-skinned black man.
So you're basically saying that you just quote Nation of Islam talking about the wilderness of North America and stuff like that. So basically, do you believe when you say when people have a thing when a Haitian, you tell a Haitian what's his land, we come from, he'll point to the map of Haiti, right? When someone says Arab Black, what do you see yourself as, right? Do you point to the 50 states of America?
No, me personally, if you see when you're dealing with me and you asking me from my brain, my mind, my soul, my perspective, when you talking to me and asking me who I am part of Africa. My bloodline, my skin tone, my everything that I know of being of anything comes from Africa. So I go back to Africa. Right, even though I'm born here in America.
You're born here in America. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine and everything like that. But I'm saying is, look, I'm the type of person, I'm not going to tell nobody they can't be proud to be American and stuff like that. You have a right to be proud to be American. But when you're cornered, right, and especially when you're cornered by Africans and everything, and what happens is when black people in America start wearing America on their chest, some Africans are like, hey, wait a minute. I understand you're American. I understand you contribute to the country, but let's not get it twisted.
I don't wear America on my chest.
I'm not saying you do. I'm saying some people do.
Yeah, I know. I'm just representing myself. This is why it's very important for an original to represent. Because if you get a non-original trying to represent, for me, who's an original, you start getting things confused. I'm in love. You know what I'm saying? I'm black. I'm in love. You know what I'm saying? I'm in love with my people. I'm in love with Africa. I don't care what nobody else on the planet thinks. You know what I'm saying? Everybody can have their own thoughts and opinions and be whoever, but I am something, I am claiming something, and I represent something.
Okay, that's good. That's good. All right. The rest of the people on the panel, I have Bantu Mandinka, and I have Elvis and Ahmed. Go ahead.
Go ahead, man. Forgive me for last time, man.
It's all good. It's all good. All forgiven. Just don't. On this platform, we do not freaking.
She was talking crazy, man.
I know that. I know. She, like I said, I see how I handle it. I broke her down with facts and everything like that. And when you do it like that, and you got yourself ready, because I'm ready for people like that. Basically, they don't know what this. She knows what she's talking about, but what happens is when people hear the same talk about, or they begin to believe it, right? And what happens is when people believe stuff and they're not vetted right, they're easy to beat, because I know a lot of stuff, even like Candace Owens, is not real thought out. It's not real thought out. I could kill Candace Owens in a debate, destroy her. Any black conservative, whatever like that, I could destroy them in a debate because I take their premise away from them. So I just let them talk. Let them talk, and then I broke it down. I said, look, do you think the white people in Free Ohio are victims? So what makes the black people victims and complainers and welfare recipients? And I will go. She came on today. I had another video for her. that these people that were complaining about the migrants are actually tax-paying middle-class people, not welfare people looking for a handout, as she was trying to insinuate. You know? So basically, I know how to debate somebody without friggin' coming out of my character. Now, if somebody comes up to you and say, Bantu Mediki, your mother's this, blah, 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 you have a right to call her a name, you know? But when it's just a simple discussion, no, you know, if somebody calls you out your name, I wouldn't say nothing. I'll say, okay, you asked for it, whatever, like that. But when we're having a simple discussion, you know, we don't have to go there. You know, I understand you lost your temper. That's fine. Let's move on.
He disrespected the whole black race, saying y'all got
But the only thing is, when you do stuff like that,
EBT. And I know she's
right.
not as old as I am because EBT wasn't even out back then.
What I did was and I broke it down to her how that's not true, and she couldn't refute what I was saying. You know, as I said, that's what people do all the time, right? You're gonna get used to that. There's this myth out there. I don't know where they get it from, right? Like I said, it's because, like the topic of the show is being black successful. More and more black people in the middle class. More and more black people. The number of black people getting EBT and living in poverty, food stamps has been dropping steadily over the years. You know.
You know what's crazy? I actually want EBT now because, like, you know, I never had it. I'm like, fuck it, right? Like, they want us to have this shit so bad. I might as well get it.
I mean, me personally, if I'm able-bodied, I can work. I don't need it, right? But it's mainly for women and children. I would think a society should not let women, children, and elderly go hungry. You know,
but you can put it on DoorDash now, bro. It's like it's not even like, you know.
Well, you could buy
you could buy a TV with it. I think.
Yeah, you could buy it.
I don't know. That's abuse. You know, only for essential foods and stuff like that. You know, but then you got liberals. Don't blame the people, right? Blame the liberals who say, "Oh, it's not fair that if you want a burger or pizza, you should be able to use your EBT card because everybody else is paying for that with their own money." They're thinking that the EBT card entitles them to some sort of pleasure. Oh, it's not fair that they can't go to the movies and whatnot. You know, see how it works? It's all about your perspective. You know. Now, if you have a conservative in power, right, when they start doing these rules in the new administration, that's going to be cut out because they believe that if you want an EBT card, even though it's a law, right, that means, but the rules of it means they're going to change. Like I said, I'm waiting for a lot of rules in my business, right? That's about to change in a few days, you know? And so the rule is going to be that, okay, if you got an EBT card, you can't use that for cigarettes and beer and stuff like that, you know? So the bottom line is it's going to change back to a conservative point of view of the EBT card. See how it works? But if you have a liberals in power, extreme liberals, a social justice people mindset, they mean that you have the social justice, even if it's taxpayer money, to enjoy this thing everybody else enjoy, even though you can't afford it. If you can't afford, I've always been like, when I was growing up, right? And my pops was hilarious, right? Mr. Softy comes on the block one night, can't afford it. My father was the most can't afford this motherfucker in the world, you know, can't afford it. And you know what he would do? Mr. Softy come on the block and all the kids running there, coming back with their ice cream floats and their banana splits and cones, looking all good. He go to the freezer and give those nasty ass freeze pops, you know. And then got the twin pops and have another break them in half. That was out for you. I mean, we don't want no my brother be like, I don't want no nasty ass freeze. I want Mr. Softy. Well, I was like, can't afford that. But the bottom line is, if it was a social justice words back then, my father would be able to pull out an EBT card and go to the thing, and because they don't want the social justice word, don't want somebody like me feeling like I can't have Mr. Softly like everybody else because that's going to damage me in life. You know, that's the mentality, right? But I grew up like you know, I couldn't wait till we did step up. When I got older, like a couple of years later, my father apparently takes a Carvel, and we got those flying saucers. That was a step up, you know, Carvel, and that was better, you know. We still never got Mrs. Softy. I didn't get Mrs. Softy till I was like 15, and I had my first job. Now 15, I had my first job, and I'll never forget when I was in my grandparents' house one night. The whole block come out. Mrs. Softy pull up on the block. The whole block's lined up again. I was so proud, man. I brought my $5 up there. I want a banana split, you know, right down there with the whipped cream and the cherry on top, whatnot. But it took me to get my own first job, right, at 14 and 15 years old to get me a banana split from Mr. Softy when he came in the neighborhood. But so therefore, I realized then that if you want something, you have to get it, work, and get it yourself. That the government is not going to come and say, you know something, those kids over there, like Eddie Murphy. You ever see Eddie Murphy's Delirious comedy? Eddie Murphy goes, yeah, he goes, remember when the ice cream man came? He goes, I got ice cream. So the kids on welfare. He goes, I got ice cream. Y'all can't on your mama's on welfare. All of a sudden, the ice cream fell, and the kids are laughing. Oh, you ain't got no more ice cream. The ice cream fell. And he goes, he kissed it up to God and ate it. That's what back in the days we said kissing up to God, ate it. Every time something fell on the floor, he kissed up to God.
Yeah, I remember
that was an African American thing, kissing up to God, you know. That was funny. Eddie Murphy skit. Google Eddie Murphy skit about ice cream man. That was hilarious, man. That was so true. You know.
Yeah, I seen that.
Eddie Murphy is Jamaican though.
Eddie Murphy not no damn Jamaican. Eddie Murphy is African American.
Eddie Murphy is Jamaican, literally, bro.
He ain't no
His
Jamaican.
dad is Jamaican.
Not no, look,
research it right now. His dad is Jamaican.
Eddie Murphy's family is from the United States, the South.
His dad is Jamaican. Research it right now.
No damn Jamaican. Shut up. You know?
Research it, Colin.
He was born in Roosevelt, Long Island. That's a black African American.
His dad is Jamaican, Colin. Research
it. He was born in Roosevelt, Long Island. That's another thing. Don't come here telling us who we are. Eddie Murphy grew up in African American culture, and he grew up in everything about him is African American. You know, same thing with a lot of my friends who family may came from Jamaica. They grew up in Queens, right there. They're black. Run DMC, Jam Master Jay is from the islands. You know, but the bottom line is he's Jam Master Jay. You know,
yeah, he's not Jamaican, Jay. Yeah,
if that's true. That mean Biggie Smalls is Jamaican. So
that don't mean nothing, you know.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of East Coast people, tons of East Coast people got island descendants.
You just try to
poke at Colin, right? You showing that you're not really from here.
Hey, that's what I'm saying. Anybody that come from America,
like you know that. Hey, ain't you from Jersey or something, Elvis? You know how it is over here.
No, Elvis is from Liberia. We don't know.
Oh, he said he went to school over here or something.
And swing on trees, you know. So the bottom line, everybody knows that you're born in America. Like Lauryn Hill, I know she's African American, but Plies and Wyclef are from Haiti, but they formed the Fugees, you know. So the bottom line is we don't have that division we didn't have that division until Africans showed up. You never noticed that? We did not have no division between black people until Africans showed up, you know? I
thought we were like one. Remember that time? I'm young, but I know for a fact that your era, you guys was definitely pushing the oneness with Africa, man. Right?
Yo, me and my brother.
Yeah, we used to wear all the stuff. Remember that? All the rappers used to wear the African stuff and say all that shit. I remember that.
We were cool, you know what I'm saying? Until the Africans came over here, you know. That's when all this shit started. They started all this shit, you know. So it's like Baruti, he makes it seem like it's me, you know. You know what I'm saying? No, it's Africans come over here. And they basically like, oh, well, no, look, they don't understand. They don't understand. Black America is a culture, you know? Jamaicans came over here. They're part of us. Like, let me give you an example. We got this bar, club and restaurant bar in Virginia Beach called Montego Bay. But the brothers that own it are two brothers, Jamaican brothers from Brooklyn and whatnot. When you look at them and whatnot, these motherfuckers are straight up niggas from Brooklyn, you know? They're Brooklyn. They ain't Jamaican. They don't, you know what I'm saying? They're straight up niggas from Brooklyn. And the bottom line, the club is black, you know? The staff is black, you know? And some island people, we get down with each other like that. Jamaicans are part of Black America, you know? Simple as that. They're just from the islands. That's all. You know? We don't have that stupid nonsense he's Jamaican. That don't mean shit, you know? You understand, when you black in America, you black in America. That's it, you know?
Yeah, especially on the East Coast, because the majority of the Black Americans, they eat Jamaican food. Like that's
we made it.
That's like our soul food. You know what I mean? Like we don't really eat soul food like that.
Man, they got macaroni and cheese, collard greens. They got all the soul food in there with the Jamaican food. You know. So the bottom line, they're part of the struggle. You know, all the Black nationalists were Jamaicans. You know. All the people, you know, from the islands, you know, from the Caribbean and the island. Most of our Black nationals in New York are from the islands, you know. The Garveyites, you know, which we call Stokely Carmichael. All these people from the islands, you know, in Central America and shit, you know.
That could be a real big problem.
all this nonsense about somebody Jamaican or not. What the fuck is that anything? I don't define Black America by you were a slave. If you no, Adam Clay Powell was not Jamaican. No, he was mixed race person in from way upstate New York when the Powells. His father was a preacher. He became a preacher.
This is a problem, man. You got too
This
many
is
mixed.
like boy said, Colin got a problem with Africans. I do not have a problem with Africans. I have a problem with African friggin' bootlickers that come here and bootlick. Like Afro dumbass. People bootlick like that. That's what I have a problem with.
Oh my God, you guys are funny.
It's a problem. You know what I mean? You got too many mixed blacks, mixed race blacks, island blacks speaking for.
That's something I say about, this is why I disagree with my brother Dollar Bill about Puerto Rican. I knew most of my friends were my best friend Chris. He's half black, half Puerto Rican. He's from the Bronx, right? But Chris grew up as black, because he will introduce me to all the black culture. We were teenagers, man. He was into like things like Superfly, Three the Hard Way, and shit like that. All the black movies, Shaft. Everything. That motherfucker is black as I don't know what, man. That nigga has straight hair, man, but he always wanted to have an afro like mine, But the bottom line is he was half black, half Puerto Rican. There's a lot of Puerto Ricans in the Bronx, right, that basically have African American culture, if you look at it, And so they're mixed black and white Puerto Rican,
So what is culture appropriation?
Well, culture appropriation when you basically are not in the culture and you use it for your own. If you're part of the culture, that's one thing. You go to Soundview in the Bronx and like Bronx River and stuff like that, where you had black and Puerto Ricans living in the same building. What happened? They were dating each other, having babies together. So a whole culture came.
I understand that. I'm talking about what is culture appropriation. So if a white guy watches Three the Hard Way and does everything,
hold on. White people are different, because white people. Go ahead.
So if you have, when I ask about culture appropriation, so does that make that Spanish dude black?
No, if you're half black, you're black.
Okay, so when I interject and put in the white guy into that equation, it's an issue, right?
Is he half black?
Oh, so you got to be part. So you have to be some semblance of the culture of the thing that you are watching, right?
Let me tell you something. When you go, if you're from New York, like I'm from New York, right? There was a lot of Puerto Ricans, right? You may be Puerto Rican, like straight Puerto Rican, but your sister may have a black husband, and your nieces and nephew maybe look like they're black. You may have a mother or grandmother that may have been on the Afro Puerto Rican side. See, there's a difference. White people are different, right? Because their race basically distincts them from everybody else. That whiteness is like the barrier. That's a difference. Like a lot of Puerto Ricans and a lot of people, like people of color, mixed together when that's hard. The line is blurred about who's black and who's not, because you'll have a cousin. I even seen brothers and sisters. The brother may look black and the sister may look like she's more mestizo and white, But that happens in those communities so therefore, a lot of them gravitate towards black music and black way of life and everything in those areas. You don't see, but the reason why a lot of Puerto Ricans gravitate towards black because they do have black family members and stuff, and they know if they're around those white-looking Puerto Ricans, they're going to be their family members are going to be rejected, and so this basically the easiest thing to do is hang around black people. That's what it is.
What I know about Africa, what I know about the earth, what I know about the universe, the world, right? Rhythm, music, rhythm. To put a rhythm together, right? Is African, right? Anybody that puts rhythm together, they're taking from African culture. They're taking from things that stem from
There's all kinds of music. Music is, but you have music,
right? But I'm talking about roots. I'm talking about the original. I'm talking about where it all comes from.
Are you saying gypsy? You saying gypsy folk music comes from Africa?
I'm talking about rhythm.
Yeah, they got rhythm.
Yeah, so anything that has to do with rhythm created in Africa.
So you're saying the gypsies and
I'm saying that anything and everything that ever was is created.
Do you have any evidence of that?
I don't need evidence of it. I'm telling
you gotta
what
have
it
evidence,
is.
man. When you say something, you gotta
No,
have evidence,
I don't need evidence. You may need evidence for what I'm saying, but I don't.
But you
I'm just
believe
giving
it.
you
Well, hold on.
my
But you believe
opinion.
it. But
I'm
I can't
giving you
argue
my
with you,
opinion.
man. I
That's
believe
it.
it. You can't provide any proof. Okay, but that's good. Agree or disagree. Jonathan Miller, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I just came in. What we talking about? What's wrong with Africa? That's what y'all was
Ain't nothing
arguing
wrong with
about
Africa.
earlier.
And the topic tonight is being black and successful a sin? You know, obviously from that show, listen to brother Ahmed and other people like that.
What up, Jay Miller?
Well, being black and successful be a sin. Isn't that
yeah,
a good
what
thing?
I'm trying to say is if black people, if your way of life or your politics ain't centered around the struggle, there's something wrong. That's what it seems to me. You know, your struggle. It's like, damn, you know, how people, how I would want to know, how do black people that are MBAs get together and build something when the fact of the matter is you got a lot of black people say, well, the first thing they'll say, how's the poor going to benefit? The first thing they say, how's this going to help the poor? How's it going to help the poor? Well, geez, you know, don't you believe in creating a black wealthy class first and whatnot, then talk about them being able to create jobs and stuff like that, you know? Everything is basically, that's why they sabotage the Ice Cube Platinum Plan, you know? How's this going to about the poor when they can't see? No, it's you build a black business infrastructure first, and then the poor will benefit from that. But they basically like, no. That's just black capitalism. Like Umar Johnson just recently said that you shouldn't come to Africa and try to get rich or whatever and everything. Now, let's look at Miss McDonald calling me a Republican, you know?
You shouldn't go to Africa and try to get rich.
Here's the question.
I said, yeah, you shouldn't go to Africa and try to get rich, you know?
What's the purpose of going to Africa then?
Success only based on your economical status. Is that what we only basing success on?
No.
Well, success, not only that, educational status, you know? That's another thing.
When it comes down to it, people only base on success on your, your economical status is what.
Also, not just that. Somebody can be very accomplished in life. You know, when anybody successful, they tend to be economically well off. You know, let's be honest with ourselves. You can't be so yourself successful and you're living in squalor. It just don't work like that. It's something you did wrong. Something you're doing wrong. You know.
In this country, it's
I heard somebody say Go ahead, John.
In this country, it's the economic success that matters. Don't tell me that the person that got a PhD is sleeping outside on the streets with no money. It's dusty and dirty.
There's some cases of that, you know. But
for that person, we can't call that successful,
bro.
That's not successful because they end up homeless.
Something he didn't do right. Now, why is Missy Dime calling me Ronald Reagan? Come on, Missy Dime. You know, why you dissing me like that, you know?
Ronald Reagan called Africans monkeys.
I didn't call never call Africans monkeys.
Yeah, you didn't call
success on money, education, and what else?
Status, you know, health, whatever like that. You know, you own a home, whatever like that. You look like you're well-to-do, whatever like that. You can do what you want to do. You travel. You know, you gotta have something. You know, success is basically when I look at people and are successful, it's like, do you want to? Oh, okay. The girl Mango's up here tonight. You know, let's see what she has to say. You guys, please behave.
I'm gonna try to hold it. Put me on mute. Put me on mute.
Hey, Miss Mango, before you speak, I want to get Ndama on. Okay.
Okay.
Ndama, go ahead. Let brother talk first, then you can talk. Go ahead, Ndama.
All right. What's up, Kyla? But the thing is, with Ice Cube, he got attacked. Like his program got attacked by women, and they were saying that it wasn't specific to women. It didn't have stipulations in it regarding women's issues and stuff like that. And the thing is, the problem with us as a culture, as black men moving forward, is that one of the things we have to address with our people is we don't really have like a patriarchal culture the way other groups do. It's easier for other groups of men to kind of build for their people. because they have a patriarchal structure. When the men put resource together and they build, the women, they just follow along with it, and they they shut their mouth and they go along with it so that they can benefit from it. They don't jump up and run and run their damn mouth and shit and always have an opinion and shit. That is the problem with our fucking women. And until we address that, that is something that is a challenge that we as black men, we're going to have to deal with that at some point. Because if I'm a black man and I'm trying to build something for my people, okay, a black woman shouldn't come and make a sarcastic remark or make a smart remark or make a remark about me or try to make fun of me or whatever because I'm trying to build for my people. She should have enough respect to just say, okay, if this brother's going to build something, just let him go ahead and build it, and I'm gonna keep my mouth shut. And even if I do think, if I do have a weird or a funny thought in my head or something like that, I'm gonna let this brother go ahead and build and keep my damn mouth shut, because I know this is something it's going to benefit the community. And see, that's something that they learned that's something they picked up from these white women, being in these feminist movements and stuff like that. Is they'll be overcritical of the black man, but then they won't say nothing about their white boss on their job. You know what I mean? They'll say that they'll look at us and say, they'll see us trying to build something, and they'll say, you guys are just doing that for money, or you're building for money. But they won't go to their white boss on their job and tell him that he's all about money. You see what I'm saying?
What about I remember when I used to be a worker, right? I was like a rebel when we're gonna fight management and stuff like that. Until one of your boys that you was a dishwasher with and y'all moving up to cook, whatever like that, and you still got this, we getting exploited here, look how much we getting paid. And then next thing you know, one of your boys gets pulled into the office and they offer him a position above you. And that breaks the whole thing up. Now he's your boss, he's coming up there sitting while you getting dirty on the line cooking. He's sitting in the office in air conditioning while you're sitting out there busting your ass, and next thing you know, he's getting way more money. You got a new car and everything like that. And I think the whole argument about the whole thing, you're like, he ain't gonna see this world the way you see it no more. Yeah. He's like, you're gonna be looking at the time clock like, well, you 2 minutes late.
Yeah, well, see, here's the thing, Kyla. Here's the thing about that is that we need to have our own companies, our own stuff. I'm not big on us working for white folks. Here's the thing. Hold on, Kyla. Here's the thing. I'm not big on us working for white folks forever. If you got to work for white folks, for a certain period of time, that's fine. But at some point, we got to learn. I prefer us. It's actually better for us, to work with each other, work for each other. As long as we're organized. As long as you're organized. If you have a black business, you have to be professional. You know what I mean? You can't have a black business and be unprofessional or not pay people on time, or you want to play favorites or stuff like that. You can't do that.
Yeah, I only I only work for one black business where I actually got a payroll check. Every other black business that I ever worked for was under the table. I pay you when I get it. Is that how it is with your business, Jonathan? Come on, bro.
You said what, Tyler?
It's like, do you got a payroll?
Of course, we got payroll.
Okay, all right. Okay.
We do. We do our workflow management with FlowLoo.
Ooh, I use ADT.
They suck. Though. We're using people that suck.
Don't try Jonathan. He'll get up here and prove some shit to you.
You know what I'm saying? So what I'm saying a lot of black businesses, man. I got a business, but you gotta wait like 3 months to get paid and whatnot. Then they take some of the money out of their pocket and pay you, and you're chasing around for the rest of it. Whatnot, you ducking and whatnot. You waiting at the house and whatnot. What's the rest of my money, man? All right, man. I got it, man. Let me get it. And then finally come up with his hair, like they think they did something. They finally able to pay you off. But I had one business, man. But I was working for some thugs when I did club security. To be honest with you, the guy that was their partner, silent partner, was the accountant. This guy named Rob, man. I gotta get in touch with him, man. He's somebody I want to recruit for this BAO African mission. You know, he was a silent, but he went to jail for 8 years. You know, for money laundering. The whole crew went down. You know. Anyway, he's out now. He's been out for 3 years now, so I might get in touch with him. Anyway, basically, he was a silent partner and all that, right? And basically, when I was doing I said, man, I can't believe this, right? Yeah, RN such and such enterprises or whatever. I forgot what the fuck it was called. I said, I'm getting a paycheck from a black man, you know, a weekly paycheck from a black man. I work for a club. And there was 2 thugs that ran it, you know, 2 thugs that owned it. 2 drug dealers that owned the club. I said, Dad, you told me I had to take a damn drug dealer to give me my first black paycheck from a payroll. I never thought in a million years that was possible, you know. You know, I would say, you know, when you get a payroll, a real job, a payroll, weekly pay, that's something what the white people do, you know. All right, Ms. Mango, what's on your mind?
Hey, okay, so I wanted to answer the question that you posed in the title. So I do think, no, I don't think that it's a sin for white people to be like, you know, economically stable and basically not in the poorhouse. But I do think, I agree with what you said, that I do think overall the Black community has like this scarcity mindset to where, you know, it's like a comfort thing, you know, where it's like, it's more comfort being like at the bottom and not having as much, because that's what a lot of Black people are used to. And if you are elevated to like new circles and like a new economic position, like where a good number of white people are, then, you know, you're not really accepted in the Black community, or or, you know, it's new territory, because, you know that you're in a different circle now, and a lot of what you're used to, like those type of people, like white people or whatever other group of people is at the top, they're not going to be used to that. And so you're not really going to know how to fit in. And so, you know, and like you always hear these stories of like with ball players, they try to go back to the hood and try to, you know, they think that they have to go back to the hood to, you know, to still be true to their city and their neighborhood, or else, you know, the neighborhood looks at them like, oh, you made it, you know, who do you think you are? You know, you made it out the hood, and now you think you're better than us because you got money, and now you don't want to come back here. But truth of the matter is, when the average Black person really makes it to the top and they get into like, they start making a lot of money, especially if they're well known, you can't really go back to that same broke community with people like who have a scarcity mindset, because it's dangerous, you know, especially if those people know that you made it big and it's obvious. It's just dangerous. And so, no, I don't think it's a sin, but I think a lot of Black people are scared of that because that's not the norm. And so, like with anything, when you stepping outside of your comfort zone, you know, it's uncomfortable, right? And so people, they want to be comfortable where they're at. And I liked your story about the ice cream truck, Mr. Softy, because although it was completely different from my experience, you know, we always got money to go, you know, to get an ice cream cone or banana split from Mr. Softy. You know, we had that all our childhood. And when
I was a kid, this was the 70s. Money was tight back then, you know, I admit it. Money was tight back then. My father was a working man, but he's like, he basically treated nickels like manhole covers. He couldn't lift them out of his pocket, you know. You know, it was cheap, man. You know, that's how he was, man. That's my father. He come from the old school. He came up from nothing in the South when I built himself up, bought a home at the age of 19. And my mother, we always had our own home and everything. So my father, although I didn't get Mr. Softy, he gave me everything else, love, whatever, like that, nice roof over my head. I can't complain about that. All right,
but
so
see,
anyway, okay,
but
go
see,
ahead.
an experience like that, though, as simple as it is, you're just talking about ice cream. But because you saw all the other kids getting it, except you know, that will create that type of mindset. Much of like what I have, like there's no free handouts. There's no free lunch. And, I guess some people would liken me to Candace Owens. I first of all, I think Candace Owens is a grifter, but I do agree with a good number of her talking points. I really do, because a lot of it, from my experience, is true. But again, I think she is a grifter. I wouldn't really trust her necessarily. But she's accurate on a lot of things. And so I'm more of a teach a man to fish mindset rather than give a man a fish, pull yourself up by your bootstraps. That's my type of mindset. That's just how I was raised and the type of environment, type of schooling environment I was in. So, but I mean, yeah, I don't think there's nothing wrong with, Black people having like prosperity. Personally, coming from Chicago, like the west side of Chicago, I have rarely ever seen a Black person who really had something unless they were a drug dealer. I'm just being honest. That's my experience. Okay. I'm not saying that that's the reality. I'm saying that's my experience. Okay. I don't live in Chicago anymore. I live in a different state where, there are Black people who are very successful and they have legitimate careers, and, they're doctors or dentists or lawyers. And, just for the first time, like last year or maybe like 2 years ago, I met a Black dentist for the first time. He was actually my dentist, and I'm laying in the chair and I'm looking for the dentist. He comes in. Okay. I'm just thinking maybe he's another dental assistant. I'm like, where's the dentist? And he's like, I'm the dentist. And I said, you're the dentist? And he said, yeah. And he said, oh, you sound a little surprised. And I said, yeah, I am. I said, I never met a Black dentist before. And, he didn't take any offense to it. And I just basically explained to him, like, and back in Chicago, I'd never seen a Black doctor, a Black dentist. Depending on which sides of Chicago you grew up in, you don't see Black people in high positions like that. Okay. You're talking about somebody who grew up in the ghetto. Okay. You just don't. And so, but where I am now, I've seen Black judges, Black doctors, Black dentists, Black lawyers. And so that's really opened my eyes, because I'm like, man, Black people can be prosperous and can, have like a real like type of, they can have prosperity basically. And I'm not saying these people that I've met are rich, but they're in like positions of, positions that I've only seen like white people or Indians in, basically. So, but yeah, I never, I think probably the highest professional Black person throughout my childhood that I probably knew or came across was like, honestly, I'm not even like a police officer. I'm being for real. Yeah. So,
Yeah, let me get some people in here to respond. Okay, start with you, Era Black. What do you think? What say you?
I'm gonna pass the mic.
All right, Jonathan Miller.
I'll pass, Colin.
All right, Bantu Mandinka.
Well, that's why I just asked the question of what the basis of success is. I think, people look at success as just money, but it's more to success than just money.
Career, fulfillment. Let me ask you a question, Bantu.
Go ahead.
Let me say this before you finish. Right, me personally, success is being able to not only do what you want to do, but show to the people when you say I'm successful because I have what I want in life. Look, there's people that may be monetarily successful, but if you're a man and let's say you're 50 years old, let me perfect example of what I'm talking about. A few years ago, like 10 years ago, I used to drive for Uber, right? I used to get to meet a lot of people, right? One of the guys I used to always pick up was this guy. I forgot, I think his name was Rick. He was a Filipino guy. And I think he was either born in the United States. He was a few years older than me, right? I think he was either born in the United States, born in the Philippines, came as a baby. But he grew up in the East Chesapeake part of Virginia Beach, right? And in a black neighborhood, right? And when I pick him up, right? Now he's successful. I forgot what he said he did. You know, he makes money and everything, but he lives with his mother, right? Old Filipino lady. He lives with his mother, right? And I used to pick him up from bars and everything like that. Now I seen him out too. He basically he has money and everything like that, but he just takes Uber because he don't want to get DUI or whatever. But the thing is, though, monetarily he's successful. But guess what? This guy at the time, he was like in his late 40s. I don't think the guy ever had a girlfriend. You know, he's one of those guys that, oh yeah, right, he's a guy. He always gets some mercy hugs from chicks in the club, the bar, whatever like that, particularly white chicks, whatever like that. He's a life of the party and everything, but he does not have a freaking wife. He does not have a thing. Can we say he's successful in life? You know,
that's what I said. What's the barometer that people are using?
When we say successful, right? Some people, when you see a marriage, a couple that's married for 20 years and they got grown kids, that's successful. It's not always. You see what I mean? Some people don't think that's possible because they always assume that black families are dysfunctional. So when you have a successful black family, they think something went wrong. What's going on? He must be beating her. She must be oppressed, whatever like that. We got to get in there and save her and whatnot, you know? So the bottom line is,
there's plenty of people that are hella money that's miserable as fuck. So
yeah, that's what I'm saying. You got people with money, and they're not, like I said, the guy Rick. The guy got money and whatnot, you know. He got money, goes out to the bar, he got money and everything, but he's lived with his mother. He's like in his 40s. He was living in his 40s, and like 10 years ago, he must be in his like 60s now. You know, that was 10, 12 years ago. He must be like good. He's a few years older than me. He's probably in his 60s, right? And the guy never had a girlfriend, man. You know, I said to myself, now if he was in the Philippines, he's a good-looking guy, right? I said if he was in the Philippines, right, he probably have all kinds of women. You know, he probably would like.
Do you think maybe he was gay, Tyler?
What? What you say?
Maybe he was gay. If he never had a girlfriend, maybe he's gay. Maybe he's not interested in women.
Oh, he was not gay because the guy we were talking about female. He liked females when he's like, oh, that chick is hot. Blah, blah, blah. The guy wasn't gay. Just say, look, some
people never had a girlfriend. Was he a virgin?
Oh, Elvis. Some guys, or I know guys like that. Some guys, they just the luck.
What do you measure success by, Elvis? I want to see what you got to say. What's your barometer?
Like most things in life, right?
Elvis' success is having a U.S. passport, being here in America.
I knew you was gonna say that.
That's his success, man. He don't get deported. You know.
I know his answer is not gonna be that, but go ahead.
Yeah, like most things in life, success is relative, right? So if I
you cut out.
Are you getting it?
All right, you back.
Sorry. Yeah, if I'm successful in my education, I got a degree, I completed, my courses, I got all my credits.
I got critical skills. I got a degree.
One second, Carl. I'm giving you an example, right? You have found success in your education. Now you can go into your career path. If that's a doctor, if that's a lawyer, just because you have a law degree or you pass the bar doesn't make you a successful lawyer. So now you have to practice law. You have to get recognized as a good lawyer. Get a couple
this is where I try to move the conversation. Now we get into what success really is.
Right. So what success is being distinguished in the field that you're a part of, whether it's a lawyer, a doctor, or as an academic person, as an academia. If you get recognized by your peers as a scholar, or whatever it is. So sometimes just getting a degree doesn't make you educated in the sense that you have to practice, you have to apply that knowledge that you learn so the other can recognize that you understood what you learned in school. There are lawyers who took the bar and never practiced law because they recognize they would not be a good lawyer. They can't make good arguments. They can't really persuade people to come to their side of arguments. So in that regard, they fail as a lawyer, even though they succeeded in getting the education as a lawyer. So it's always relative when it comes to success. You have to be distinguished in your profession. For example, a lawyer who is a run-of-the-mill lawyer, hasn't been recognized as somebody who is astute or adept in law, can't really consider himself a successful lawyer because he hasn't been distinguished by his peers. So success is always relative.
I'm just trying to break down these delusions of what people think success is. That's all. Because
it's always relative. But Kyler point that he made, I made a point earlier in the show, is that it's like a mortal sin. And I was telling him, take Jonathan for example, right? People who are successful, the ones that black people or other people get mad at is like this lady said, you got to pull yourself up by the bootstraps. And that's a Republican talking point. Take Jonathan or other people in the Bay Area, right? Where you have NBA players who will come back to the Bay. These guys are multimillionaires. They're successful in their sports career. And they want to invest and give a helping hand to other black folks to empower them. Those people are celebrated as successful people who came back to the community to help make more black people or people from their community successful. The ones that other people shun or have a dislike for, those who snub their noses at people who are less successful than they are in an economic sense, and try to, like Carlos says sometimes on the show, whether he's playing or not. I don't want to go back to the kid. I don't want to go back to the kid. I'm living a comfortable life. In my place, a lot of black people don't even live here. We don't want to get a shit around me. So people like that who think they've made it and as such they want to separate themselves from the people rather than going back to give them a helping hand. Those are the people that people look down.
Is that a mortal sin though? If people say, look, I got my life, whatever, like that, and they get together with other black people.
That is kind of like a mortal sin, because I heard somebody say that a nation is judged by how they treat their poor people.
Hold up.
So I don't know who I heard say. I don't know. I forgot who I heard say.
Has a point about that is this though. Are black people ready to become a nation, right? We're not a nation. We don't want the responsibility. It's a two-way thing. If we're going to be a nation.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about here. So, but you can't separate.
If you have people in the bottom class who don't want to pull themselves up, who don't want to stop reported crime and stuff like that, want to do violence like that. So why should they don't?
Some people just you can't help.
Bantu, let me give Colin an example of his own self, right? Let me give you an example of your own self.
You don't try to separate yourself better than
Colin, right? You didn't start that agency.
You can't help.
You had a family member who brought you in and taught you how to become a successful agent, and now you have some level of success. You didn't start from scratch.
I know that.
So if you are somebody who wants to help, you can bring people in and teach them the business and make them successful as well.
Let's say I agree with that, right? But I still say, on the whole, right? Even if you do all that, right, there's still going to be people who still think that whatever you do is not enough. That's just
that might be, but those people who you help, they'll appreciate you, and they'll let everybody know that this guy helped me. He helped me to become successful. My family is in a position they're in today because this guy influenced me. They will ring. They will.
Look, I got a new agent starting tomorrow.
Right.
I got to train a new agent tomorrow. When I help people out, yeah, we do.
Right. So people like that are celebrated in the community. So one of the people who look down on those people, those are the people that people hate because they're snobs.
My sister gave me an opportunity, and basically, my goal is to help as many people as I can. But what I'm trying to make is this, though. There's some people who believe, right, that like Umar Johnson, right? He basically is always lambasting people for spending money. Why you got Mercedes Benz? Why you got stuff like this? Why people? So in other words, just because somebody is poor, that means somebody you could it's over. You're sitting at a dealership. I would love to make a comedy skit, right? You're sitting at a dealership, man. That Lexus or Tesla that you want to buy, you're sitting there saying like that, and then like a big cloud comes up and you see Umar Johnson's head talk about, yeah, y'all Negroes buying this stuff like that. You're bougie Negro, and they like, forget about it, and they go home instead of buying the dream car. You Umar Johnson, you know how they do in cartoons with a big cloud and you're thinking you see Umar Johnson in there. That'd be funny, In other words, basically, there's always somebody browbeating you when you're about to do something successful. You buy something nice for yourself. Like what you should do is go to like the nearest Tesla dealership, right? And you see Negroes coming up and start processing Why are you buying Tesla when there's Negroes over there suffering and whatnot? You know, see what happens. You know, see what happens. That'd be interesting to see what happens. You know, so the Negroes will be like, "Yo, nigga, man, if you don't get the fuck out of here, you know, yeah, but we can't do that, man. The children needs education and books, and you out here spending money on an expensive ass Tesla." Well, we're gonna look at you like, man, nigga, if you don't get the fuck out of my face, you know, that shit, you know. That's just reality, man. That's just reality, man. We're unfortunately America. It's about rugged individualism. You know, how do we change that? The only way we could change that is we have to be committed to it. Jews help each other because they got a long-term strategy, which is the state of Israel. That's what draws Jews together, their religion, everything together. That's why they pull their money together with the kosher and stuff like that. You know, they help each other out. You know, they save their monies and pennies and everything like that, and they only trade with each other. It's because they all want to basically be part of this thing called Jew Inc. You know, Israel Inc. We don't have a Black African Inc. Black African American Inc. You know, there's nothing collectively owned. I put the idea, even we can't get an African right now, why don't we have a Black-owned stock securities exchange? You know, there's nothing stopping us from building that. You know, then you give every Black person.
I heard somebody say something about a Black political party earlier. Who was that?
Yeah, but if you don't have an economic part, this whole thing is, brother. Everything starts like that. Everything starts like this. The reason why we won't have a political party because we have to have social.
No, I have to say we had the Black Panther Party.
Yeah, but it fell apart. You know why? Because in order for you to have politics, you first got to have socialization. That's the first thing. Then you got economics. Then economics will actually politics is what you do get to protect and expand your economic and social status. You know, we don't have a social status and we don't have any economics collectively. So politics don't do nothing for us but just sit around complaining about racism all day. That's all we do. You know,
I thought the social status was the poor class. And then within
social status. See, that's the whole thing. The social status, people think so is a poor class. No, social status. When you look at white people, right? When you see Republicans, you'll see Republican rich people, business people, and you'll see dirt poor farmers all united under one thing: this team white supremacy. You know, Black people.
So my thing is, who dictates what status is?
Well, it's not status. It's the fact of the matter is, if let's say you're a working class Black person, right? And let's say the thing is, Black people as a race, like I said, this is what I'm talking about. Black people as a race face racism. And back in the last chance we had was back in the late 80s, where Black people was pretty much united across class division. The rich Black people wanted government contracts and everything. The middle class people wanted affirmative action laws, right? The poor class people just wanted laws concerning jobs and better housing and stuff like that, welfare and stuff like that. So all these groups of people, Black people, unite together and get back the Democratic Party. Right now, that's gone because the Republicans successfully demonized every aspect of Black America. The Republicans basically said the minority set-asides were discrimination against white people. They said affirmative action was discrimination against whites and Asians, and then higher education. And they said the poor people were welfare queens, leeches. I remember those days, bro.
And the Republicans are seen as rich white people, right? The rich
but the bottom line, poor white people back them up. You know, that's the difference,
right? Because when you look at it, right, everything sections off. You got the human class, right? We're all humans, right? And then we break down into ethnicities, races, cultures, and stuff like that. So when you get down to Black people, right, who's dictating status and class is the white people. The rich people is thought to run the world, right?
Black people never established us or we. There's no us or we.
So absolutely not in a world that's not yours, or in a system, or in a government, or anything that you don't control. Because even within their own classes, they got class. You just said the poor back the rich, and then they, stepped as a class.
The poor white person overwhelmingly came out for Donald Trump. Same with the rich. Every aspect of white America came out for Donald Trump. That's why he won. You know.
Right. Ask Jonathan, right? He has people who works with Black people in their community in Oakland, NBA players. That's a collective. That's a we. They're helping to uplift the people. So it happens in little enclaves. It's not a natural push
NBA
for it.
players,
But those people who are
NFL players.
they try to uplift other black people. So that's a plus.
Yeah, okay. Oakland has a serious crime problem. I can't take that place serious.
There's no serious Oakland crime problem, Colin.
Okay, let's go to the video. Let's go to the video.
Yeah, go to the
video. Okay, you guys always asking for it, man. Jeez, you know.
Yeah, Kyle, I want you to play it. Play that video.
All right, good, John. You asked for it. You asked for it.
I'm asking for it.
Yeah, you asked for it, man. There you go. If people are mad, blame Jonathan on this one, okay? Oakland.
Yeah, I want to see it.
Oakland. Yeah, Oakland's like a war zone, man. Oakland.
A war zone. Yeah.
Oakland.
Yeah, I want to see it.
I wouldn't want to go there, not even on Sundays.
Would you want to go to Oakland? Would you want to go to New York? Where you
New York?
Liar.
You know what I'm saying? I don't want nothing to do with California, bro. Seriously. It's beautiful, but y'all fucked that state up, man.
Kala. Let the people who can make it in California.
Oh yeah, nobody wants to
be in California.
Yeah, how you gonna check us out?
Kala,
how you gonna check us out?
How you gonna be
check us out? How you gonna be the richest state
and we
in the world?
Low income?
Check us out. How you gonna be?
Don't come.
Yeah, check us out. How you gonna be the richest state in the world? Right? California's $4 trillion economy, and you got places like this. That's what I'm saying. Well,
fifth largest economy.
There it is. There it is.
In the world. In the world.
Crazy.
Yeah, state in California's the richest state.
Richest in the world.
It is
the world. The world.
Yep.
Richer than the UK. The world. Yeah. California should be a country.
It should.
It should be a country.
But you know what sucks, man? The homeless population.
See now, Bantu, let me.
That's what we gonna be judged by. How you
a little bit.
In the world,
a little bit more educated than Kala. We know that a lot of times there's these programs, right, that other states used to have, in which they would actually send their homeless to California.
Yeah, hell yeah.
So when you complain that there's a lot of homeless people in California, but are they from there?
Yeah, it's manufactured for sure.
Yeah. They did studies recently, Kyle. A lot of our homeless people are not from here. Thank you.
Yeah. You come to California and you homeless shit, you finna get, benefits like a motherfucker.
You be homeless in San Francisco. They will buy a hotel and put your ass in there. And then all the other motherfucking homeless people from Seattle and Portland and Dallas, they decide to come on over to California.
Yeah.
So Tyler, you can show all of the videos and be like, look at what's happening here. It don't mean anything.
They have like in California, they got Tent City, Skid Row, all the homeless.
Tent City, Skid Row, most of the time full of people that are not from California. That's the problem.
Yeah,
but people hear that California is the place of opportunity. It's the golden state, right? You come there and you conquer your dreams. They come here and then they find out, nigga, it takes a lot to be successful in this state. If you want to do business in California, we're talking about, let's just go and say you got 2 employees, you're gonna be paying about $15,000 a year. That's not a tax. That's just unemployment insurance. And then there's the tax on top. And then the city tax on top. And then the federal government wants you. And then they're going to come at you with all these other kinds of fees that you're going to have. That's even if you're not profitable, then you're going to do that.
Hey, Jonathan, what you think about these wildfires, man?
You know, some little weird little white kids did that shit. What's the fact?
I seen a lot of Negroes out there getting arrested. I see a lot of Negroes out there.
Looting time.
Hey, loot.
I said, what do you know,
baby?
That's why I tell you that barbecue in that fire, man. I was worried for a week there.
I'm like,
getting his loot on.
I sure the fuck would, but I'm like 100 something miles away, so
that man's safe.
Yeah, I'm far away from the burning.
Carla, you got this person named
California's
Life
a big
Water,
state, man. You could get lost.
he's in the chat, and he's talking about how bad Black America is and how good Africa is. At some point, you should respond to him.
I know our business has really slowed all the way down almost since this happened.
For this, man.
Since the start, everybody started boarding up.
Okay, let's see. It's probably another one. I think
21-second video.
I got another one. That was just basically one. I got another one. Now this one right here is
people don't want to come downtown Oakland because they feel
Oakland.
Kyle's trying to find some shit on Oakland, boy.
Come on, Kyle, you got to be able to find it. Ain't that hard to find?
Okay, hold on. Lost his soul. How Oakland lost his soul.
Wait, go up, Kyla.
I'm only gonna pay.
Wait a minute, Kyla. I want to see
I'm only
something.
gonna torture you with 10 minutes.
They just showed some Oakland thugs. None of them were black.
I thought Gary, Indiana was bad, man. But damn, what the?
Kukui brings customers to our shops two ways. By reaching out with
all the Africans,
you
gotta find a video of Virginia for shit.
No, you can't find it.
All the bad places I've been to in the United States.
You can't find it. I dare you throw up your video, man. Throw it up, man. Throw it up.
Than the people in Virginia.
If I've ever been to a city that's vastly run down.
Man, I gotta go there, man. I mean,
abandoned and out of
all the
control as
development,
Oakland,
man.
California.
NBA players, man.
It's a very ugly, rough, littered, dangerous place where the laws aren't enforced and the crime is staggering. I drove around Oakland for an entire day in late October of 2021 to see what it was like these days. And I don't recall seeing any part of the city that was welcoming, safe, or clean. It was really quite an experience.
Right. Ain't no welcome, you know.
Oakland's had trouble for decades now. In the 1990s, it was home to an explosion of gangs and drug use, though a lot of the gang activity here isn't nearly as bad as it was 30 years ago.
Damn, can you imagine what it was like 30 years ago?
Following the Bay Area tech boom came a spike in the cost of living, which priced out the lower class. Now the middle class is priced out too, because over the last 5 years, the cost to rent or own a home is pushing even more people out onto the streets. Oakland is drug-filled. It's a graffiti-covered shell of its former self, where you can't let your guard down for a minute or risk being robbed, assaulted, or shot at least in the greater downtown area. Here's a map of the area I covered in my car on this day.
Do you live in that part?
Oakland can be broken down into mini regions, but we'll keep it simple and split it into two, West and East Oakland. That's usually how it's divided anyways. Here in West Oakland, you have the greater downtown area. Downtown itself doesn't look too bad at all. It's pretty dangerous.
That's not West Oakland.
But just a few blocks west of downtown, and you find all sorts of abandoned warehouses and people lining the streets in their RVs and cars, clearly
that's still not West Oakland.
Homelessness. This is the side of town where most of the homeless camps are located. Some look like something.
Those are all white people, Carla.
Lean-to shacks made of recovered junk
man.
that serve as four walls and a roof.
Damn,
but that's just about it.
Damn, Jonathan, man.
Other areas just outside of town are home to hundreds of people camped out in makeshift shanties among piles of trash with rats.
Don't worry, they're gonna get to the
neighborhoods. They look like the United States. And in between the litter and the gutted buildings and neighborhoods.
Another
Can you
white
imagine
person
being surrounded by this?
Kyle, you
paying $3,000 a month for a
don't talk too soon,
apartment
Jonathan. They're
to
gonna
live
get to
here?
the Negroes.
Yeah, get to us.
It's an expensive ghetto, and that's not a good combination, people. I walked around downtown and within 30 seconds saw a mentally ill woman hanging on the wiper blades of a city bus, clearly out of her mind. This was just a block from the hotel I was staying in. And it's like that all over the place. I can only imagine the things that a city bus driver in Oakland, California has to deal with on an hourly basis. Just down the block, I saw a woman get punched in the face by a man. He just socked her in the head right in the middle of the street during an argument, and everybody that saw it just shrugged it off. It's Oakland. Never a dull moment, I guess. There's no law and order in Oakland anymore. The police are underfunded or defunded. They're just outmanned. Their morale is low, and they've been asked to direct their efforts only to the most dire needs. If somebody isn't
Crime has
bleeding,
been
it
down
might
since
take
they
long.
defunded the police.
All right, we get your point, Colin. Stop the
No,
madness.
Long time for healthcare
but wait,
rides.
Ben, too. Wait,
People
Ben,
run
too.
lights and speed
He's
around
supposed to be showing the nigga shit, but he's showing us a bunch of cracker shit.
town.
Oh yeah,
Clearly, littering and vandalism is illegal.
Hold on. You really want me to show that? You want me to
Yes,
show
I
that?
want you to show
You're in
that.
trouble hearing more.
Your guy's not doing a
You
good
asked
job
for it.
at
You
it.
asked for it.
Yeah,
I was
All
trying to
right,
be
But this
nice
is where
when
it's
I showed
really
you all of
dangerous.
Oakland,
Like
right?
even more
I was
dangerous
trying
than
to
West
spare you
Oakland.
from the nigga shit, you know. But since
No,
you asked,
show it.
you know, now
we
okay,
just
now since
look,
you asked, right?
man, we catch them out there.
Since you asked, man, you know, since you asked, right? You know, war zone, okay.
You gotta
Okay, let's see.
remember, Northern California.
Eggs make all our family moments better, especially when they're Eggland's best. Taste so fresh and amazing, deliciously superior nutrition, too. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's
Eggs are
best.
expensive.
Just ridiculous. Oakland is no longer Oakland anymore. Oakland has become a war zone.
A battleground just to do his own job. Last Thursday, he helped his employees pick up stranded AAA drivers. Within seconds, his tow truck was gone.
Person jumped on tow truck.
He robbed the tow truck.
Once again, a tow truck would destroy our camera system.
During the course of this interview, he says he saw one of the men walk by.
That's another one you need to deal with.
Damn, man.
Breaking every car.
I might go up there and get my rob on, man. You know, it's wild like that. I might go up there and start robbing shit for
Vaughn
damn
says the
self.
suspect destroyed the tracking system, but his phone was still inside, so he was able to track its location and chased him down.
Dumb motherfuckers, man.
For at least 45 minutes. From West Oakland to East Oakland to Berkeley, come back. We finally stopped him at Telegraph and 30th to get a tow truck back, but the tow truck got so much damage to it.
Vaughn says he tried calling OPD, but they couldn't respond.
They don't do
so
anything.
VHP had to show up.
But the reality, not only do I need a new police chief, I need more officers on the street.
All right, where's the nigga shit at? I'm trying to see.
I'll get to that. You know, I just had to play this.
Tyler, if you want me to give you some nigga shit to show, I can do that.
No,
you're not going to get it
okay.
from
Yo,
me.
in the next video,
To put it in perspective, there's
you
been
know?
a 27% increase in robberies year to date from 2022 to 2023.
And don't tell me it's not
and a
nonsense about
19%
that
increase in
Belizean,
carjacking
because
so
that
far this year.
FDA.
Like this,
I gotta say,
Belizeans are in LA,
those are
Colin,
actually
dealership
those are
lot in
actually
Oakland and
Haitians.
dumped in
They're actually
Alameda on
The
Africans.
Belizeans are in LA, Colin.
Hey,
so you gonna say
police
it's something else?
Oaktown is off the motherfucking chain. That's what's up.
I myself, I think about leaving Oakland.
Got some more thing about leaving. I think that's a smart thing to do.
They leave because they can't afford it, Colin.
No, nobody can afford to die. You know.
Come on, Colin, play that video right there.
Hell
The
no.
most dangerous in the hood in Oakland.
Getting robbed. Shit. Hell no, you can't afford it.
Play that shit, Colin.
If you're a web designer, here are 4 Wix Studio features you gotta know.
Shout out to Wix.
He's a web designer.
We got a partnership with Wix.
Section grid.
Shout out to Wix.
Everybody's a web designer.
You finna take some break.
Yo, it's Miko Worldwide. Welcome to the Miko Worldwide YouTube channel.
Oh, he get rich off
Raw
this
Street
stuff,
Hood
man.
Vlogs, baby. Follow me on Instagram at Miko Worldwide.
He driving
Let's go for a ride.
That's a fact.
Yeah, that's a fact.
My boy Marcus had
come through anytime we always outside.
Damn.
School Street, East Oakland, that's Baghdad on my mama.
My mob etiquette excellent. USPR, I was right in my element.
Oh yeah, he ready.
So it's bigger than just, you know what I'm saying, we said family, it's really a family. You feel what I'm saying? All the kids get toys and clothes and shit for Christmas. They ain't missing nothing. I don't care if your daddy or your mama ain't here. You ain't gonna miss nothing.
Because we gonna take care of you.
Right here, person near you.
All right, you prove got it to point, Colin.
Full street. Man, this vlog is gonna be legendary. I'm telling y'all, legendary, man. Y'all make sure y'all like, comment below.
Colin, you
Comment
just made a
below.
mistake by saying that. Take care of
This ain't a good example, Colin.
I think you got the wrong video.
Yeah, you better pick the
Yo,
video.
what's good? It's your boy Miko Worldwide back with another hood vlog. You know the fucking vibes, man. Hey,
It's a hood
right
vlog
now,
shit,
we
man.
back
Yeah, it's a hood.
Yeah, but they
That takes care of their
in
own
Oakland
people.
with some real ones. Hey, I'll tell you about themselves, where they at. They represent what they do. All right, y'all tap in, man. Like, comment, subscribe.
They got a mama
we
daddy
here
too.
This
we here
nigga
with
got
G, man.
500,000
Live
views on
in the
this shit.
street. You know what I'm saying? The dag.
How many
Yes,
views?
sir. All right, who we here with? This bag that buying, you hear me? TTL buying. Sir. Buying a dime. They know.
It's Baghdad Fatboy 28.
Sir.
Big time rank seat the bill. Black Lives Matter family.
Sir.
I'm a little JoJo 39, aka Baby Baghdad. I already know that.
Yes, sir, baby. Bag that. Yes, sir. But that boy mask up. We're here with me.
Around, how motherfuckers around you let you move around.
That's fine.
We're getting the same way. Yeah, come here, right, man. You know, y'all know what it is, man. It's Lil JoJo, man. Go look at my shit on YouTube, please. Because I'm going crazy on my mama. I'm next up.
Bag that shit, man. You know what I'm saying? Big bag, big BL.
There's another one. This is your Oaktown.
Pluralsight has the upskilling you need to master today's AI tools and techniques.
You looking hard.
Explore expert-led.
Back for another episode of Warren Cali.
Yeah, this is look at all the development going on there, and the NBA
Now, I did
players,
this episode
great
before,
jobs for the
but with
people
YouTube guidelines,
and
it
stuff.
forced me
Yeah,
to redo
man, I
this
love the
episode.
development I'm
So
seeing
let's
right
get
now.
into
This
it.
is
Now,
You ever
Oakland
notice
has
they
a long
always show
history
the
of
Dayton
gangsters,
area color?
disputed activity,
Whenever
always
they
being
want to
ranked
get
as one of the
dim
most
about
dangerous
this.
places in the country. Oakland is broke up into three sides: North, East, and West Oakland. And these three sides have a lot of gang activity and killers all throughout the city. Unlike many places in California, Oakland's black gang members don't bang Crip or Blood, but instead are broke up into different crews and alliances, like Stubby and Case, which are cliques in Oakland that most of the hoods in the town are aligned to. Case and Stubby are big rivals, so any hoods under those branches are a major part of the crime rate in Oakland. Takes me to West Oakland, where Acorn Projects and their rival Ghost Town reside. Both these gangs are associated with either Case or Stubby, making them automatic rivals. But it's deeper than that. Worst thing about this beef, these two gangs used to be cool. With the streets like in most gang wars around the world, something always happens to ruin peace between gangs. Now the Acorn Projects were the first major project in Oakland, being constructed in the 1960s. Building the Acorn Projects was not a good thing for that already existing community. It left 9,000 people without homes and
Acorn
demolished
Projects,
almost
you know about
everything in
that,
that
Jonathan?
community.
Yep.
Businesses and nearby job
I
opportunities.
figured that.
This left many of the black residents of the newly built Acorn Projects without much hope. This will bring the future of the Acorn Projects into what you see today: a lot of violence, killings, robbery, and drug dealing.
That is not what you see today.
Oh,
Now,
shit.
Ghost Town was always a dangerous area in West Oakland, with a lot of violence
Not
going
even
on.
close to
And
it.
there's many theories on how Ghost Town got their name, but with the high
But
number of deaths and shootings,
we don't
it's
dress
probably
like
one of the
this
reasons
anymore,
why.
Carla. You know this
By
is
the
old,
early
right?
2000s, the beef for Ghost Town and
it's
Acorn
recent.
would be in full fledged,
No, it
What's
ain't.
with
the
many
date on
prominent
this
members getting into
video,
altercations
man?
with each other, and this became a
So,
deadly
let me
war.
see. It
But with that
said
being said, let's get into some cases.
2024.
On the morning of June
That
30th,
was 1 year ago.
2006,
It's a year.
Jermel from Ghost Town would get into an altercation with Wendell from Acorn.
It's
Later
old,
that
though.
day, police would hear about 30 shots and see a car fleeing from the scene. The police would chase the car, but they would lose it. Jermel would only be shot in the leg, and it would take 2 years for somebody to come forth with information about the shooting. A man named Aaron would tell the police that Acorn members Elijah and the notorious Mac Blast were in on the shooting. Mac Blast is one of the most known and respected individuals coming out that Acorn area, known for a lot of things in the streets, but to the world, Mac Blast became known for being a part of the Hood to Hood DVD Oakland segment. Like many people, this was the first time I heard of him, and his personality and leadership qualities made him a lasting impact on the viewers of the DVD. Hood to Hood DVDs were a major thing back in the early 2000s, showing hoods all across the country, but being on this would backfire on Mac Blast and put him and the Acorn Project on the radar more than ever before.
Hey, what's your spiritual, you know what I mean? With my spiritual mob advisors now. We the only projects in
That's Matt
Oakland.
Blast, that dude that's been gone for 20 years.
The projects, man. The hood,
Y'all playing old shit, Tyler.
I mean, but now you know what I'm saying.
Ain't no
Hey
old
man, what's
shit,
these
man.
buildings behind me, man?
Let's see the cars. That was like
His name is Mac Blast. Look him
all
up.
Acorn, though.
He got life a long time
Acorn the
ago.
dominant force around here. Everything around here come up under that Felix
What
Mitchell
that
Act.
means
Man,
is they ain't got no
y'all
new
seen
shit,
y'all
Tyler.
see the documentary. People from down here, you know what I'm saying? And everything is about that mob, man. Everything is about man of business, man. Thinking, you know what I'm saying? Doing what they gotta do. You know what I mean? Now we gonna take.
By 2008, Jamel, the shooting victim, he would be in jail, and police would interview him. He would tell the police Acorn and Ghost Town were cool until the day he was shot. He would mention the shooters were Elijah and Mac Blast, and that they were from Acorn. Jamel would later get out of jail, and he would later be killed before Elijah and Mac Blast could ever be convicted for shooting him.
The videos he didn't want
Police
to
raid on Mac Blast and over 50
2008.
Acorn members. This raid was called Operation Nutcracker. This was a 3-month investigation with 400 officers and 17 different agencies to bring down the gang.
You might want to find another video caller. At this point, you're getting like a history of the game lesson.
This raid was based off of 40 shooters for 3 years and a large drug operation.
Says all the Denny's left
Mac Blast would take a lot of heat
open. Yeah, they
and be
did.
deemed the
Some
leader of
another
the
burger
Acorn
joint
projects
that we
by the
get the fuck
police.
out of here.
He would be
You only
wiretapped
had one
in the
Denny's in Oakland.
DVD. His cell phone
All
contacts
of them left
and
over.
songs he made would
They
be
left.
leaked.
You only had one.
Mac Blast
That's
and Elijah
not,
would both be
you know,
charged.
that don't mean
Mac
nothing
Blast
for
released release date.
that just mean that
Hey, Denny's left
The violence
Oakland.
was so bad they'll
Denny's
lose the
left
money.
Oakland.
You know?
Carlo, you crazy.
Okay, you know, so it is what it is.
Carlo, you
But
have
bottom line,
disproved
hey,
what
look,
you said in
Jonathan,
this
don't ever
video.
sell any travel brochure. Don't get into this travel brochures to Oakland, man. No, I don't think you do well, people. You know.
Oakland is a top tourist spot.
Oh yeah, it's a top tourist spot. Yeah, I gotta get out there, man.
Look it up, Carlo.
Yeah, look, man. I was gonna go to Vegas this year, but I think I'm gonna head to Oakland, man. You know,
Carlo, come to Oakland. Come to Oakland. Matter of fact, you should
no.
here.
I don't want to come to Oakland. No, I
Oakland
don't
is
want to
the
come.
only place.
I don't give a damn. Okay, this is the only place black people got it going on, right? That's what I heard before.
African community actually.
Oh yeah.
Acts like
Oh
a
wow.
community.
Yo, check this out. A Pan-African community. Damn, I gotta go there. You know.
We got the Jamaican restaurants over there. We got the Black American grocery store over there.
All right.
We got the Black. We all work together.
I gotta go there.
This is something that you New York niggas should probably learn from Oakland in the Bay Area in general.
Man. No, I don't think so, man.
You don't want to learn from us how to work together?
No. I think I'm good, bro. Yeah. What I just saw, what I just witnessed, I saw, man. Nah, I don't think so. Yo, Simply's, are you going to Oakland anytime soon, Simply's?
Carla, you couldn't afford to be.
I know I couldn't. I could not afford because I want to live.
No,
I don't want to die, man.
You financially couldn't afford it.
Probably couldn't, man. You know,
your mortgage over there in Virginia will come over here, and you'd be like, "What?"
Yeah, I know. And you stupid fools live out there.
Carla, you gonna move over here? You gonna move straight into a tent city?
My place, shit.
I'm over there.
That's why Virginia, we got shit figured out. We got nice houses, and they're somewhat affordable. You know, you guys get priced out real estate because there's so much inflation. Because your state spends so much freaking money and whatnot, they have no budget. They have $34 billion in the hole. That's why everything's so freaking expensive. You know, Virginia, we got a surplus in our budget. You know,
I got a surplus.
Yeah, we got a surplus. You know. We have more money than we know what to do with.
That surplus will get spent out here.
Yeah, surplus. One thing I'll tell you about Virginia, we don't have a bunch of unproductive Negroes.
The government run. You know what? I was talking to Marie earlier, right? And I showed her that a pack of bagels cost $17. A pack of bagels cost $17. Carla, don't come out here.
I ain't trying to come out there. Nah,
don't come out here. Let me see you the picture real quick. I was disgusted. How you gonna sell this pack of bagels for $17? You might want to show this on your
pack of eggs is like damn near $10 for a dozen of eggs, man.
Ain't no damn near, it's over. Why do you put now they sell the milk in the glass, but why they want to add the $2 deposit on the glass of milk? It's a small ass glass of milk now. Like,
making pay for that glass.
I sent that to you. See that, Carla? $17 for a pack of bagels.
Yeah.
Got me wondering, did Jesus Christ make them bagels and send them down to heaven or send them down to earth?
Fools out there.
That's what I want to do. I'm gonna call up God, be like, God, I didn't know y'all was making bagels up there. Let me know.
Yeah. Crazy, man. Gavin Newsom, bitch ass. Fuck that fucking shit up.
Gavin Newsom's a dumbass. Yeah, I want
January
you
16th. This would be Leah's 46th birthday.
Kelly that I was scared to work from. I took my chances in Compton.
Sim Police, I'm gonna advise you that was a great idea. These niggas will rob your truck out there. They will rob you. There'll be like 12 of them niggas, guns ready.
People think Compton is bad, and it is.
Compton ain't bad no more.
But yeah, they don't know Compton is mostly houses in Compton. Shit.
Hey, it's mostly houses in Oakland.
Yeah.
That's the thing that people don't know.
Y'all got projects. We ain't got no projects.
No. We got Acorn Projects. It's the only projects in West Oakland.
We don't have no project nowhere near that.
San Francisco is just the Sunnydale projects at Hunters Point. That's the only projects in San Francisco. And then after that, they had like a North Oakland kind of projects, but that's just for the Ethiopians that live there.
Even the projects in LA ain't even that big.
Yeah, we really don't have projects. It's just a bunch of houses out here. And that's the problem, that people think of hood, you think of, oh man, just straight projects because of New York niggas. You know, they all live in projects for some reason.
Yeah, New York got some crazy ass projects out in that part.
That's what happens.
God damn.
You know.
They got the craziest shit in the fucking
New York and Chicago is project. That's the project shit. In California, these are homeowners. These are people that went to work and had jobs, and the kids are just bad.
Yeah, but y'all turn your neighborhoods worse than the projects out there. I say row houses neighborhoods in California is like a fucking worse than any projects I've seen.
Carla, if you could find an empty house in California, I would buy it immediately. Even if nothing in there works, you buy it.
Gonna buy anything
you buy it
in California
because someone's gonna buy it off you.
I would not buy nothing in California. It's not even worth it. Well, I tell you what is nice is like that way they used to build apartments back in the 60s and 70s in Los Angeles, Beverly Hills, stuff like that. Those way the architecture of Beverly Hills
East
back
Palo
in the days,
Alto, well known as East
beautiful. California used to be freaking beautiful. You know something? Congo Town in Liberia got same sort of some sort of architecture as you see in like the old Beverly Hills. You know, it looks like it. You know, whoever copied the design of some of the houses. You know, even though they're all boarded up and beat down, it's like shit. It looked like it could have been Los Angeles. You know, Beverly Hills. You know, I love that sort of 70s feel architecture. You know,
but Kyla, can you give the credit that the Oakland street niggas look out for the non-street niggas, and we make sure everyone's taken care of.
Whatever.
Give us that credit.
Like,
there's a reason why I can go from prison to success.
If you're over there, you're a working class taxpayer motherfucker, and you got to worry about your car being stolen and all this shit like that, your car getting broken into.
That's because there's no money in drugs anymore, Kyla. So niggas got to find a way to do something, and breaking into cars is the only way they can.
How about get a job? You know, what do you think about that? How about get a job? You know, get a job. Those things like the people that cost with the 3 letters, job, and application. You know. How about learning basic skills, how to read and write, whatever like that, and getting up and showing the work up on time, listening to your boss, not knowing how to take orders and work yourself up. Maybe you could become management. You know.
But Kyla, what you're saying is common sense shit. But that's why you get a person like me who helps people start businesses and helps them out. Or you get a nigga like Kyla, I want you to play a video. I'm gonna post a link. My best friend, the nigga in LA, gonna talk about how me and that nigga were just on college campuses robbing niggas. And then he went off. He went to jail, got out, went to Laney College, then went to San Francisco San Francisco City College, went to UC Berkeley, got his bachelor's degree, went to TCA, got a master's degree. Now he's building a black film company down there in LA. And we get niggas off the streets to work for him.
That's good. That's good.
And I'm
We
trying to
give
get
it
him to
back
work
to
for
the
people in
community and
Africa.
whatnot. Hey, look, if that's his life, whenever he feels he's doing something positive, man, I'm all for it. You know, I'm all
But
for
you know what? It's easy to say get a job, but it's really
Yeah, it's
not
easy to
that
say that.
easy
It's easy to say
when
that.
you got, you know, these immigrants that's going to work way lesser than you do.
Hey, these motherfucking Mexicans will work an 8-hour day for fucking $40. God bless their heart. We ain't doing that.
Yeah.
We're not doing
That's
it.
what the white. That's what the white man told you from day
Y'all,
one.
into the older dumb nigga idea, man, they work hard. No, that's working stupid. That's
Yeah, but the thing is, though, you gotta understand something. This is the system y'all love so much. Y'all Americans, so this is what you ask for.
You love the system, Colin.
You know what I'm saying? I like the system. That's what y'all asked for. Y'all said I'm an American. Well, you can't tell these niggas nothing, man. Americans fucking throw you out and I'm gonna replace y'all with a bunch of Elvises in a minute. You know.
We'll take Elvis. Elvis will be a liberal. He'll be a good liberal for our community.
Elvis is cool. He be on it. Don't fuck with the African Americans.
That's a ploy, man.
Come on, man. I don't sound like that.
No, Elvis, check us out. Check us out. There's a video. I can't find it, right? But this one chick was like, you always got these guys. They always agree with everything bitches say, and they always say like this when they argue. You always argue with other guys about females. She's like, I'm gonna tell that dude that we talking to, shut the fuck up. We bitches ain't shit. Something like that. I said to myself, I gotta play this video for Elvis, man. She was going off with that. He's sipping girl.
Tyler, I don't protect women who are overly disrespectful. I only interject when men are overly disrespecting women who don't necessarily deserve that level of disrespect. That's all.
I don't disrespect women. I let them talk, But bottom line, I'm not gonna simp for them. I'll tell you that right now.
Amen.
Tyler, I don't know if you know what a simp is. You were simping for that girl that one night and pissed everybody off on the platform, man.
Yes,
that shit was mad embarrassing, bro.
Check us out.
We need the tip police to come up here and straighten you out, man.
Two people that I respect on that topic was Frenchie and Bomani. They said, "Kyle, you handled that right. Like a gentleman, you handled that right." And even
everybody else says you handled it wrong. Jonathan, myself, Big Black, Bantu, everybody else, even Lizza,
all the
African goddess, everybody else was like, Tyler, you cowed to that white lady, man. Talk shit to all the black women, but cowed to a white lady, bro.
Tonight she said some
Even Frenchie came up there and was like, "Nah, man,
look, I passed the mic to all you guys. You guys had nothing to say. I said, "What do you think, Jonathan? What do you think, Arab Black?" You all passed the mic. I don't have nothing to say. You
didn't pass the mic to me, but it's cool. I ain't got to fight with her, but she certainly has a way of talking about white people that make you think that she thinks she's better than most black people. And that's the problem, Colin.
I gave everybody a chance to address her. You guys didn't say anything, so
that's why she left, because nobody say nothing to her.
Yeah, we ain't got shit to say.
Ain't nobody got to entertain that bullshit. You sit up there and try to entertain it.
I'm not saying she was hilarious to me. She goes, "I didn't see black people as a dentist or anything like that." So I'm like, "What kind of fucking neighborhood you came from?"
Black. Kyla, play the video I put in the back thingy.
I play no video. If you want to do it, if you got a computer.
Well, I got to do it from a computer.
Because you put the screen share up there. That means you're asking me to do more work.
What is that shit?
What? Hold on, let me watch it.
I'm not no content creator like you.
I don't want to play a bunch of freaking.
No, you gotta be on your computer to screen share.
I'm on the MacBook, but I still.
Oh, you should be able to do it
there. 31 minutes. I ain't paying no 30.
You ain't gotta play no whole 31 minutes, nigga.
You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. Hold up.
We gotta inspire the people in the chat on how you can go from being a hood nigga and a gangster nigga.
How about
being one of the most successful black people
in the first place? Just fucking. You know who I listened to that on that topic? My good brother Hustle Smart, because that dude is really on what he said. He just basically took responsibility for his life and say, "Yeah, I did this, and I admire him a lot." You know, he took responsibility. He don't apologize for his.
I respect Hustle Smart, and I thank God for him.
You know, so he basically just tells it like it is. He said that's just bullshit. You know, hold up, fucking.
I agree, Hustle Smart is bullshit. And congratulations to you, brother. Make more money and get more money, get more money.
Yeah, he does his thing. Why not? Because he don't make no excuses for motherfuckers acting stupid out there.
I do.
I know you do, but bottom line is that's why he's going to get more respect in the world than you do. You know,
he may.
Nobody want to hear that.
Hey, if they want to respect him, I support it. I respect him. And
That's
that's
it.
it.
So, Jovia
once again. My name is Ethan Berry, and welcome to
Genova
Ethan
Carlisle. Come on,
production, screenwriter.
Today we have born and bred Oakland filmmaker, UC Berkeley graduate, and master's degree, Genova Carlisle. How you doing?
What's going on, eh?
Oh man,
hey, you could be my screenwriter.
Glad that you're here.
Right,
nigga. I told you about him, but you suck it up.
Just so the audience can get an understanding.
If he could do a screenwriter for me, I'll talk to him, man.
Who you are?
Other than that, I got no use.
Tell us about what your journey was in terms of getting into film.
Okay. And first, you know, I'm from Berkeley.
Oh, you from Berkeley? My fault. Yeah, fuck Oakland.
No, just for people out there, if they say like, I ain't from Oakland, he from Berkeley. He better not be saying he from Oakland. Nah.
Okay, correction, Berkeley.
No, I'm just messing around. Yeah, film. Man, my journey to film, it wasn't conventional because you know, as an adolescent, growing up, you know how I grew up. You know, I wasn't really so much in the cinema. I mean, I wasn't really even so much in the school. You know, so I found film in college.
Okay.
You know, in college. You know, prior to college, I was incarcerated for a year. Right out of high school, you know, just running with the wrong crowd.
Right.
And, you know, I lost my father. My father raised me. I lost my father while I was incarcerated. So I came home to an aunt that was willing to take me in.
Right.
And she kind of gave me two choices. Like, you're either going to go to school or you're either going to work.
Right.
And my father always preached education, even though I didn't really take that route serious.
Right.
So I saw it as an opportunity to kind of, you know, make him proud.
Right.
So I was like, you know what, I'm going to go to school, especially if I got the opportunity to, you know, living with someone who cared about me, and she was extremely educated herself. So she, you know, imparted that knowledge on me.
Right.
And yeah, I went to City College of San Francisco for 2 years, transferred to UC Berkeley. And then right after that, went straight to CCA to get my MFA in film production.
All right.
And now I'm here.
Hey, not only are you here, you've done a few shorts.
Oh yeah, I have about 4 shorts out. And yeah, just a testament to, you know, my creativity and hard work.
Yeah, and that's awesome, because one of the things that I wanted to talk to you about was, where do you get your inspiration?
Man, I guess I don't know. I really don't know, man. I just feel like I can do things, you know, and I like to challenge myself. And, you know, I just know where I came from, and I just, you know, and I just want to feel fulfilled, you know. And when I was exposed to cinema in college rather, I was like, man, I can do that. You know, these stories are interesting, you know, and there were stories that were outside the, you know, Hollywood, you know, sector.
Right.
And they were like foreign films. I was just like, man, like I want to tell something like that.
Right.
And it's almost like being bit by the bug, you know. You're like, okay, now you're on this quest of actually really making these things, and you're not going to be satisfied till you make about 50 of them, you know. So it's like, I'm just trying to, but also I'm trying to create opportunities for, you know, younger people too. You know, once I get to that level that I want to get to, I want to establish this.
Yeah, which is one of the interesting things about you that I know, because
that interview went to prison too.
Company of you doing projects and being a fan of yours already. I
Thank
know.
you, brother. Thank you.
We got the gist of it. Yeah, that's a nice story. I don't know if he's qualified to do my novel, but
Oh, please, that man work on Hollywood films. That nigga.
What?
You gonna have to. He work on Hollywood films now, feature films. That's 7 years ago. At this point, you gonna have to. I'll try to plug you in. And be like, hey, bro, he doing it. He doing this for the Black American country.
Well, hold up,
That way he don't be like, yeah, nigga, I want $5,000 per hour.
Can he screenwrite for Lionsgate Film? They're the ones that want to buy my novel. Lionsgate Film want to buy my novel.
Yeah, they ain't shit.
So he has to basically qualify on that level, for them to give the green light the contract. Lionsgate.
Yeah.
The book. This like they said the movie. My novel will be an epic movie. They said you green screen. They do a lot of stuff like that. They already said they got a budget for it. They said they did test runs, markets for it. I didn't see it, but they said they did test runs in different countries. They said, the story is definitely something that will sell. And they offered me a $1.2 million contract, but I got to get a screenwriter, but they got to be their level of screenwriter, their Lionsgate, that level, so.
Bro, he is a certified professional screenwriter and film director.
I know, but like I said, they have to be approved. They have to prove it.
He was a professor at St. Mary. Can you imagine being a felon and being a professor at a college?
That's good. That look, ain't nothing.
I might have to go back to college. They're gonna make me a professor. I'm gonna be making all the white kids dumb and the black kids smart.
There's all kind of Jizza from the Wu-Tang Clan is a professor. You know what I'm saying? So you can be accredited or non-accredited, whatnot. That's good. Yeah, I don't want to knock somebody's success when I congratulate his brother on his journey. What he did, turned his life around, did the right thing.
I turned my life around too, Kyle. I got 1 foot in the tech world, 1 foot in the streets. I still like your
1 foot in the streets. You're
hey,
tech world.
I got 1 foot in the tech world, 1 foot in the streets. I'll pop.
Yeah, you're in the streets, John.
And then I'll help you afterwards.
Hey, that's
brother.
You're just still the streets. Right? You're just messing with tech.
I ain't changed yet. I ain't changed fully yet. I'm still working on myself.
Well, I know.
And Ben too many niggas say, "Hey, bro, I got hit up." I'm like, "Hey, nigga, I'm about to go handle this, nigga." And then after that, we're gonna go right to work afterwards.
Like I said, it's your life. Say I don't give a dang what people do. All I know is in this life that I know what I have to do. And so I can't tell a grown man what to do with his life or not. It's that your life. That's what you gotta live.
College change takes time. It doesn't
look, it's your life, man. It's your life, man. The bottom line is, I said, I gotta do what I gotta do in life when I know what I have to do, and everything like that.
I'll bring him on the platform.
About choices.
I'll bring him on the platform. He knows a lot about Liberia.
Life is about choices.
Maybe you should make a movie about Liberia.
You make the right choices. You fuck up. Well, all I want to say is this. That's why I say, if you fuck up or not, don't expect me to have sympathy for you, because as why I do what is right, what is wrong, right? If you want to test that universal theme of right and wrong or not, you're gonna always come up on the wrong side and wonder, damn, I fucked up, like a Dave Chappelle skit. Damn, I fucked up. That's what niggas always do. Damn, I fucked up. How the fuck did I end up on the bottom of a slave ship? Damn, I fucked up. How did I end up in prison doing 30 years of life? Damn, I fucked up.
Nah, you can't say that, Colin, man. Sometimes it's not you didn't fuck up.
No, Bantam and Dinka, right?
Because you ended up on the bottom of a slave ship, you fucked up.
Yeah, hell, Bantam and Dinka, just like the time when you knocked over that 7-Eleven, right? And you got caught, right? Because you dropped some of the mints on in front of your house when I damn, you fucked up,
I don't get caught.
Every time you do get caught, you're like, damn, I fucked up. Afro says that is your novel on Liberia. Of course it is. I was the only one in Liberian history that wrote a accurate historical novel on Liberia. I looked at Liberia. I said, no one's ever took the time to write a story on Liberia. It's based on a true story about the Azor of 1870. I used real characters in Liberian history and I fictionalized them, And so what I did was I used characters and stories that I read. I must have got like 10 books on Liberia and whatnot. And I've interviewed a lot of people and whatnot to write this novel and whatnot. I had to be accurate. I had to learn different lingos of the terminologies from back then and whatnot. Read the novel and whatnot. If you feel like you're in the 19th century, the way they express themselves, everything like that, the words they use, how they chose their words and stuff like that. I had to go back and look at books and stuff like that, passages of how people spoke back in those days. And I put that in a novel. So when you read a novel, it's like you're like in that time period, Because like I used to read books and whatnot from the 1930s, like movies from the 1930s, and the language is completely different than you see now. They say words like, "Oh yes, I'm sore," or "Don't let him soft soap you." Oh yeah, he got hit in the puss. Puss meant face. I got hit right in the pussy. That means the face. So all these things that disappear, or they'll call a person Mac. Hey Mac, that means friend, buddy. Hey Mac, what's going on? So all those things when you deal historical novels, you gotta know the lingos of the time period and all that. I did put all that in the novel. I had to learn about nautical knots, everything like that. I had to learn about ships, how ships are designed, all stuff like that. I had to research and study. I had to learn about the seasons, in West Africa. It's very accurate, the rainy season, the dry season, the planting season, all that stuff like that. It had to be accurate, So I took it took me 2 years to write that novel, research and everything. People say, why do you do it? Because I felt like this story had to be told, this connection with Liberia, this story, a remarkable story, had to be told to the world. And if no one's going to do it, I do it. And also, I have a couple other novels I'm working on. One is on the Mali Empire. Then I got another novel I'm working on about the bootlegging during the Harlem Renaissance and the gangster era in Harlem in the 1920s and 30s. I got the numbers running. I got one on that I'm working on, so a lot of projects. I would like to do write a novel on the African Americans' journey in the West to the prairies, in the West, gunfighters, talk about black gunfighters, horsemen back in the days and whatnot. So there's a lot of stuff I said, all these stories that I know in history, right? Why don't we have story novels written? I used to always love reading novels when I was a kid, or historical novels. And I said, since there's on black people, black history, I'm going to start to make them. I said I couldn't find them, so I said, well, let me be the change I want to be changed. I hope it was a trend where some people would find a story that's interesting in black history, and they'll write their own novel. I learned how to write novels from reading novels a lot. I knew how to do imagery and stuff like that, how to describe stuff to the T, and feelings and emotions and bringing characters to life and stuff like that. So I basically, I learned that as a skill. My God gave me a gift to write. I never had the gift to draw. My brother has a gift of drawing. He's freaking an artist. I had the gift of writing, so God never gave me both of those skills, so I can write. I'm good at writing. I'm a novelist. I'm a blogger, and so that's the skill I use. I can write things, I can tell stories. I'm a storyteller. So that's what I do, so yep, that's what I do. Whatever somebody else does, I don't knock somebody else what they do. You feel like you got a talent. I tell anybody, man, if you got a talent, the bottom line is this: you just got to go out there and do it. Find your niche in life and then make it happen. Like I said, this thing I'm doing with Liberia and Africa and whatnot is a path I chose. And so I thought it was important. Because I said, either that or we just roll over and become slaves, and I'm not going to be nobody's slave. I'm not going to throw away what my ancestors built. What they stood for and everything. I'm doing honor by them by basically bringing them to life, bringing that history of Liberia to life, and that was my dream, was to take a group of African Americans to Liberia and then tell the story of the country and why we went there and stuff like that was important to me. And Brother Mamani helped me make it happen, That was exactly 10 years after I wrote my novel, 10 years. I took my first group to Liberia. I published my novel in 2014. I did my first tour to Liberia in 2024. 10 years. So that's what I'm doing. People ain't convinced now that I'm for real. I don't know what else to tell you. So coming on my second tour, everything which is going to be a success. And it is what it is. One day my novel will be written, get made a movie. The right people will come along and whatnot. I know one day I'm going to find the right screenwriter, publisher, and a producer and stuff like that. Film company, who knows what's going to be, but I know one day it's going to happen. So I'm already maybe another 10 years from now. But I know that novel is definitely something that's going to be big because the story's never been told before. When you have a story that's never been told before, and I was basically in my novel, I was fair to all sides. I had Kyle Fabula read it, and she said, "Yeah, you were very fair to the native people. You were very fair to all sides. You were very objective." I just told it like it was.
I knew Elvis wasn't gonna be able to hold it for long.
Okay, well, Elvis is somebody that can't read, so
Yeah, you're right, God.
I want to bring
Elvis,
a
you
Liberian
couldn't
on
take
the
the time to read a
platform.
book.
You gonna
Elvis, you
let
could
them
not
talk
take the
though,
time to
Kyler?
read a book.
Say that again, Jonathan.
I want to bring a Liberian on the platform. You gonna let them talk though, Kyler?
Hell
What
no.
librarian? What librarian?
Kyler, I know Liberians too now. I mean,
What
I may
librarian?
not know the
Are they
history of the
are they
country
goofy
like y'all
librarians
do.
like Elvis?
Kyler, you can't call professors.
Okay,
You
okay.
can't call
Look,
people.
check this out. What I'm going to do is this. I'm going to have a split screen. I'm going to have the Ducor Hotel in 1964.
Oh my God.
Ducor Hotel in 1985, right? And all I'm going to say is which Ducor was built by what people and maintained it when I was a 5-star hotel, and which
See,
one
Kyler,
made
the
it a
deal
shithole.
off. That ain't what I wanted to be about.
Carla, was the Duke a nationally owned hotel or was it
It
privately
doesn't
owned?
matter. It was on Liberian soil.
Okay, Carla.
I'm saying you guys took your
I'm gonna leave it, Jonathan. Go ahead with your comment. Don't ask me anything, Carla. We're not gonna argue. Don't come at me. I don't care. I'm not gonna say anything.
Check this out. I went to the Ducor.
Carla, I'm not saying anything.
The structure is still good. The structure is still good. I went to the whole Ducor, all 4 or 5 floors. I went to there one night. I was looking at it, was overlooking the pool and stuff like that. I started seeing all these pictures, and when I finally saw it, when I went there 4 years ago, and I said, "God damn, this place was once beautiful." When I look at this place now, it's completely abandoned and whatnot. And the guy was like, "You can't come in here." When I flashed her $2, come right on in. He gave me a tour of the place. A little bit of small gets you in the doors over there, So
Okay, but Jonathan, you were saying something. Who do you want to bring on the platform?
A professor at UC Berkeley, that's a Liberian.
Wow, that's crazy.
But at the same,
Jonathan, Carla probably think he's smarter than that guy. Imagine that.
Kyler, you're not gonna embarrass me.
What are you gonna tell me?
You can
Let
embarrass.
me guess. He gonna tell me he built all those stone temples and
He might agree with you. He might even be an American Liberian. Who knows? Have you done a little research on him, Jonathan? Where's he from? What is his ethnicity?
He's American Liberian.
See, Carla, I mean, you
American librarians. Some of those
judged him.
American librarians are self-loathing idiots, man.
But how do you even know he's against you? Did Jonathan say he was against the American Liberian?
Check this out. I have more so-called native librarian friends than I do American. Only guys in my family that's American librarian. And the bottom line, I'll have more native librarians that I know as friends with when that's down with me than I do American librarians.
That's because there are more native people than American librarians.
No. And most
my
American
only
librarians
request is that if I invite somebody on your platform, treat them like you treated that Hispanic lady.
That ain't gonna happen.
Everybody respect. You say you talk.
You didn't overtalk her not one time.
Look. Today's show, when she talked, I figured you guys would. I said I'm gonna let these guys handle her. They're respectful, but you guys didn't say nothing.
Nah, can nobody say nothing to her?
We ain't in the mood.
I'm saying, why not, man?
We had a smooth platform the whole
ready
time.
to boil up.
I was ready to chaos.
I was really about to flip on her a little bit, right? So y'all wasn't saying
nothing. Kyla, we didn't attack her, so she just left. So what she come here for?
So no, I wasn't going to attack her. I was going to correct her. She said black people. Like she don't understand. We have like 2 generations of black people that wasn't in the ghetto. You know, two
Yeah,
generations. You know,
she was saying
Carla,
all that
at
shit
the
to
end
get
of all
me
the
laughing.
shit she said, you said you agree with her.
I didn't say I agree with her.
Yeah, you did.
No, you said it was enlightening or some crazy shit like that. You said
What are you talking about?
what did Baruti say? I mean, you made a comment at the end that it was refreshing or something like that. You said that she came on the platform.
No, I wasn't talking about her. I'll talk about the other lady, Honey, whatever her name is, the Somali chick.
Okay.
I wasn't talking about
Yeah,
that lady.
you,
Are you kidding me? No.
yeah, but that lady was she was trying to poke the bear, and I'm glad people like Bantu and Jonathan they saw right through her shit,
Yeah,
and they didn't even
look,
engage her.
anytime
Yeah,
somebody
I was
say
about to say
black people,
something, but I was like,
it's like
I
nah.
know Bantu couldn't hold that shit in.
Hold up, Elvis, man. When I'm talking, man, be quiet. I said,
My
look,
bad, bro. Go ahead.
hold up. The whole thing is when somebody basically is talking to me about black people, and it's like they just got through watching Young Thug or a Cardi B video. That's that just goes out the door. That's not Black America. That hip hop ghetto shit is not Black America. So
But what are you talking about? What are you talking about?
No, when people start saying that black people don't know that, like, black people are so fucking sophisticated. You got black people out here that are way more sophisticated than I am. I see them every day when they be eating in exclusive restaurants around
like
people doing
Carla, do
business.
you consider yourself sophisticated, Carla?
Yeah, I'm very sophisticated.
People like me, Kyle. People like
I'm
me.
a business person. I deal with a
Hey, what
sophisticated
happened
world.
to a
And
mom,
bottom
man?
line
You
is this:
quiet
most black
again?
people I know are like that. So when she talks about black people successful, what is she talking about? She's using freaking I don't know.
Because she's
What she
dumb,
think we're living
Kyla.
in the 1940s.
Because she's dumb, Kyla.
Yeah, west side of Chicago is a mixed bag. They have middle class people. They have even some upper class people. It's not like the south side. So she's lying.
Yeah,
There's
so
definitely
it used to be
lawyers
no black
and professional
gossip and
people in
no
Chicago.
black.
I
Yeah,
know a lot of
stop
people in
that.
Chicago and
You
whatnot.
gotta
Stop that,
My
remember,
boy
bro.
she
Dion
said
that
that
came to
she grew up
Liberia
in
with
the
us one night.
ghetto
This
and she
guy's
was
a
on
developer. He's
welfare the
gonna be on
whole
the show
time.
soon.
So
He's a
maybe she didn't
developer. He's
see
a
him because
BAO
that's
member.
where she
He's a
was at.
developer, and I got a whole bunch of BAO guys in Chicago that are doing their own.
Jonathan, if you go to the barbershop, even in the hood, you might see a dude with his lawyer card there, or he has a businessman.
Look.
That's common
I got
sense, Elvis.
I got
Elvis, if you
5
just go
Right,
to
BAO members
church, you're
from
gonna see that.
Chicago that's living in
right.
South Africa and
She
Tanzania.
didn't go to
Business
church. She
people
didn't
doing
go out.
business.
She didn't do anything.
What
She
is she
just stayed in
talking
her
about?
projects.
It sounds stupid.
You didn't push back on her, Carla.
Yeah, you
Now
did.
you're saying she
Look.
sounds
Bottom
stupid.
line,
So you didn't push back.
look. You ever heard the expression
I think it
Elvis?
took him a day to realize how
But
stupid
hey,
she
hey,
was
hey, hey!
talking.
I want to say
Elvis,
something.
there's
I
an
want to
old
say
saying.
something.
Elvis, hold up, let me talk, folks. There's an old saying. I won't dignify that shit with a response. That's what I say.
Carla, that's the only woman we've seen
Tyler,
you do it to, bro. You ain't do
You know what
that
I'm saying?
dignified before to anybody else.
I'm saying,
Anyway,
hold on. When she says stuff like generalizations and stuff like that, anybody with a common sense know that's bullshit. Like what the hell are you
Carla,
talking
but you gotta say it. You can't just assume. You
about?
gotta say it to
Anybody just let her talk. It sounds stupid. It's just like what he sounds like. He sounds like freaking Afro dumbass. Like he just came off the boat. Everybody over here is in the ghetto and that. He's a magical Negro from Gambia,
Yeah,
wherever he is.
Jonathan, I found that video. I was listening to it. You did handle him, man. That shit was refreshing, man.
yeah,
You listened to
that,
that debate with Afrodamas and Jonathan Carla
No, I couldn't
on
find it.
Kaiser. On Kaiser, it's one from 2 days ago. It's like 5 hours 40 minutes.
I could not find
Jonathan came in about a 1 hour mark. So,
I couldn't find it. No,
it's there. It's there. You just don't want to listen to it.
no, I could not find it. I looked for it,
It's
but I
there. It's
must have
like 3 days
turned on
ago.
the cartoon, and all of a sudden I
If
touched
you
it. I must have missed it.
if you go there on Kaiser channel 3 days ago, it's the one
You gotta
that
give me a
when you
title. You gotta
scroll
give me a
down, it's the
title.
one that says 5 hours 40 minutes.
You gotta give me a title.
Sometimes Kaizo be cutting the videos off though to like
Yeah,
1 hour.
he started another frame on the other side and then finish it on the other side. That's how he does it. But Kyla, man, I can't lie to you. That shit pissed me off that night, man. You got mad at me. You put me in the bag talking shit.
What?
But I wasn't even mad at that. I was mad at the fact that lady came up.
It's like this. Oh, it's like this. The chick, like I said, you could debate somebody passionately, right? But I just don't like name calling and stuff
I
like
didn't
that.
call her name. I was pushing back on you for not standing
Nah,
up
that
for
was
black women
me.
when she was talking about that crazy shit.
I
I'm
just
the
felt
one
like
that
I
fucked
lost
up.
the chat room. I can't have that.
Especially when she was talking shit about Bantu and Big Black when you put them in the back, talking about I already know they're weak. I already blah 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 talking all kind of shit. And these are people you deal with on a regular
I know that.
basis.
I know that.
And
But
some random
hold up.
chick comment talking
Look,
crazy, and you don't check her.
she said what she said, and I'm being like this. Okay, you know, I take responsibility for that because I didn't prep people. Look, I got a new person coming on. Blah blah blah. This is like this. Just hold your tongue, whatever like this. You know, Bantu and Black guy a little in the feels a little bit. I said like this. And the only reason why it's not even that is the fact that she was a new person. Now she's been on twice now. Now she can probably she wants to rumble. It's a different story now. That's why I said tonight, you guys just don't curse and be disrespectful. You can say what you want on your mind. Now, I don't want nobody ever to feel like they can't talk, say what's on their mind.
I do agree with that, Ben. You know, I like Ben too, but don't say just attack her without cussing. You know, I don't know if Ben can do that shit. Ben can't say that shit without putting the F word in.
No, Kyle, I want you to showcase something if you don't mind, because you get a lot of dumbasses that say that black people don't work together. Now, the Oakland Coliseum where the Raiders and the Warriors played at one point, do you know it's owned by African Americans?
Beautiful.
Yeah, we all came together, we put in money, and then we bought the bitch. Yes.
That's good, man. That's
yes.
good.
And then we started opening grocery stores, we bought corner stores, we just taking over everything. And that's an example of Pan-Africanism. Well, it's not really Pan-Africanism because it's mainly just Black Americans. But at the same time, it's an example of Black American success. Go and show that to your people, and then learn about it. In fact, Kyla, you can actually, invest and become a member of it, and then you can go ahead and buy a stake or something like that. Now you got to have 50 grand off the top though, just to get started.
Yeah, right.
You ain't got no money, Kyla.
I ain't got 50 grand to spend in your state.
Colin, let me ask you a favor, right? It's possible if you wanted to happen. Could you invite Baruti up and have him engage you for at least 30 minutes?
Baruti does not want to come up on this platform.
No, don't say that. He wants to come up. I like his ideas. Dollar Bill told us he's really big on the continent. Let him make a case. Let him speak for about 30 minutes.
By the way, my wife is coming on.
We invited Baruti up on we invited Baruti up on Brahmani show. He never came up.
Yeah, probably. But I'm saying that's probably because of the way you are. But if you give him a genuine invitation for at least 30 minutes to make a case why Pan-Africanism, even if you disagree with it, but let him make a case. I want to hear from him, man. I wish you could come up on the platform and just the way that you act, push a lot of people away.
Look, my whole thing with Baruti is he has some antiquated. Look, I just played a video tonight. He has no comment. Congo executed 200 young men, ages like 18 to 30.
What was their crime, Carla?
Executed them.
What was their crime?
Well, they say crime. It's a simple crime. Gang banging.
Do you know that there was a coup that happened with some?
That's all. Look, there was a coup happening with two white guys from Oakland.
And a bunch of Congolese was among them. Is that what it was, or is it something else? What's the information on that?
All of them together. They said they executed all of them together. It's like
right. So they got death rows in this country, Carla.
No. Here's the
Are
problem.
you opposed to a public execution of criminals?
How's the problem with this, right? And you wonder why I say Africans are savages, right? You can only execute somebody when you basically can provide them with the basics of life.
Who says that? Who says that, Carla? Where is that from? Is that from the Geneva Convention?
Yeah, that's
not a social contract. It's not written anywhere. That's just something you made up in your mind.
You have a country that fucking does absolutely nothing for its people, right?
So where's there a law that you can't execute people if you do nothing for them?
No. What I'm saying is, you can put them in jail, whatever like that, but you do not have the right to take a life.
You have the right. They're a sovereign country. They make their own rules. They make their own laws.
I don't believe in that. That's only.
Yeah, that's your belief. That's your belief.
Elvis, that's because you're an African. We think
whatever you say, bro. That whatever you say, they execute people in this country to this day. They probably do it more immediately.
When people get executed in this country, they use child rapists, killers, murderers, and whatnot, stuff like that. That's
do you know what those guys did? What did they do?
Some of these guys were executed just for petty crimes.
Ah, man. Okay, Kyle.
All right, okay.
You
if you don't believe me, I'm gonna play the video. Now sit back.
Play the video.
Play the video. Let's talk about this. All right. Because you'll tell me this is justice right here. You gonna execute a bunch of poor people, you know, guys that didn't have no money.
What if he's a criminal? If he's a criminal and a danger to the society, yeah.
Let me tell you something. Freaking Africans call anybody as poor.
Nah, you got triggered because you said reminded you of what happened in Liberia. And that's an honest, insight. I got
you guys call you savages call people you thought was stealing, which was lying, criminals. So you
Tyler, I get it. If you can draw a parallel to that situation in Liberia, I get it. It's triggering. I get it. But don't try to say it's not justified. You don't know what they really did.
When I'm saying, urban bandits like this. What's an urban fucking bandit, man? It's ridiculous.
You know what an armed robber is in Africa? That's what you guys call bandits. Armed robbers do terrible things. That's why you see some of them get burned on the street.
Just being a bandit is not enough. You know?
Nah, being a bandit, you don't know. You don't know what they did. They're probably notorious.
Watch the video.
Huh? Yeah.
Where's the video?
Jonathan, is that for real? $300 billion they put together?
Yep.
Yeah, that's
$300 billion for property though. Is that even possible?
Every time they have a concert or a show at this stadium, we get paid, nigga.
You mean the new one or the old one?
Both.
What? Will everybody get a percentage of the pay?
We own it all. Black Americans own it all. So when people be talking about Black Americans, we know y'all gotta come together. Y'all gotta build, nigga. We got all of that, nigga. If y'all don't have it in y'all area, that's y'all fucking problem. Do something. Don't put that on the rest of us, nigga. But $300 billion, I even posted it in the back. Since Kyler want to talk about the bad part of Oakland, we got to talk about the other side, buddy.
How many investors?
Yeah, that's a outlandish amount. That's crazy. $300 billion is a lot of money.
They didn't spend $300 billion. That's crazy.
Not $300 billion, $300 million. My bad.
Oh, that's what I'm saying, Jonathan. I'm like $300 billion.
I'm like billion. What are you saying, billion?
You put billion there, bro. That's what I'm looking at. I'm like, what?
My bad. That's my bad. No, $300 million. My bad.
All right, watch the video, folks. This is the Congo. The country is out of control, but they're going to hold these poor people responsible.
Poor people commit crimes, Colin. Just being poor don't mean you can't get executed. A lot of poor people is on death row in this country, man.
Bottom line, this is Africa for you. And no future.
What?
This is what Burundi wanted us to integrate to.
Oh man. Will you have execution in Afghanistan for people who commit heinous crimes?
You cannot do executions unless you have this sort of society which you have a social contract. That means if you
who says that? I want to know who says that, Colin.
That's every civilized country in the world.
No, that's not how execution works, brother. You have a penal code. You have a penal code. It follows the penal code.
Right? Look, the Chinese people if you don't have the general welfare and security of the people out there fending for themselves in every way with child soldiers, rebels, and bandits and whatnot, you can't fucking justify executing somebody.
Who says that? That's what I'm saying. Where international code of law is that written?
Country in the world.
No, it's not how it works. You follow your penal code. If it qualifies for execution, you execute them. That's what it is.
That's how it works in Africa, right?
America has a homeless problem. They have a poverty problem, and they still execute people.
This is like I said, Africans always defend this savage shit, you know?
It's not savage. I'm just telling you a matter of fact.
It's savage. It is savage.
Come on, Kyle. I don't want to hear about this degenerate shit. I want to talk about Black business, man. But you always got to go into degenerate shit. Stop the degenerate shit.
That's why they're savage. That's why they're savage.
Professional people come on here and we always doing degenerate shit.
But Jonathan, what's the guy's opinion? Have you had a conversation with him? What does he say on the whole? Is this going to be about a Congo, Liberian native thing?
The way I got
to reduce the insecurity and violence in Congo cities.
Actually, I'm one of them weird ass niggas when I actually tried to.
As you know, the DRC is one of those African countries that has been experiencing severe insecurity and violence for decades. According to several reports, there are more than 100 different armed groups operating in the country, including the notorious M23 group. Many of these groups regularly perpetrate widespread violations
the voice is an AI voice
that may amount to crimes against humanity and war crimes. In addition to this, The country also has to deal with
This is not even a credible source. It's just what guy on YouTube making a video.
violence and chaos in the country.
Okay, that's not a credible story.
If we start
Prior
seeing
to
a
all
whole
these,
bunch of
the
random
government of
when you
Congo
make
had
capitalism
abolished the
bad,
death
right?
penalty in 1981, with the last executions held in 2003.
That's accurate.
However, the law was reinstated in 2006.
That's accurate.
Now, since Felix
There
Tshisekedi,
you go, Colin. It was a law that was
resumed office
reinstated.
in
It wasn't just
2019,
arbitrary.
The bottom line,
the
yeah.
insecurity
But
and
the bottom
chaos
line
have
is, I
been on
think
the
some of these
increase,
ministers
even
and
in
government
its
officials
capital
need to
city,
be executed.
Kinshasa. The perpetrators of this insecurity are none other than the Kalunas. Perhaps the pressure of dealing
Why is
with
there a white guy
insecurity
holding
from
a gun?
every angle is what pushed the government to announce the resumption of capital
Straight up
punishment in
AI.
March 2024. According to the DRC authorities, the decision to reinstate was necessary to thwart escalating violence, gang-related rebellion, and collaboration with the
Why you paying it up, Colin? They're telling you the reason why.
Hold on,
And it's
before we pay for
unjustified.
yet another app to manage your team, let me introduce you to Connect Team, the one platform that replaces all of the
with the Rwanda-backed M23 rebels in the country's eastern regions. Speaking on the decision, President Felix Tshisekedi said the decision was made with a view to ridding the DRC army of traitors on the one hand and curbing the resurgence of acts of urban terrorism resulting in the death of men on the other. On Sunday, January 12th, authorities in Congo announced that more than 170 inmates on death row were flown from Congo's capital to a high-security prison in the north, where they will be executed. According to the Congolese Minister of Justice, Constant Mutamba, 70 of the prisoners were transported on Sunday, while about 102 had already been sent to Anjenga prison in the northern Mongala province. The Congolese minister further revealed that men have been convicted of armed robbery and are locally known as Kulunas, or urban bandits. They're aged between 18 and 35, he said. Some people, especially residents of Congo, have welcomed the development. This is not surprising given that they are the ones who have had to deal with the violence and chaos launched by the Kulunas. Fiston Kakule, a resident of the eastern city of Goma, said, "We welcome this decision by the minister because it will help put an end to urban crime. From 8 p.m. onwards, you can't move around freely because you're afraid of running into a Kuluna." Others, however, especially from the international community as well as human rights activists in Congo, have condemned the move by the Congolese government. Espoir Muhinuka, a human rights activist, warned of the possibility of extrajudicial executions and called for a strict respect for judicial procedures and fundamental guarantees. He fears that political pressure could lead to unjust convictions and arbitrary executions. The situation in the DRC is complex and requires a multidimensional approach. The fight against urban gangs must go hand in hand with efforts to combat poverty, unemployment, and social exclusion, which are often contributing factors to crime, he said. Similar sentiments were also echoed by the regional director of Amnesty International for East and Southern Africa, Tigere Chaguta. He said, "The government's decision to reinstate executions is a gross injustice for people sentenced to death in the Democratic Republic of Congo and shows a callous disregard for the right to life. It is a huge step backwards for the country and a further sign that the Tshisekedi administration is backtracking on its commitment to respect human rights." Chaguta also added that whether those who have been sentenced to death are in the national army or police, in armed groups, or have been involved in gang violence, everyone has a right to life, and for that right to be protected. Before we proceed, here is a reminder to like this video, drop a comment, and subscribe to our channel if you have not done so already.
Watch no AI video.
Regardless of these sentiments, the authorities in Congo seem determined to continue with the executions, and for good reason. You see, the Kulunas, also referred to as urban bandits, are widely known for their brutal method of inciting violence in the Congolese capital city, as well as other cities in the country. These groups wield spiked clubs, machetes, and firearms to carry out violent robberies, leaving a trail of devastation, injuries, and even death. The activities of the Kulunas prompted an urgent response from the government, which was under pressure from the citizens. The government declared war on the gangs with a sweeping initiative called Operation Zero Kuluna. Leading the operation was the Minister of Justice, Constant Mutamba, a man whose resolve left no room for negotiation with the gangs. Under the leadership of the Minister of Justice, Many of these gang members were apprehended and executed. According to the reports, 45 of them were executed in December, while another 57 were recently executed. From the videos released online, the Kalunas, majority of whom were young men, could be seen crying and pleading for mercy. Now, it would interest you to know that the gangs were associated specifically with Kinshasa, but they have now been spreading to other cities, even crossing the Congo River, and causing insecurity and a brutal police backlash in the capital of the neighboring Republic of Congo, Brazzaville. The gangs began to appear at the start of the 21st century, and it can be said that they are a product of the deep political, economic, and social crisis of the late 1990s. As you know, the regime of the former President Mobutu Sese Seko in the 1990s resulted in political and urban decline, leading to a complete breakdown of law and order. In a period of anarchy and civil war, the street gangs emerged in the poorest slums of Kinshasa as a way to survive by any means possible. Since then, they have proliferated and institutionalized. Since the early 2000s, the Kaluna gangs have expanded into the capital city and are everywhere in Kinshasa except for the city center, Gombe, where big businesses, ministries, and embassies are located. The structure of the street gangs is based on an informal hierarchy. The Kaluna gangs are extremely local. They own and protect a neighborhood. They provide safety for their Kinshasa neighborhood. This means that they attack the strangers passing in by, but they do not target those who live there. Gang fighting is the key to fame and glory and an essential part of the Kaluna way of life, almost as important as criminal activities. However, crime is only a way of getting food, alcohol, and drugs. At nightfall, youth gangs transform the streets of Kinshasa's slums into fighting arenas. Contrary to belief, the Kalunas do not live on the fringes of society. Instead, they are well integrated into their urban environment. This is unlike the Shegi or street children who are abandoned by their
Combining IoT, machine learning, and data analytics with full digital simulation from 0D to 3D.
Their families and considered sorcerers. For the Kalunas, the local authorities, such as the chef de quartier or chef de rue, know and interact with them. Far from the cliche about gang members, they get jobs in the informal economy and are not social outcasts. In addition to this, the Kalunas have built ties with the security forces and the politicians of the city. The political parties generally use the Kaluna gangs as a workforce. Politicians hire them for various purposes, all related to the widespread use of violence in the political arena. The Kalunas are tasked with intimidating political rivals, sabotaging political rivals' public gatherings, and providing close protection to politicians. However, the most lucrative criminal partnership of the Kaluna gangs is the one with the security forces. Policemen and military officers are paid to turn a blind eye, and they are subcontracting some criminal activities to the youth gangs. This illicit cooperative practice between the law enforcement agencies and the criminals is called the coup and is surprisingly quite common. Sometimes the security personnel are also involved in the gang's businesses. They provide the gangs with weapons, information, and protection, and are reselling the stolen goods.
That's the African.
As a result of the cooperation between the police and Kaluna gangs, policemen go as far as helping some gangs fight against their rivals and using their influence in case of arrest. This illicit partnership between the police and the gangs is why the actions of the Congolese government have not been effective in eradicating the gang. Since 2013, the Congolese authorities have launched several anti-Kaluna operations, the most notorious being Lekofi 1. During the first operation, Lekofi, between November 2013 and February 2014, the Congolese police summarily executed at least 51 young men and boys and forcibly disappeared 31 others. However, the brutal repression of youth gangs by police forces has neither solved nor contained the Kaluna problem, and so has not advanced safety in Kinshasa. Perhaps this was why the government decided to reinstate the death penalty. Right now, it remains to be seen whether the death penalty will help to reduce the gang violence in Kinshasa and other Congolese cities. Now, the DRC is not the only country that has reinstated the death penalty in recent times. Burkina Faso, under the leadership of President Traoré, announced a few months ago that it was considering reinstating the death penalty. Burkina Faso once operated the death penalty, but it was eventually abolished from the Burkinabe Penal Code in 2018. The last executions to have happened in Burkina Faso was carried out in September 1988 by the administration of former President Blaise Compaoré. This execution resulted in the death of 4 Burkinabe politicians who were accused of orchestrating a coup against Compaoré. The politicians include the defense minister, Jean-Baptiste Boucari, the minister of economic promotion, Henri Zongo, and 2 unidentified men. However, under President Traoré's administration, there are hints that the death penalty would be reinstated. Although there is currently no timeline for when it would be reinstated, it was revealed that the government is currently discussing the restoration of the death penalty before making a proposal to the Transitional Legislative Assembly for adoption. The Burkinabe Minister of Justice, Minister Edaso Rodrigue Bayala, confirmed this when he said that the issue of the death penalty is being discussed and will be implemented in a new criminal code to follow the vision and instructions of the head of state, Captain Ibrahim Traoré. So the question is, why will a leader like Traoré consider establishing the death penalty? Well, firstly, according to judicial and civil society sources in Burkina Faso, Traoré plans to apply the death penalty to terrorism-related crimes. As you know, Burkina Faso has been dealing with insecurity and terrorism for a long time, perpetuated by Islamic jihadist groups. This has led to the death of thousands of people, with many more displaced and injured. And the president has been hard at work trying to combat this crisis, which external militaries such as France could not solve. So the death penalty is simply another way of combating the insecurity and terrorism in Burkina Faso. This means that anyone caught, including Burkinabe citizens involved in terrorism acts, will be subjected to the death penalty. In addition to this, President Traoré has been faced with opposition from every side since he took over power in Burkina Faso. If you recall, Traoré has experienced more than 10 coups since he became president, and most of the coups were orchestrated with traitors in the military and even civilians. The 10th coup, for instance, was orchestrated by the former military junta of Burkina Faso, Paul-Henri Damiba. Interestingly, this man is currently in exile in Togo, but it was from Togo that he orchestrated the wicked plot together with some high-profile individuals in Burkina Faso to overthrow Traoré. At the time it occurred, it was revealed that the plan involved collaborating with insurgents and terrorists to launch attacks against the government and civilians. The popular Bashalogo incidents, which claimed hundreds of civilian lives and soldiers, was part of the plot.
Man, wake up. Is that you, Colin? You going to sleep on the video?
No.
He played the video and went to sleep on it.
All of Traoré and make it seem as if he was not competent enough to lead Burkina
Faso.
Thankfully, some of those involved were caught and the plot was stopped.
You can't tell this was an AI.
Hold on, yeah. So anyway, the main thing is the Congo. As you saw, the Congo police, politicians are heavily involved in the gang activity, but to clean their hands and look good, they want to execute these poor kids.
Colin, you don't know gang violence in Africa. It's brutal, it's diabolical, and most of the time it's murder. So I think it's justified, especially with their gang leader. They're inadvertently responsible for the death carried out by their gang members. I agree with this.
That coup in 1980 was nothing but gang violence. You know, that's all that was.
I know you're going to go back to it, Colin, but I'm not going to engage you on that point. Let's leave it at that.
Gang violence one night, you know. That's what I love. You guys, how you guys sit in the comfort of America. Talk about because you guys so desperate.
Play the next video, Colin. That post in the back. You'll repent.
What for? What is it?
You got to learn how black people can come together.
No, I don't want to see.
I want to see when Brother Hill comes up there and he says, "We just need to raise a certain amount of money." We can do that. We can do that.
You built a stadium. That's fine. You came together, built a stadium. I'm proud of you. You know.
We get in the first.
Yeah, like I said,
it's gonna be black.
Go ahead and look.
We gotta help. We gotta teach you New York niggas how to get shit done.
Or whatever. New York people don't need your stupid stuff. You know, it's stupid shit. You know.
That's what I'm talking about.
Bottom line is, if you guys built the stadium up there, Look, man, it's successful. You feel that's your success, that's fine with me, man. You don't have to prove nothing to me.
Stadiums, schools,
Go
parks.
ahead, get going on, man. Look. If you could do something to improve your life out there, you go right ahead. But like I said, I have no intentions. I have no intentions of ever going out there. Like I have absolutely no intentions of ever visiting that place or going out there. So if you guys feel it's necessary for yourself, hey, look, I wish you all the luck in the world, man.
Kyla, what do you mean, y'all? Are you not black?
But I'm not from Oakland. I'm not from California.
Kyla, do you know that we also have investments in Chicago?
Look.
It's spreading.
Look.
It's
All thing
Kyla.
I care about is where I live at and what people are interested in investing in Liberia.
I got my own project called Rise Up Detroit. I'm about to drop deals over there.
Or whatever like that.
You got to be working with us.
If you're out that black nationalist life, I'm for you. If you're anything else, hey, look, I wish you a lot of luck, but I can't like that. I'm only interested in people right now about that black nationalist life,
Is this not black nationalism?
It's black people get money. It's black economics, but not black nation.
You need money to build a nation.
It's not black nation stuff.
You need money to build a nation, Kyla.
Well, you need.
Someone earlier brought up we need a black political party. I am the leader of the Black Voters of America organization.
Nation, that's what's first. Comes first.
Yeah, that was a mod. He ain't said nothing since. He just ain't said nothing. He was on College Bumper earlier, but now, yeah.
No, I think Ahmad just basically like, damn, man. He watched that video. He's like, damn, I don't know what to say, man. Because I don't have to put up a Sierra Leone video. They had a lot of violence 2 years ago. I don't want to play that shit. There was a lot of unrest. Like I said, human rights stands for, it's an acronym. H stands for hunger. U stands for unrest. M stands for malnutrition. A stands for anarchy. N stands for Negroes or nepotism, wherever you want to put it, Human rights, so H is for hunger, U for unrest, and for malnutrition, That's what somebody said. We're going to bring human rights to Africa. I don't want no more human rights. I think we had enough,
No, I want human rights in Africa.
Yeah, you want hunger, unrest,
I say
malnutrition,
human rights.
Anarchy, nepotism.
I want human rights in Africa, and I intend on helping develop a political organization in Nigeria to push for human rights.
I know what you got in Nigeria: hunger, unrest, malnutrition, anarchy.
Kyla, you got that in Liberia.
That's why I said it's human rights. We want to get rid of the human rights and start having real development.
Yeah, but Kyla, you got to contribute to Liberia and get involved politically.
Hold up. Will we bring people to the country and whatnot and promote the country? People buying property?
No, actual things that's going to make a difference.
Oh, so yeah, it does make a difference.
I mean, it helps, but it doesn't really make a difference.
Yeah, it does make a difference. Hold on, my job. We create the template, right? Hold on. If there was 50 people doing what me and Bamani's doing, tell me that wouldn't help. So we're creating
taking people over there to look around, enjoy it, then go back home.
Well, no. Look, yeah, that's right. That's what I'm saying. But we're spending money there. When we're there, the bartenders, the people like that eat. They got a job. The cab drivers, everything like that. Transportation alone, people, you can make more. But what Liberia reminds me of? It reminds me of Hong Kong in the 1970s. You know what the biggest job?
Why don't y'all come together and
we are coming together. Me and Bamani work together.
Build something bigger.
The only person I work with is Bamani because he proved to me that he could deliver. That's the only person I work with. Everybody else just all talk.
So do you agree with these executions, Kyla, or you not?
My whole thing is, if it was any other country and it was like somebody starting a coup like Traore, I take him at his word, it's by protect the law and order. But the Congo is so destabilized since the 90s and whatnot. It's so freaking lawless. You saw it with the politicians behind it. They use the gangs and they basically encourage the stuff. There's no incentive. It's lawlessness, right? And then when people start saying, coming down on them, and they want to clear up the image. It's all about them clear the image to the West, so the West will come in and invest. That's all that is. So they willing to throw these kids under the bus instead of giving them opportunity. You know. So it is what it is. Let's see what Kaizo has to say about this. You know, I want to hear what Dr. K has to say about this. You know, I know he's gonna start with the low IQ of the Africans. Kaizo, tell us something we don't know. You know, we all know the Africans have low IQ, but come on, yeah. And Kaizo, don't forget you're a sub-Saharan African too. So join the club.
He's not sub-Saharan African. No.
East African or South African or something?
No. That's Black Africa. The people that never built pyramids or anything stone or complex.
Tyler, can you start like that?
Kenya, right?
Yeah, it's Kenya. That's sub-Saharan Africa.
Tyler, you ever been to Kenya?
Nope.
It's nice, man. At least Nairobi. I'm in Nairobi.
It's still sub-Saharan Africa, right?
And it's nice. You leave the airport and they got a Porsche, a Bugatti, car dealership to the right.
Whoopi friggin' dude.
And then you keep on going in. You go to Two Rivers Mall. They got the.
It's
I hope they
sub-Saharan.
still got it. I ain't been there nobody here.
Sub-Saharan.
I hope that they got the water slide part there still. The casino. Me and my wife, we was over there, blasting each other up with the damn paintball gun.
Right.
We had a good time.
All right. I got a new guest on. Jamaican uncle. Is that Kaizo?
Nope.
Yeah, that's me. What's good, brothers?
Why are you Jamaican now?
I was trolling. I was trolling the Caribbean the other night.
Oh, okay. So what's on your mind? What do you think about these executions in the Congo?
So here's the thing, right? I'm fundamentally against executions. However, that said, I understand the reason why they have to do it, right?
Yeah, but
the reason why I'm against
it, but the politicians are corrupt.
That's the issue, right? So the issue is, right, I'm against it from a moral perspective because you can never really know if someone is guilty or not, right? It's impossible to know. However, meaning you're always going to get innocent people, stuck in there with guilty people. So I'm against it from a moral.
You could be in the wrong place at the wrong time. You get rounded up.
100%. However, I'll say this though, right? Congo is cooked, and I'll say it's cooked for several reasons. If you noticed, if you play the video back, but there was some men wearing what looked like skirts or we call it lasos, right, in Kenya. I don't know if you remember that. Some of the men on trial for execution. Now, those kinds of men is what we call the Nilo-Cushitic people, right? Those are the people from a specific tribe, either the Hima or the Tutsi, right? The Tutsi clan. So the issue in Congo really right now is that the Tutsis are trying to take over the country because, after the Rwanda genocide, a lot of the Tutsis ran into Uganda to get training, just like Kagame. That's where he actually got training to come back to take over the country. And then a lot of the Hutus, right? These are the real Bantus. They went to Congo as well, right? So between the borders, and these are the guys who committed the genocide against the Tutsis.
Yeah, but why is this happening in Kinshasa? That's Eastern region. I'm saying, well, why is all the violence and everything? You told me those are Rwandans in Kinshasa wreaking havoc in the Western region?
Okay, so they're wreaking havoc because remember, on one side you have border with Uganda, the other side you have border with Rwanda, right? So they're getting flanked from both sides. In Rwanda, the rebels are called M7, again Tutsi rebels, and then obviously in Rwanda they're called M23, right? So they're being flanked by both sides. Uganda and Rwanda is basically attacking Congo right now. But Congo is cooked because they can't just consolidate power and decide to end this, right? The second Congo War
Federation they created, which they had, all these countries became one republic. They were telling us about. Whatever happened to that? I thought that Rwanda, Congo, and all these people got one, like the third largest country on the continent. What happened?
The East African Federation?
Yeah, there's supposed to be a new government. Whatever happened with that? It's like the free trade zone. Whatever happened to all this shit? Africans keep getting up there running their mouth.
The free trade zone exists. So so let me kind of clarify that, right? There's something
like
called
a war zone. How do you have a free trade and there's a war zone? Doesn't make any sense.
Well, hang on. Wait. There is something called the East African Community. That one is functional, right? Somalia, Kenya, Uganda, Sudan, South
They
Sudan,
said they
sorry.
merged as one state. Tanzania, Congo.
Wait,
all
Sudan's a part of that?
What?
Right, there's two different things, right? There's the East African Community, which is an economic coalition. Then there is East African Federation, where they want to integrate a single currency and actually country. So each of these countries will now become states. That one doesn't exist yet, but the community does, which is an economic free trade zone. So the only countries that are not participating in it fully is Congo and Congo against Uganda and Rwanda, right? But the rest of the countries are already involved in it. Like if I go to Tanzania, it's I don't have to pay double tax. Uganda, even Somalia now is part of it. South Sudan, those ones are all collaborative. It's just Congo and Rwanda, they refuse to collaborate. This is why we even sent soldiers from the East African Community to help Congo, but then they accuse us of working with Rwanda against them. So they replaced us with the Southern African ones. But yeah, there's two things. East African Community, it exists and is functional. But the East African Federation, which is now the new country, doesn't exist yet.
Yeah, see, here's where we go. Look, folks, this is what we call
Sub-Saharan African or Sub-Saharan African, man. Which one is it?
Sub-Saharan is East Africa is Sub-Saharan Africa. See, right there, this is what I'm talking about. See, right here, past South
Sub-Saharan
Sudan.
It just means below the Sahara Desert. So
Yeah, right here,
all the countries there.
You guys see the arrow right here? All you need to know is from here, like what Dakar, Senegal is, all the way across to Djibouti. That's where you belong, right? All the shit is where you are. That's where the Negro comes from, right here. All this Sub-Saharan Africa. Get used to it, love it. Forget about.
I always think of it as a subhuman African. That's how they see us. That term is very sneaky.
No, come on, Kaizo, man. That's racist, man. It can't be done. We're still human beings, man. We're still human beings. It's like so all these countries right here, half of Mali, Niger, Chad, half of Sudan, across, right? That's what it is. That's right here. Sub-Saharan Africa is Ethiopia, Somali, Kenya, Central African Republic, the Congo, Gabon, Nigeria, Liberia, Ghana, and all this right here. You can have all this to claim right here, man. All this claim right here. You don't need to go to North Africa, Libya, Egypt. Ahmed's talk about he want to invade Algeria and Libya and Tunisia. No bull fuck with those people up there, man. They got enough problems, Stay right here, Sub-Saharan Africa. If the Sub-Saharan African Negro would just basically concentrate on this whole big, vast territory, that's an empire right there. That's how big that is. Look at it. You got half of Mali, Senegal, half of Mauritania, all across Sudan and whatnot. It's like, look at that. 2 oceans, 2 seas and 2 oceans. Red Sea, the Mediterranean Sea, for the most part. You got the Atlantic Ocean and the Indian Ocean, 2 oceans meet. You know what I'm saying? So the bottom line, you got everything you need. There's no reason why Africa should be the way it is right now. With the massive size and the mineral resources and human potential. But the bottom line, what's in the way is these stupid governments. And that's why I don't recognize these stupid governments. They're propped up by the West. These retarded.
But you can't ignore the biggest reason, right? Like, I know you guys want to hear it, but our collective IQ is 60. You can't expect a 60 IQ person to run a country correctly. It just that doesn't exist. That's the problem. Our IQ is just too low.
Yeah, Ice Cube, but like I said, there's some smart people.
How do you suppose to raise that collective IQ?
Education, diet. So if you look at it right now, right, the typical African is like.
Kylie, let me say this. There's a lot of people, like I'm reading now, that there's a lot of black schools like in inner city that are doing really well, right? They said that if I can get rid of all the problem kids and kids like that, our test scores, a lot of black schools like that, our test scores will be what the white schools even pass, right? What happens is you got a certain segment of our people that's pulling the whole entire race down with low test scores, low IQ, everything like that. So when you took a look at the average, we did the average on the show not too long ago. It sounded like Chuko's like black people still got like an 84% graduation. That's actually pretty high. That's basically saying that black people are doing really well at 100% graduation, but there's large percentage right there that's pulling that number down to 84. So if you look at the whole entire black community, if only 84% is a graduation rate, that means the vast majority in the metrics are doing really well. It's just that there's a huge segment of people that's not doing well. That's what brings the average down. When you go by averages, So what
That's
do you do
true,
about the black
Carlo,
people?
because when I was in school, when my best friend was in school, we were just fucking up. Just completely just fucking it up.
Yeah,
I'd be bullshitting on the test, getting drunk.
Stop.
But look at us now.
America. At least that's Black America. You guys at least have education. For us, Kyla, our problem in Africa is worse, right? We don't even have food, right? So the main reason why our IQ is low is we don't even have enough, not lithium, iodide, right, on our diet, etc. That's why the government had to put iodide salt, because everybody eats salt. So if we just get the diet correct, instead of the typical African still trying to work every single day just to make $5.
You're right, Kazo. Lack of nourishment, especially nourishment in the brain, causes you to have a low IQ. That's a big part of it.
Ahmad was making a good point earlier about that, and y'all was shooting him down, man.
What?
About he was saying as like an example, if you had a child in Africa and a child in America, the same child would do better in America than in Africa. But y'all was like, no, man.
Why is that?
No, and that's our fault. Why can't we have a system where our children will do better on our continent, that they have to come to the West to do better? That's a sign of low IQ as well. We haven't developed a system that we can reach our fullest potential on the continent.
Yeah, we got to develop ourselves, man.
That's a good point, but
yeah, well, I think that just a lot of times, when I look at these so-called leaders on the continent, man, I don't know what to think, man. It's like, it's like who they actually represent. It's like, why can't look? You see all those young men they're executing, right? I'm saying all those young people should be building railways, roads, towns, and infrastructure and stuff like that. If you gave them something to do, like America got big because they built railways. They go west, son. And they basically put money into railways. They knew it would create jobs for people, and people build new cities and new dreams. They go out to California. California was a friggin' prize. They go out west. People went out there seeking their fortune in gold, whatever like that.
The 49ers football team, the gold.
So the bottom line is there's no manifest destiny for the African. Congo, they got a whole supposed to be the richest place on earth, but it's hell on earth. How's that?
Because people are destabilizing it.
No, I don't buy that.
I ain't asking you to buy it.
You don't buy that.
You gotta buy it.
I don't buy that.
You can tell you the truth. You don't have to buy it.
Look, Jonathan, right? Look, I know we all seen the movie The Infinity War a few years ago.
What is that?
Where Thanos came with the Infinity Gauntlet, but the white man is not Thanos.
Kyle, I don't live off movies.
Hold up. Do you, Jonathan, do you believe in the Wizard of Oz?
The what? Is that the one with Michael Jackson?
Wizard of Oz.
You mean the Wiz?
Carla, we're living in the real world. Our life doesn't revolve around movies, bro.
Seriously, I want to know something, right? Who on this panel believes in the Wizard of Oz?
Man, nobody believe in the Wizard of Oz. What the fuck are you talking about?
Bantu. Do you believe the white man's Thanos with the Infinity Gauntlet?
The white man is the devil, nigga. That's
the white
man. All right, he's the devil. Okay, that means he's Thanos. He's the Wizard of Oz. He's all these things right here. When you just made him God.
Okay, the white man is not Thanos.
I just said the devil.
You're an example, Kyla. I'm gonna make an example out of you.
Is that you have
white
the
ability to tell people
black people are stupid,
Kyla,
white people are not all that smart.
You have a platform. You have the ability to put out positive images and say this is what's wrong with us and this is how we can fix it.
And that's what I'm doing.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
Showing that video of the Congo was the most useless shit that you have done.
No, because look, I said tonight. The reason why is because people have this idea.
That was
people
an
have
interesting story,
idea
John.
about Africa, and I'm trying to break that.
You can't
You know?
break that, Colin.
That's hold up. That's reality. Yo, look, that right there, the Congo, it's about to happen all over the continent. You
No,
know?
it ain't.
Oh, yes, it is.
No, it
Burkina
ain't.
Faso is about to get busy. Ghana just sentenced, like, Kaiser, my timeline, how many people Ghana sentenced to death recently for failed coup attempts? It's all over the continent.
Yeah. Yep. I think so. Here's the thing, right?
Like it's all over the
Go ahead.
continent, bro.
Well, cool.
Look, all I can say is this, right? China had to become brutal, right? I think you guys know what happened to Tiananmen Square, right?
Oh
Where
yeah,
some
they
lettered individuals from exactly these letter people from America came in, tried to try to create the Chinese Revolution, and the Chinese government, the CCP, they
the Chinese said, we'll show you revolution, all right, you know.
Yep, exactly. Right, they killed everyone there, and then they said, you know what, we're removing anything Western related, and we're taking full control.
And
I don't agree with.
2 years later, George H.W. Bush gave the most favored trading nation status. You know, 2 years later,
exactly.
I remember that shit.
Yeah, so for me, I'll say this, right? We got a couple options, right? We can either do some crazy technological advancement, we can either just be extremely organized, or we can just do the basic stuff, like just be organized, and that's it. Organization, like think about it, right? We don't need to be the top technology people yet. What we need to be organized in controlling our mineral rights, controlling our distribution of the money. For example, like I mentioned, Ghana is scary because they only own 10% of their gold mines, and even that is what we call a free carry ownership, meaning they just got given it because they own the land, right? We need to be in a situation where we're owning at least 50%
royalties.
Exactly. We need to be in a position whereby all our mines we own at least 51%, meaning we own the majority share.
Some of the mining stuff should go into gold bullion that they can monetize and put into hedge funds, stuff like that. But the African doesn't think that.
Kala, imagine if Ghana spent all its money, right, in its infancy, instead of continuously growing cocoa beans to get some peanuts from Dwight, man, they would have focused on actually basically buying the machines from China, industrialize, and then mine their own gold, then put their gold in their vault, and then use that to basically back their currency on.
France got the largest gold reserves in the world, and they got one gold mine. How the hell does that happen? Why? Because they monetize cocoa. And they take the money and back the franc up by gold bullion and whatnot. And then they can give
because Africa's not industrialized. They don't have the infrastructure to refine the shit. That's all.
No, they could have the infrastructure, but the bottom line is you gotta say something how Africans think. It just takes that. Let me tell you something bad too. Here's the difference, right, between Black America and Africa, right? Well, if you ever went to Africa, right, you understand what I'm talking about. It's fucking motherfucking hot, right? And I don't really. We have to do something about. Okay, in order for industrialize, you have to get people to commit to working 8 hours a day, straight in one place, 5 days a week. You know,
Carlos, think about that. We don't even have an air conditioner company that makes AC in Africa, and we need it. We're a hot continent.
The first person that does that will get rich because everybody should get You can't have factories without AC and stuff like that. So Africans do not work long hours in factories, stuff like that. That's the first thing. You need a workforce, you know?
Yeah, so actually what you bring up is actually so salient. I'll give you context in Kenya.
When they still picking those goddamn cocoa nuts and shit.
Yeah, they're picking a coconut, but they're not in a factory. And the factory is
you
hard
can't
work.
work in a factory, yeah. So I'll give you context here, Carla, right? In Kenya, right? If you go to Nairobi is known as like really fast, bustling economy, right? Why? The temperature is like 20 degrees Celsius all year round. It doesn't change. It doesn't go high, it doesn't go low. It's just perfect. You go to Mombasa, people are known to be slow. Why? Because it reaches 90 degrees Fahrenheit, right?
That temperature does make a difference, man. You know?
Yep, the huge difference. So you can't even work. Like you wake up, you actually become lazy.
I've been studying for years. I've been studying all this. That's why South Africa is so productive. Because of temperate climate. You know?
Yeah, it's easy to work. Like right now, if you come to the coast of Kenya, basically people don't even open the shop until like past midday. In the afternoon is when they start doing business because it's too hot during the day. So yeah, you're 100% right. Like what I don't get is this, right? Solar energy, right? I also work with solar energy and stuff like that, right? It's so affordable right now, right? Chinese technology, even German technology is so cheap right now. In Africa, you can get like 200-watt solar panel for like less than $50, right? I mean that all you need is just 3 of them, and you can sustain like let's say one household fully, right, without ever paying back any money to the government. I mean, think about that. $150 can pay your energy bills in a house in Africa. Now, if we could invest in like AC, right, create our own ACs. AC technology exists. It's not even that difficult, right? We can get the parts. The science is easy to understand, compressors and shit. Build them for the African market. Link them to a solar sort of system, because the issue, I guess, will be now the price of electricity. But link the two together, and that's it. Voila, you've got a decent system. People can actually work, and it's much, much more productive. You're 100% right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but the bottom line is, hey, look, we have these conversations, right? What you won't see is people on the continent in power having these things. They should be on shows like this, or we're having these sort of conversations and then be able to act on them. We can have all the conversations we want, but we don't have the power to act. That's the whole thing, is the people with the intelligence don't have any power on the continent, you know? It's the same old say. That's why I don't like democracy. Democracy allows idiots who's popular to get power.
The government.
The government. Don't let me play the video, man. You want me to play a video? The government.
No, don't play the video.
I don't want to get Elvis upset, you know. Government, because he said it. Elvis go, Carl, you got to understand, it's the government. I said, okay.
But Carla, we can send Elvis over to run for president of Liberia. And
yes, I said that in reference to that video, Carla, and I knew you was going to play it.
The government. See, Carla, it's the government, right? That's it. Oh, you should have said that, man. I put that, the government. Somebody in the chat was like, man, this is messed up, Carla. Who did this video? Somebody white? No, Tariq.
Carla, you love Tariq. It's time for you to.
I can't stand him. Brandon did a video about him today, man. Just so point. Brandon's on his ass again, man. It's so freaking funny, you know.
Brandon is trying to grow his channel.
Brandon's serious about taking this dude down, man.
He's trying to grow his channel.
Yeah, Brandon said, hey, the government. Booyah, government. Run to your niggas. Run to your niggas.
Carla, you just jealous. You're not as creative as Tariq, man.
Yeah, that's
first of all, I'm funnier than Tariq, man. You know, everybody knows I'm hilarious. I'm hilarious, man. You know, wherever you're gonna see things like Shnaga Laga Laga and Deadly Clowns, stuff I be saying and whatnot.
That makes you hilarious.
You're clowning.
Carla, those are not original ideas. Those are things people have been saying for ages, man. Come on.
They are, Shnaga Laga Laga, you know, and stuff like that. Ask Mari Shai, you know, she's like, the bottom line is when all the funny shit I say on this platform, I'm hilarious.
The bottom line is, you know,
the bottom line
don't talk about my wife. Get the fuck out of here, bitch.
And everything like that.
I'm hilarious. I know it, you know. Tariq is funny. I give it to him, man. He's hilarious when he talks. He's a fucking funny guy, you know, everything like that. But but Tariq, man, see, I'm funny in a nice way. Tariq,
he just said it again and everything like that.
Mean funny. When I be like every once in a while I have my nightmares. Kaiser, I'll tell you about my nightmares I have, right? You know, I have a nightmare. Like, you ever see that, Kaiser? You ever see that that movie Gulliver's Travels, whatever?
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
You're like where he goes with little Lilliputians, they got them pinned down and whatnot, and they're jabbing them and whatnot. That's what I feel. I be having like little Elvises that jab me and whatnot, you know, sticking me, Zongo, little Lilliputians like collar, submit collar, when I eat some bushmeat collar.
Oh shit.
Yeah, so it is what it is, man. Yeah, now I can't play the bushmeat song, man. That's DK. That's
a low IQ joke. Kaiser would know about that.
No, I'm just saying, man. But then I have dreams about Elvis and Zongo and Aphrodite sitting in a tree eating bushmeat and whatnot. You know, that's on.
Bushmeat is delicious, man. We're enjoying ourselves. You're suffering. You're in a nightmare. We're in our heaven, man.
Yeah, they're up in a tree on one end of an elephant leg and whatnot, eating up in a tree, whatnot, swinging from branch to branch, whatnot, eating an elephant leg and whatnot,
Now you go into the racist territory, Kyla, Mr. Big
No, Elvis, I like this. Kyla is showing that he's really a fan of Tariq, just a hater.
No, I'm not a fan of Tariq. I'm not a fan at all. You're a fan of Tariq. You contribute to that.
Shout out to Tariq Nasheed. Shit.
Yeah, you contribute to that. Look, how do you go from investing in a stadium, right, to investing in a rusty ass? What's that? It's not even a fucking. That couldn't even be a dollar store. And y'all made it a museum, man. That's your crowning achievement.
Kyla, whatever a black man decides to do, as long as it's positive, I'll contribute.
Okay.
It is what it is.
Okay, contribute to Umar Johnson then.
He ain't built the school yet. I can't do that.
Well, he got a school sitting there, man.
He got a school now.
So he got a school.
I contribute.
He got a school.
He has
It took
one?
him
Yeah, he has a school.
15 years to get it.
Then I'll drop
He's
10 grand on
he's
the
looking
school.
for a few suckers. I mean, people like you to help donate to him.
Kyla, when you really start doing business over there, you can.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, I heard that before.
I'll drop some money.
Jonathan, man, stop it.
Until then, Kyla.
Kyla, man, I got
until
you.
then, Kyla, it'll be me, Bantu, maybe Elvis and Marie on your tour, getting loaded and
I can't help you, man. I don't know.
And enjoying all the local girls. Maybe not Elvis.
Ain't got it. Hey, all I hear is I ain't got it. I ain't got it. I ain't got it. I ain't got it. I ain't got
I
it.
like Umar how his talking points, but he full of shit, man.
You figured that out?
No, I've been figured that out.
I've been figured that out.
Donations.
Yeah.
Donations.
I mean those donations.
Why that nigga always repeating shit though? I don't get that. Why?
That's a psychological trigger. That's a psychological trigger.
That shit pisses me off though. That shit pisses me
And
off.
I said it again. He said it like 3 times. And what I say, talk black to me.
No, Bantu is witchcraft. That's what they do in witchcraft. He's practicing Ifa. So if you do something 3 times, it's supposed to be divine, and it goes into the person's subconscious. That's why he does it.
I didn't know Ifa made you a dummy.
Psychological trigger. Like, man, fuck you, Umar. Running you no fucking donation.
Get that money, Umar.
This nigga ran away to Ghana.
Yeah, because he knows that basically he was supposed to open that school by Kwanzaa. He said open before Kwanzaa, right? For Kwanzaa. And so he dipped to Ghana. He dipped to Ghana he's on the run.
Wait,
right
I
now.
think his school name. It was supposed to be Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey or some shit.
Marcus Garvey Academy.
Yeah.
FDMG.
I mean, if you believe in Umar, man, go get some.
The school ain't, nigga, they've been talking about that school damn near, nigga, since I just got out of fucking high school, okay? I expect the school to exist by now. Functioning.
The tuition is gonna be $500 a month, right?
I was surprised he even got that school. Tell you the truth.
I heard it was like
wait a minute, $500 a month.
Yeah, no, it was a bad.
But that's a success though, man. To get the actual building, that's a success. Now you have to renovate it. That's a whole other project. But shout out to him for getting the building though. It wasn't cheap. It was like I think $700,000 or something like that.
It was
a bad building, man.
Let me tell you something, right? The problem
a bad school.
It was condemned because it had
Come on
mold.
now. Thank you for your donations. Online tutoring is now available enrolled today. Why y'all doing this, man? Now, Kyla, Kyla, this is what I'm gonna say. If you're gonna be a hater, you better be competing with the people that you hating on. You better Kyla, you better open up a school in Liberia. You better open up a museum.
I have like 6 schools in Liberia.
He got an online school now.
Kyla, you better be competing if you're gonna be trying to.
First of all, I am not competing with no one. I'm just doing what I can do. I care less about what they do.
So what
if
you
guys,
saying?
if you guys want to support
I was so
I don't like that, Kyla.
disappointed. I just quit following.
You guys look. I have like 6 schools in Liberia that I.
You could have opened up an online school 15 years ago with all them donations.
Check this out. Hey, look, If you basically, there's a bunch of schools in Liberia that I support that need money, books, everything. We did that. We went there last year.
Now I said open up one.
Supplies.
I
Now,
want
if
to
you
see
got,
the
hold on,
College
you got
in
money and
America,
supplies,
Liberian
money
Academy.
for books and supplies. I can give you the school, where to send it to, and stuff like that. I don't need the money myself. You know, I can tell you where to send it to.
Carla, that's not how business works. You know.
Well, how's it supposed to work? I'm not an educator. I'm not an educator.
You say, hey, we need money for this. That's how
Dollar Bill goes, but he has to go there. Well, we're gonna support schools on the ground. We're gonna work together. Support schools. Dollar Bill's head of my education initiative in Liberia. You know, if you must know. So now we're gonna be doing our thing, man. I got a chapter, a BL chapter there. We got business, everything, anything you need. We got education now. Hopefully, Dollar Bill comes through with all this education you was talking about. Hooking Liberia with the New York City school system, the Assistant City Education Project. The bottom line, we got our stuff going on, but the bottom line, what I'm not going to do is sit here and bullshit people and not do nothing and collect money. That's one thing I won't do. You know,
so Kyle, if the school exists, that means he didn't just do shit. You know what the problem is, and I learned this a long time ago about my good old people. My people, when they a lot of people don't understand business. They just don't understand it. They think that, I'm gonna get $1 million and then I'm gonna go and do this and I'm gonna go and do that.
Yeah,
that's not how that works.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Look, I was being facetious.
That's like saying I want a nonprofit organization.
Bro, I was being facetious.
I'm survive off a $5,000 government grant that they offer.
I was being facetious about Umar's school. You know, I'm incorporated in Liberia. You know, I have a corporation, a business. I'm licensed.
You incorporated in Liberia?
Yeah, I'm incorporated in Liberia. Yes.
Cool. I'm incorporated in California. Nice.
Okay, so I'm incorporated in Liberia. I'm incorporated here in Virginia too.
Hey, look at us incorporated.
So the bottom line, anything you talk about, bro, I already done. You know.
You done everything, Kyla?
You know, I'm doing what I could do. You know.
So Kyla, why don't me and you come together? Let's open up. Let's open up a school.
If people support what I'm doing,
a school and build a public park and build a little community center in Liberia.
If people don't
give up
support
$100 grand, you give up $100 grand.
The only thing I want to know is,
the
only thing I'm really interested right now is who's going on this tour and be a part of this mission next year. That's all the fuck
I want to do more than just do a tour now. I
want no, it's more than a mission.
Do something.
It's a freaking mission. And the bottom line is only people that's going on tour to me are serious. You know? That's what I'm saying.
Hey, when you going back to Nigeria?
Carla, that's what cultures do, man. If you donate to me and you give me money, I know you're really serious. I know you're really down.
Call me a cult.
I mean, people don't have to pay $4,000 before you know they're committed, man. Come on.
Here you go. Call me a cult. But the bottom line is this. If you cannot submit to call this or whatnot, don't tell me you're part of this shit, you know? Because what we're doing in Liberia is real, you know? And so the bottom line is, so the tour is just one part of what we're doing. We're really establishing ties, lasting ties in the country, you know? We're building an infrastructure there that we could tap into, you know? We have a country to tap into. And we're doing the same thing in Ghana. You know, we're building infrastructure. And so institutions, you know, that's what we're trying to do.
You know what, Kyla? I might have to be a YouTube nigga just like you. Now I'm like, this is what I've done in Nigeria.
Hey,
we got this over here.
Look,
the libraries over here.
Look, do it. And also, I told Bomani said, Bomani said to me tonight, he said, if your guy Jonathan was serious, right, I could teach him how to do tours and organize. Mine's a master.
I'm not a tour nigga. Damn.
Well, I know, but the bottom line, if you talk about, what are you talking about? Are you trying to bring people to the continent?
Yeah, I mean, nigga, not to do tours.
Okay, so how you gonna introduce?
I want business. I'm saying.
Hey, yo, how you look? We're doing hold up. We're doing a business tour. We're doing a business tour. The whole time we're gonna be in Liberia, we're gonna be with business people and stuff like that, and we're having a business.
I'm putting my hope in you. I'm gonna come to your tour.
So bottom line is this: you talk a lot of shit, right?
I'm talking shit.
You're not interested in friggin' Liberia. He can help you organize.
Kyla, it's Africans for the Africans.org. I have been through it all. Now wait, hold on, Kyla.
We both know you talk a lot of shit.
Let me say something.
You talk a lot of shit.
I was wrong. The tour is not overpriced because it's all inclusive. And for some reason, I had $6,500 in my brain when I was talking shit about the tour. I don't know where that came from. That might be I don't know whose tour I was looking at to Liberia. It was somebody. So, but yours is not actually that expensive.
I think that was the Diners tour to Sierra Leone to get citizenship. It was like $6 grand.
Bring that shit down, y'all. Bring that shit down.
Why'd your phone so loud?
Because he's driving.
Yeah, mute that shit, bro. Will you do Uber right now,
your
Elvis?
tour's not. Your tour's
Uber?
not.
He's doing that Uber
Elvis,
shit.
if you're doing Uber, make that money, my nigga. Ain't nothing wrong with doing Uber.
Hey, I did Uber for a long time years ago, man. I did that shit. Fun time, man. But you got women hitting on you and shit. Can't do that shit.
Carla, get them women.
Nah, I don't fucking fuck with drunk women when because even black women, you say the wrong thing, you even say the wrong thing suggestively.
Carla, touch me.
No, well, that ain't gonna happen. I don't do it.
You seen that movie To Kill a Mockingbird?
You hold to my door? No.
Lying white bitch.
I'm saying no, can't do that. Am I getting in my car? Hell, fucking no. Get the fuck out of my car. So bottom line, I don't really go through that shit. I don't trust fucking nobody. Black, white. Hey, black girls will set you up the same way, man. So
Yes, they will. Yes, they will.
They'll do just as fast as the white girl will. That's the whole thing, man. It's like, I'm a brother. I don't give a shit. Next thing you know, you're out there. Did you say this to such? No. She said you looked at her, suggestive, said some things. Oh, fuck, I didn't say nothing, I ain't be a sister, trying to set your ass up, take you down. Like, damn. That's why I realized I can't trust nobody. I'll say nothing to nobody in public, whatever like that. It's like I hold the door, be a gentleman. Other than that, don't talk to you because every women think they take it the wrong way. If you talk to them, you think you want your they think you want their number. Well, I do, but this is not possible. They're like, well, yeah. So that is what you think. Damn, she look good, man. I wouldn't mind going her, but they don't have to know that shit. That's the way the world is. So you got to discipline yourself, right? Seeing a fine ass girl today, man, I was like, oh God, I wish you could strike up a conversation with me. Even though I'm married and everything like that, but damn, I was just like her to say hello, whatever like that. She's talking on her phone at the cashier. I'm like, God damn, she's completely ignoring me. I was like, oh God, girl's fine. You know what I'm saying? But hey, it is what it is. You're just gonna sit back there and you be cool. Boom, let it go. Don't get mad at the females when she probably got a nigga somewhere. She ain't thinking about my ass. But I'm real
about you. She's thinking about you.
She had a nice car to bad. When she probably had a nigga, man.
So in order to go on Bomani show, you gotta register. That's what it's showing, right? On the tour.
What?
You register.
All you do is talk to Bomani and send your initial deposit.
You have a website or web page.
Go to his website.
I'm already on. I'm filling out the registration thing. Kyla, we better do something amazing. I better not go over there looking like this is a building that this and that.
Bro, if you go and much as I get on your ass when I'll treat you nice, Jonathan. How about that?
You sure we ain't gonna box, Kyla? Kyla, we going now.
That's
we going now. We about to fuck. Hey, me and you might get arrested in Liberia.
We'll get some gloves on. I'm looking forward to that shit.
Me and you gonna get arrested in Liberia.
I'm looking
like, hold on, motherfucker. See, y'all took over our shit.
That shit, man.
We want our shit back. And that's when Elvis come in and you like, hold on, man, don't disrupt my crime partner. It was like, all right, Elvis, you a traitor, right? Bam, 2 pop up. Bam, nigga. All right, bam, boom, 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 boom.
Yo, some of my Liberian boys are freaking Quorum boys, but they're not like Elvis.
Oh man.
Yeah, I got crime boys.
Gotta pick a side,
I got some of my crime boys. Yeah, all right, A lot of them are Philly niggas, man. Thug ass niggas from Philly.
This is gonna be fun. I can't wait.
So bottom line is, it's what it's doing. So the main thing is, I want to basically make Liberia a base. Before we could build an Africa, as we see now, like I said, we can't just bum rush any African country and try to take over because we could be there being fucking lined up to be fucking executed. That's what it is. And somebody in the chat room, Chuko, was like, the U.S. government's going to intervene. Them white boys are getting executed. I think they probably got executed already. The United States government doesn't give a flying fuck about its citizens overseas. They don't. The United States government give a shit about you when you go overseas, white, black, whatever. Like that. Yeah, you're on your fucking own.
They only care if they can use you politically.
What the hell is African name?
What?
It says field require African name. You gotta have an African name.
I have no idea. You gotta talk to Bomani. I don't know about that. You know,
I'm gonna put Carla's dad, Carla's uncle.
What you call it? So anyway, yeah, the United States government does not give a shit about people in when you go overseas. You try to coup attempt, man, you're on your own. You know, simple as that's the way it is, man. So you're on your own when you go to the continent and everything like that. That's why, man, when I go there, I check with the U.S. Embassy, the St. James. Carla, why you checking with the U.S. Embassy? Because I want to let them know if I fucking get in trouble with these niggas over here, that you can evacuate my ass out of here, you know?
I feel they only care about you if they could use you politically as a pawn or something. Other than that,
You have no use for you, man. You're dead. You're gone, you know? So I said, man, you go over there, you got to be in groups, and you got to really be influential, man. Like I said, we need 3 protections in the world. We need to be, as we expand in Africa, we need protection from the African. We need protection from the white races, white people in general, and we need protection from ourselves. You know, we cannot descend into friggin' chaos and anarchy and savagery. You know, we got to protect ourselves with laws and our own justice system and everything like that. We need to provide for our own people. You know, like I said, you cannot execute somebody and you haven't provided for them. You know, that's a social contract. You can't have people in poverty and shit like that, just outright neglecting poverty. Then when society descends into chaos, you want to execute people to save face. That's bullshit. You know, that's not civilized. You know, if you execute somebody, it's because you've done, as a society, you know, you've done everything in society to provide infrastructure, provide a way of life, everything. But the people chose to go the wrong way. You chose to do wrong. You chose to be a murderer. You chose to rob that bank. You chose to kill unarmed people. That's when a society basically can execute you, you know? But these people in DR Congo, you seen them. Some of them were just basically bandits. They didn't even say they all killers, you know? These were robbing people and stuff like that, you know, boys when they're robbing, maybe it was robbing somebody to eat, to get something to eat.
Yeah, but Kyle, at least they did that. In Nigeria, they executed a dude for stealing the damn chicken. A chicken. They hung him to death over a chicken.
Look, let me say this, right? For all due respect, right? When people get on me when I talk like this, I seen like 10 years ago, they friggin' burned a Nigerian boys alive for stealing a goddamn cell phone. And then posted on YouTube, burned them alive. Human life.
Yeah, they like that, man. They catch you doing something.
We are not like that. We are not like that. You know, we're not like that. You know, so all right, Dave, what's going on? What's on your mind, brother?
Yo, good evening, brother Carl. How y'all doing? Good evening.
Like, you know, I think about Dave, right? Dave, you remind me of a story. I'm gonna tell this story, right? This is
yeah. Tell me the story.
Back in 2006, me and my brother and I, see, we have birthdays together, right? We birthday 2 apart, so we always go out on our birthday. We always do something together on our birthday. We go out to drinking. Sometimes we used to go out to strip clubs one night, you know. Anyway, back in 2006, one year, me and my brother and I went to the strip club, right? And I'll never forget this, right? We're in a strip club. This dude from Jersey came in, right? And he talks like Dave. He sounds just like Dave.
Yeah.
And he had that same accent, right? Jersey. He was a Jersey, New York nigga, right? Yeah. Tall nigga, right? Tall, light-skinned dude. I was saying, he goes, he was there with some badass, his wife or whatever, like white girlfriend, wife with baby mother, was a little badass little Puerto Rican shit, right? Spanish girl, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, he's sitting there not having a good time. So I said, bro, what's going on? He goes, man, see how white, that's my wife over there sitting in the runway throwing money. I don't know why we're doing this, right? Her friends got us out there. He goes, I'm down here from Jersey. I got a job down here. All I want to do is raise my motherfucking family, right? She goes, but every night, and also he made it big. Also, it was like a big thing. The security had to come over. Also, her friends were like, you don't own her, blah, blah, getting in his face one night. You don't. And then I heard the girl say, well, just leave him one night, stay with us and whatnot. You're too young. He's tying you down and whatnot, he's Virginia. You can get him for child support, whatever like that. You don't have to be with him, whatnot. And I was like, man, that was just so fun. It just reminds me of that shit. You know, every time I hit Dave, I think about that dude. You know, he was like, man, this is fucked up, man. These women, they always come in my house. They got my wife. We were cool in Jersey. When I moved down here, and then, what the hell's wrong with this state, man? I said, yo, welcome to Virginia, man. Women do not want to see other women married and happy. You know, they're gonna try to interact. Said, man, these fucking. He said, we never had this up north, right? You know, he goes, these females, they come down here, they got my wife running around the street. I don't want to be out. I just want to be home. You know, he goes, I just want to be home with my family and whatnot. You know, that's all I want. You know, he goes, I'm here in the fucking strip club when I don't want to be in this fucking place. I was like, damn, man, that just taught me a lot back then. You know, I just had to throw that story out there. But
it's crazy. That's crazy.
Oh, so Dave, what do you think about those executions I played?
I mean, I'm for the death penalty in Africa.
I'm for the death penalty too, but do you think it was a little extreme giving those kids with that?
No, I think you have to go through the justice system, but you know, Africa, they don't have no justice system, man.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So, Bob, if you go to the
justice.
justice system, you'll find out that a lot of politicians were involved with this shit. A lot of higher ups. Why is it only low hanging fruit is getting executed? You know what I'm saying?
It's low hanging fruit. Wow, I don't never see no politicians getting executed.
That's what I'm talking about. So I don't think it's fair. You know, they could have put them in work camp for life.
It's just unfair law. You know, Africa, they believe in cash violence. Whoever got the most money wins. So
yeah. So that when they shot that poll, that hackers back to the 1980 coup. You know.
Yeah. I wanted to discuss the topic. You know.
Okay. What's about the topic? This being black. That's what mortal sin.
Yeah, it is a mortal sin. It's a mortal sin, Kyla.
Yeah.
Because I mean, anytime you're black and you have money, people look at you like you did something bad to get the money.
Yeah, you did something
And
bad.
then, like you did something
You
bad.
sold out. You
sold out. You sold your soul, or you did this, or you did that, this and that. You know, so it's always look. But when somebody white get money, oh man, they work hard.
It's a natural thing, you know. They
It's
work
just so
hard.
smart. You know what I mean? They're so
And they're
smart. They
smart,
did everything. You know what I mean? They work so hard, and they just night in and night out. They never slept. That's it. But you know, it's a moral sin. You know, even like right now, if you had a successful African nation and just everything running right now, do you know
like
that
Rwanda? They hate Rwanda. They hate Rwanda.
everybody would just be at constant war? Oh, they did something. They enslaved somebody, or they did this. They did something to this other tribe, and they enslaved
How
this
did I
other
know they
tribe.
were come after Paul Kagame? See, he's the problem with the what's going on in Congo. Congo's a fucking chaos, but that's all Paul Kagame doing that, you know? Bullshit. Anytime Rwanda's getting rich off the Congo,
The Congo had their chance, man. When they
Congo
killed,
had
when they did Lumumba like that, that was it. That was your chance. Lumumba was your chance.
They let that Lumumba go, and they gleefully hung him up, strung him up.
And a lot of people think Lumumba was just like a socialist and communist. He really wanted to get in with the Wall Street. He wanted to learn New York and learn the system, but
yeah, he said, Africa write their own story.
He really wanted to learn the system, though. People look at him, you know, like he's a communist and he's socialist. No, he wanted to learn the capitalist system. That's why you think he came to New York. Remember when he came to New York? Remember when Lumumba came to New York? Yeah, he was trying to learn the system.
Check us out. And not only that, the black race never avenged his death. We let those traitors get away with it. It's like we let those traitors get away with fucking.
You saw the movie though, right? You saw the movie.
Oh yeah, I saw the movie, man. That was so deep.
Oh man, so sad, so
that was
sad.
very sad.
And they never recovered. And the Congo never recovered.
Never recovered from that shit.
Never
never recovered from that 1980 coup.
Oh yeah, they ain't recovered yet. They ain't, they another 50, 100 years maybe. Liberia recovered.
Kidola, what's going on, bro? What's up, cuz Kidola?
What's up, cousin?
Hey, what's up, Kyla? Kyla, what's up?
What's going on, brother? What's going on,
bro? No shaking, man. I'm just listening to your. Just wake up, listening to your show.
So what do you think?
Yeah, you always are positive sometimes. You know, a lot of your shows are very educative, you know, you listening, learn, you know, not just any kind of show that, you know, your shows are educative. That's what I like about your show, bro.
Oh yeah, man. I try to be, you know, I try to be informative and stuff like that. Like I said, one thing I believe on this panel is if you don't agree with me, you have a right to talk. You know, it's a public forum and everything like that. It's not all about me. I let people talk. If I don't like what you're saying, you get on my nerve when I even let people talk.
I got you.
You know, so what do you think about the? Well, let me ask you about the. What do you think about the executions in the Congo? Do you think that's coming to Nigeria?
The execution of what?
Oh, the Congo. They executed 200 people today.
Who are they? Are they criminals?
Well, that's relative. Like Benjamin Crump says, being a criminal is relative. You know.
But yeah, but executive people, how about the ones that are, you know, plug the country into mess? You know, they might execute some real life ones like the street ones, but how about the top ones that are messing up the country? You know.
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. You know, the people who's messing up the country and doing all stuff like this, they get a scot free, but they execute the poor. You know, the poor. The guys are poor.
Yeah, Carla, you see, this one thing about Africa, they try to do like window dressing sometime with some poor, you know, why they,
Yes, they do.
If you have to, let's look at it first. You see, Africa, I put you know, West Africa first for those territory. Is like the politicians are big thieves. They're the one really messing up the country. You cannot control a country whereby the head is corrupt. You know what I mean? You know, if you have to, let me give you an example of Nigeria, is that we be having all kind of corrupt leaders who came as to be Democrats. Corrupt leaders, since they say democracy came to Nigeria in 1999.
Right.
You know, we never really have a successful leader that can say, let me build this country. They're all very corrupt, heavily corrupt. You know, that goes on with other countries, Ghana, all kind of countries. You know, that's why they're always borrowing. Sometimes when they borrow, they don't borrow to really physical. They just borrow for their own pocket. Go and buy a house in other countries. That's the agreement anyway. You know, I give you this money, but you buy this you buy this house in my country. You understand? You just
from the
not too
justice
long.
system. And
America said they returned 52 million to Nigeria. They returned 52 million to Nigeria of stolen money from one woman called Daisy, former petroleum minister. Okay, what is 52 million have to do in a big country like Nigeria with about 200 something million? But guess when that money came into Nigeria, the money vanished. You know?
Yeah, look at this kid. Look at this kid crying. It's a little boy. You know, look at this little boy crying. You know. These kids, the people had never had a chance. Never fucking had a chance in life. You know, like I said, I got a heart. You know, I could not sit there and go to my
imagine
night.
execution of over 200 prisoners.
How old are these
Display
kids?
that will
How
shock
old,
not
man?
only Congo,
as young as 18.
but the entire world.
Nah, man.
How
Nah.
could such a horrifying event unfold in modern Africa? What does this say about Congo justice
Young,
system,
strong men,
its
you know?
leadership, and the depth of corruption that
When you're a
allow
black
this tragedy
nationalist,
to
you want to
happen?
see young men. You want to see them
In this
building
video, we'll
and
dive
growing strong, not tearing them down and executing them for my own.
The events that one of the most square acts in recent
They're
African
doing
history.
all of that for power,
Still
Tyler. They're doing all that for power.
View the hidden truths and discuss the
It's
implication
power,
for
you know?
justice and
For
humanity.
power.
To ride on, please don't forget to like and subscribe.
I'm the president.
On
I
a day
can
like
kill
this,
200
the world
men.
watched
Yeah,
a horror as 200 prisoners were executed publicly
men.
in the Democratic Republic of Congo. This was not a hidden atrocity, but a spectacle designed to send
very
a
sad,
message.
you know?
But why? Who were these individuals? And what crime led to such extreme punishment? These questions have rattled not just Congo, but also human rights advocates
Watch it when it dust clears in a couple of years, man. These people are gonna answer for this shit. You
The
know,
heart of this
I'm
tragedy
sorry.
lies in Congo justice
Everybody in
system,
the black
a
race
system
can get
riddled
this
with
shit.
corruption
You know,
and inefficiency. For decades, Congo justice process has been criticized for turning a blind eye to fairness and transparency. Reports suggest that many of these prisoners were victims of arbitrary arrest, forced confessions, or trials that barely met the minimum standard of due process. This mass execution exposed a deeply flawed justice system
anytime
that
you
continues
bully
to
and pick on the
crumble under
poor,
the weight of system
I can't
corruption.
tolerate that shit. You know.
Among the 200 prisoners were a mix of alleged criminals, political dissidents, and individuals accused of minor offenses. Many were awaiting trials, while others has been convicted under questionable circumstances. International human rights organizations have raised concerns that some of these individuals were scapegoats, caught in the crossfire of a corrupt system, desperate to showcase
Yeah, they're scapegoats. You know,
power rather than justice. Critics argue that Congo leadership played a pivotal role in enabling this horrific event. The government failure to reform the justice system and curb corruption has fueled an environment where such atrocities can occur. Was this mass execution a desperate attempt to assert authority, or does it reflect a deeper cultural and systematic issue within Congo leadership? The global community has condemned the public execution, with a human rights organization calling it one of the darkest moments in recent African history. Amnesty International and the United Nations have demanded accountability, urging Congo to reevaluate its justice practice. But will this global outrage lead to meaningful change, or will it fade into yet another ignored tragedy? I must say, this public execution in Congo is not just a story about justice gone wrong. It's a wake-up call for the entire African continent and the world. It forces us to ask, how do we address systematic corruption? How do we protect human rights in fragile states? And most importantly, how does this leader sleep knowing fully well over 200 people were killed because they never got the justice they deserved? Drop your comments on the comment section and don't forget to like and subscribe. Till next time, bye for now.
Anybody tells me Black America does not, if we're going to have any sort of Pan-African Black man, we don't have a nation state or an African state, you're fucking insane. You know, you're freaking crazy. Because a lot of Black people in the West think they're immune to this shit. You know, they go, I will go to Africa. You could be swept up in some shit too. You know, and these people, like I said, when you give these people, you give primitive people power like that, state power, that's dangerous.
Crazy.
You know.
And I know they don't have records on those two. If you ask for the records on those 200 prisoners, they don't have any.
Yeah, okay, of course not. You know, they don't know who they executed. A lot of them didn't commit murder, nothing. Like they were just bandits. They just want to clean the streets up because they get frustrated. I know we get frustrated about crime. I get frustrated about crime too, man. But the bottom line, I understand that you got to do it a certain way. You know. So it is what it is. You know, it's a sad situation. I don't know at this point, man. I'm just looking at the whole entire Black race. You know, whether it's the United States, Africa, and I don't know what the hell, God. What do we do to the God to curse our race, man? But it's just not looking good.
Kala, this one will not stop whatever they said they want to stop. Understand? They want to show an example to stop criminality. You have to understand.
That's not going to stop criminality. Wherever they execute it, there's going to be. Look, the Congo is so destabilized right now. You know,
Congo's big. It's very diverse. It's big. It's
Kala, when you're under society, look, they learn all these things from the masters that rule them. You have to understand. Congo is also a victim of its own circumstances.
They're victimized when they took out. They gleefully took out Patrice Lumumba, and they paraded in the streets. That was
the end. That was the start of the end of the beginning. They're right there. Everything ended there.
That treachery. That treachery.
With him.
Are y'all bringing up the coup again?
No, it's about Patrice Lumumba.
Patrice Lumumba, the Patrice Lumumba situation.
Oh yeah, that was fucked up.
Yeah, that was fucked up. They never recovered, though, Jonathan. They never recovered from that, bro. That was the start and the end.
And you look
You know
at
what I
pictures
mean?
from
That
the
was,
60s.
that was the
Yo,
start and the end.
Congo at that time was a beautiful place, man. It was like
Everything was good.
it was a beautiful
Even,
place, man. You know, even in the interior, there was nice estates and whatnot on the Congo River and stuff like that. It was beautiful, you know. I heard somebody, check this out. I met this Congolese guy like years ago. He told me in the Congo right now, you got white Americans living there. Like we won't know, but they're living there in enclaves, building mansions in the Congo and shit. You know, white Americans. You know, in the
I
Congo.
believe
Right
that.
now.
I believe that. It's beautiful.
He said, "Man, I don't know why you guys." He said, "Why you guys aren't over there?" I don't know. I said, "Man, that was like 10 years ago." And I said, "Well, that's something we got to give." He said, "There's white Americans over there. They be jet skiing, you know, hiking, doing some of everything in the interior of the Congo and whatnot. And they got nice houses and whatnot, you know, in the jungle."
Let me tell you something. Don't let it deceive you. You see, these francophone people, these people that speak French, they are so embedded, like the arrogancy and so kind of like way the French people behave. I'll give you this. If you see a typical Togolese, not too long ago, because of all these so-called French someone oppress them or whatever it is, if they see you speak English, they see you form as a stranger. They look at you like a like you. Who are you? You crazy? You say you know French. You understand me? The French way of ruling them, right, is so. You see, the Belgians and the French, the Belgians and the French go the same hand to hand. So what I'm trying to tell you, for others, I don't understand. Maybe they might say white people because white people dealt with them, but the history of Congo have always been like this. Right from the time of the death of that their hero to the time of Mobutu Sese. Mobutu Sese was even far more worst, you know, the leader of Congo. He went to die as a dog somewhere, buried as a dog somewhere. You understand me? Check out Kabila. Kabila came into power also to free Congo. What happened? They take him out.
They
Check out
killed
his
him.
son.
They killed him. His own son took him out.
Yeah, check out his son. Was corrupt bastard, pretending. They all carry some kind of French-looking face, like they're so innocent, but very, very deadly. All the francophone countries, you cannot really put hands on them like, I can trust any of these countries because they have never really self-developed themselves like the way the English, when English was a certain part of Africa, like some part of West Africa, they didn't really come in directly. So the English never said, oh, you are British now, you know. But the French always tell this African ruler, all these African people, you know, you're French first before you're African. So what did they do? They start loading them up with baguette, croissant, and stockbrot. You understand me? What do you expect? You think like French, you behave like French, but in a total black body. You understand me? You can't
The
really
black
survive
French,
that.
the French tried to create their subjects into black Frenchmen, you know. That's why when I see somebody say I'm a black American, that bothers me, you know. That's like being a black Frenchman, a black Brit, a black Italian, a black Spaniard. I'm not. I want to be black somebody else, you know. You know, the black word somebody else.
Others
When
that
somebody
call
says
themselves
I'm a
black.
black American, the same thing saying somebody says I'm a black French.
Carl, remove Simple his comment.
What?
That's what they call themselves black British. They are from
Remove that
Africa.
comment.
Simply says he wants to come. He's coming. You know, on tour.
Okay.
So what you saying? You see, why the black British, these Nigerians who wants to call themselves black British, you know, when they start suffering, most of them run to Nigeria to look for a husband. You understand me? You know, so they don't call themselves black British anymore. You know, most women in Britain, they can ever get husbands, sometimes Nigerian women. So these girls with their 22, 23 to 24, they run to Nigeria be looking for men to marry. That's just the truth. You know, they don't like black British. They are Africans or Caribbean. Maybe few of them that they brought over there during the slave time, they actually never really go to any place, but maybe stay in London there. I just saw. You know,
All
Africans
right,
are.
fellas, it's been 6 hours. I've been on 6 hours. I gotta go to bed. I'm tired. You know,
I understand.
I got a new recruit in the office tomorrow, so I can't go to
Just
sleep. But anyway, I'm gonna leave it up. You guys can stay on. You know, I'm gonna leave this thing. Y'all can talk. I'm gonna in the live stream. I gotta go. Y'all take care. Good night.
You want to live stream?
y'all later, Kyle.
Yeah, I'm leaving it live, but y'all can stay on. You know, I say no lie. Y'all can stay on and keep talking. You know,